I'm like, man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Who, like, come on, man, like, who gave Rollo Tomassi this God tier status? Like, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Like, show me some hoes Rollo Tomassi pulled, you know what I'm saying? Show, like, really, like, y'all acting like he really popping, pushing P, like, y'all acting like he came out the womb saying P.
Get your anger on. Anger on now. I wouldn't do that to you. It's all about good feelings. Welcome to the next installment of Irrational Male, live from the biggest old city in the world. This is Reno, Nevada. Not Vegas. Northern Command Center of Red One Studios. I've got some announcements about that. Boy, do we have some things to get into today. Yep, we do. Oh yeah. You know, I tell you, whenever I get to the political side of things, or I get to the social side of things, everybody has an opinion. We see more and more of this coming up in the future too. But before we get started, why don't we kill the...
And I had sex for the first time. I was like, huh? Now look, I was in a relationship. I was with the guy for 4 years. But when I first had sex with him, I was young and I didn't know who I was. I didn't even know my body. I didn't know. And so I was like, people have made out for it to be very grand and I didn't feel it. So then I dismissed sex. I was like, clearly it's not for me. Like, it's not that, it's like, maybe this is it, maybe this is it. And it wasn't until I met you that I was like, holy shit, this is what people are talking about. And so to your point, I'm not telling people to go out and just sleep with anyone. But man, when I met you, I was like, I knew what I had. The spark, the electricity, the intimacy, the passion you can have from sex. It wasn't there, but I wouldn't have known that it was missing if I hadn't then had the experience and then met you.
Finish last. No. I think nice guys win at a certain time and at a certain age. Yeah. And I don't think that there's a set age on that. I don't think it's like 28, nice guys start. I think it takes the nice guy with a good foundation and then meeting a girl at that time who's like, I'm looking for certain qualities for the rest of my life. Also, I think a lot of fuckboys, so to speak, turn into really nice guys. They can. Like, I think anything can happen. Yeah. And I don't think good girls are hard to come by or nice guys finish last. I think it's like the perfect combination of timing, and then it can work.
He chose poorly.
Why guys would have a problem with a woman with a high body count, though? Do you understand the logic behind it?
I think it's insecurity. That's where it comes from. Like, do they really want to have a woman that is just a virgin? Because she's not going to be good, and she's going to have no experience.
They don't need you to be good, though.
That's so boring. Isn't that
It's
boring?
not boring.
That just sounds transactional to me.
So guys that are alpha guys that want to be, head of household and consider themselves leaders and want to provide for their women, they don't find it unattractive that a woman would have inexperience. Because they feel like what's going to make that experience in the bedroom so powerful is not that she can bounce off the walls or knows all these tricks or knows all these sexual things and, oh, look, she's doing something like out of a porno. That's not what's appealing to them. What's appealing is that she's really excited to be there for him. She's present. She's committed. And he doesn't need her to be an acrobat. He just needs her to be loyal.
Well, I'm a whore.
Out there that have boyfriends that are treating them with disrespect, standing them up on dates, not calling back when they say they will, not showing up when they say they will. Even when they do show up, they show up with some smart comment, no flowers. They don't hold the door open for you. They don't buy dinner. They think you need to buy dinner and you need to pay half and you need to do this. Simply just ask them. Do you believe that men should provide and protect women and children? And if they don't say yes, are they real men? I don't know. I would leave that for you to decide. This post is going to get all kinds of people talking about,
blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to let a girl do.
I guarantee everybody listening to this came from a woman. I don't see how you can disrespect one.
I don't chase booty.
You don't unfollow her because you're showing emotion. You need to be able to stand in that fire.
I promise you can do so much better than these red pill, Andrew Tate dating guru people. For one, these people are not happy. And I know that they're telling you that. They're like, look at my sick ass life, and I have this boat, and I have these chicks on this boat. And like, I know that they're pitching all of that, but like, these people are not at peace. They're always angry about something. And if you've ever had a friend who, like, every time you called them was like always pissed and like had, you know, an axe to grind, just not really like a comfortable energy to be around. These people tout that they're like, you know, the role models for young boys, but I would never want to grow up and just be angry and alone at a microphone all day. I mean, that sucks. I mean, I don't care what your bank account says. The other thing it's important to acknowledge is these people are never in like happy long-term relationships, which again is like, you're touting.
Who wants to tell him
that you're like a genius and expert when it comes to dating, but like all you have is failures. That's just, I don't know. If you get a fitness coach, I expect them to know a thing or two about being fit. If I
who wants to tell him?
I get a dating coach, I expect them to, you know, not only ever have horror stories for their dating life, which is what it seems that these people have. So
seems
worth thinking about that before you listen to them.
I see.
I think men are having a harder time, which is why people like Andrew Tate popped up. And people like my dad.
And I'm not a great admirer.
That keeps on giving.
Beauty and the Beast, and I do think that's the best Disney movie ever made, was that it's a real female hero myth. I mean, the woman, Beauty, is beautiful, so she's high up in the female dominance hierarchy, but she's witty and well-read and intelligent and adventurous and brave and courageous and truthful, all of that. And she doesn't fall for Gaston, the psychopathic persona. And young women are much more likely to fall for men like that, by the way, than women who are slightly more, what would you say? Wiser. So they'll...
Are you guys getting the irony of this? Yeah. Juxtaposition. Maybe go look that up.
Fall for dark triad men, and that's partly how psychopathy propagates itself across the generations. Right? They can be enticed by psychopathic personas, but she prefers the Beast. It's like, well, the Beast is the adventure. It's like, well, it's this terrible man, you know, like he's rough, he's unhued, but he's got potential, right? And that's what really attracts her. And she wants someone who can guard the walls and make a safe haven for the children, but who's generous enough who's productive enough to be useful and generous enough to share. And so she civilizes him.
Do you realize that the reason she ended up in the Beast's castle in the first place was because he kidnapped her father?
Bunch of sexual partners before they get married, are they more likely to file for divorce? No, because men aren't filing for divorce, period. It's 80% of divorces that are being filed are filed by women. And so that's the issue. It doesn't end up being the same thing. When you see whether or not men or women are happy in a relationship, as men, they start off as virgins, they're pretty happy, and then it drops off, and then it sort of flattens out. For women, it drops off, and it just keeps dropping. The more sexual partners they had before they got married, the less happy they are in a relationship.
For rich men, they can't help but attract women that like lifestyle more than connection. Because a woman that really values connection, she doesn't like a rich man's lifestyle. A woman that really needs emotional connection, she finds being with a CEO or being with a really successful man is hard for her. She leaves because she wants emotional intimacy. So rich men are almost left with women that love lifestyle, who will compromise on emotional connection in order to get that financial investment. And so rich men are left with a pool of women who are not as connected to them.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Oh, man. Ooh, I timed that just perfect. Oh, man, timed that great. How we doing, people? How we doing? Okay. I'm going to jump right in today. I got a bunch of stuff to get into. Primarily, I wanted to talk about the sexual revolution, because apparently that's topic du jour these days. And it kind of dovetails into something I've been writing about. I've got a Substack article that will probably be going live, I think, tomorrow. I don't usually do on Sunday, but like tomorrow morning, I'll probably publish this. And number one thing I wanted to get into tonight, whatever, is I wanted to talk about sort of like the post-sexual revolution, just the fallout from that. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that we're in a position right now, or we're in the latter stages, I think, of the sexual revolution, which is still an ongoing experiment right now. And I was looking at a tweet not too long ago from Rob Henderson. And I've quoted Rob Henderson on this show so many times I can't even recall. Rolf Dengen, Steve Stewart Williams, Rob Henderson's all on that list. Gad Saad's on that list. Marty Hazelton's on that list. And Rob is one of the few guys that I sort of have been following sort of the progression of his, his education anyways. He's just a doctoral candidate, I think. And I want to see he's at Oxford right now. I'm not sure. Kind of a sort of a bootstrap, pull yourself up by your bootstraps success story. And I like that. I like his attitude, but I've seen him kind of shift from being a little bit more analytical and objective to sort of getting into I need to be an influencer. It's not enough to just be a research guide or an author or anything else. And Lord knows this is certainly not a topic I'm unfamiliar with. Being an author of 5 books myself, please go pick them up on Amazon, available on Amazon today. But if you haven't read The Rational Male, it's kind of required reading for today's pod class and just being here in general. Available on Amazon. Actually, all 5 of them are available on Amazon, Audible, and you can get them on Kindle, of course, as well. So I don't really do plugs all that often. I started thinking about that. I'm like, why don't I plug my book a little bit more? I presume everybody's already read it, so maybe that's a bad presumption. I don't know. Anyways, I should say it is a bad presumption because I got enough people right now who make stupid presumptions. And not anybody here, of course, but to make kind of stupid presumptions. By the way, you can go. It's in the description. It's in every single description, man. Thank you for the compliment, but it's in every single description. Just it's below the fold. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Thank you. Hey, Pee-Pee. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for contributing tuition. Thank you for paying it forward for everyone else today. Okay. So anyways, we have to stop the show. We always stop the show for Pee-Pee. Sorry. Anyways, and I'm keeping a track of super chats. Now, just before we get underway here, I hope I don't run into the same issues that I did last week. We had it was really difficult to get super chats up or any kind of messages to superimpose on the screen. I think we're past that now. I think whatever the problems were or the issues were that StreamYard's finally worked those out. I did Rule 0 yesterday on Aaron Clary, Captain Capitalism, Cappy's channel. And we had a real feisty debate on that show. But and I thought it was actually pretty good. So if you haven't seen that, and by the way, it's only like, I don't think it's more than 90 minutes. So and I'll tell you the one thing about Cappy is like he gets in, he gets the job done, and he gets out, right? And that's it. No dicking around, no screwing around, no nothing. Like it's all business. Very minimalist, as you might expect from Aaron Clary, the master of minimalism. But it was a really good discussion, a really good talk. We were talking about the governor of South Dakota and her sexual exploits and her scandal. That's not a scandal. That won't be a scandal. That no one will care about in about another half an hour. No one cares. They only care if you're a dude. If you have a penis between your legs, then that makes a difference. But apparently not for what's her name from South Dakota, who has had this ongoing affair for something like 6 or 9 months, I think, maybe even longer than that. Who knows? With one of her staffers. Yes, Christy. Thank you for that. Thank you for reminding me, Christy. Noem. There you go. Okay. Thank you. You don't always have to make a super chat. Sometimes I catch these just out of the corner of my eye. Rational, is there? Here's the question. You're not going to look at. Au contraire, Jason. But when is the sexual revolution experiment going to end? It's not. It will never end. There will be some sort of fallout. There'll be some sort of legacy of the sexual revolution that will stick with us forever. It's very similar to when I say, and people quote me on this, everybody, everyone, all your house. But when I was talking to Jedediah Bila, for example, I think this is the most recent time, I told her, I said, look, everyone who was born after 1964, 1965 is a feminist to some degree, in some way, shape, or form. Feminism has influenced, molded, configured, whatever, has the ideology or the even if you say I don't really believe in it, but the practices or the ideology or the presumptions, maybe that's a better term, the presumptions that are made in feminism, you already carry those somewhere inside of your head right now. Like when we get into the conversations about, and we will, by the way, get into this today, but when we start talking about, repeal the 19th, right? Take away women's rights. We should never have given women the right to vote. The very fact that you're like indignant about that, or maybe you're indignant about the fact that somebody is actually suggesting that, that's evidence of your feminist training. So if you were educated certainly in the United States, but if you were educated in Western culture or at a first world Western country in the last 55, 60 years, something like that, you have had feminism in some way, inserted into your way of thinking. The other thing is, and by the way, I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, maybe it's a bad thing, who knows? But like the very fact that people would say, I don't identify as a feminist. Lots of women will say that. Hell, half the women we're going to discuss in today's show don't necessarily identify as being feminists. They would not like to. Everything that comes out of their mouth is a feminist talking point, or it is a derivative of a prior feminist talking point. But the whole thing comes down to like the fact that the way you think, or the presumptions you make of what ought to be and what not ought to be, have been at least in some way influenced or structured by teachers that you've had who have also been influenced by feminist thinkers, feminist thought, feminist ideals. Gloria Steinem, Betty Friedan. I'm trying to think of some other ones. These are the militant feminists that everybody knows, right? Our bodies, ourselves, right? The feminine mystique. I think most people, when they talk about they will call them like third wave feminists. There's no waves of feminism, but when people talk about feminists, maybe they can name Gloria Steinem. They can't even name Betty Friedan. They can't name anyone else. In fact, if you go and you ask like the average woman that goes on Fresh and Fit and they rattle off some like feminist talking point from the 70s, they would never be able to name a name where it came from. So, but they nonetheless, excuse me. By the way, Devil Mountain coffee. Nonetheless, they are influenced, as well as you, as well as myself, in some way, shape, or form, when it comes to feminism. Now, the thing also applies to the sexual revolution. I was born in 1968. The sexual revolution, more or less, began right around 1965-ish. I usually peg it right about that time. Some people will say it's before, some people will say it's after. But let's just say it's like the mid 60s. And that's going to be the jump off point for today. We're going to talk about the sexual revolution, but also like feminism, which I should also add that feminism, at least the one, the brand, the more contemporary feminism that we think of today, is actually a derivative or a product of the sexual revolution. So when we start talking about, when I say, hey, you've been influenced by feminism, you're also influenced by the sexual revolution. So for instance, I'm born in 1968. I have never known a time in my life where casual sex, or what we think of as casual sex anyways today, or all of the great talking points that we're going to get into in the 2024 election cycle, because everybody's going to get back to virtue signaling and conservatism and tradconism and neocons, if that's even a thing anymore. We're all going to get back to the Save the West narrative. I'm making that prediction right now. In fact, I think I've already made it before. But as a result of that, we are reanalyzing things like the sexual revolution. And it's still a quote unquote experiment. And I don't think enough people really realize how long-term that experiment is. It's not like we had the sexual revolution and 5 years over. Well, that was a good experiment. Let's go. Look, now we're somewhere else. No, we're not. The fact that we're even talking about let's just say male athletes in female sports right there, that's a product of the sexual revolution. Gender identity, the belief, and I like to the religious level belief that gender and sex are separate from one another. That's part of that belief. That's part of that intersectional, I wouldn't say feminism, but that intersectional education on gender versus sex. And you will hear this repeated ad infinitum, like over and over and over again. The last time, of course, that I drew attention to this was when Matt Walsh was on Dr. Phil with the feminist professor, and then, you know, the bearded lady and his friend, her friend, his whatever they are friend, and explaining why, you know, the presumption of gender is based on one thing, that sex and gender are separate from each other, and they are not. And the closer we get to people accepting the fact that evolutionary psychology is actually the real deal, or when people understand the 4 laws of genetic behaviorism, that flies out the window. But that's like a college course. That's hard to wrap your head around. It's easier to say, well, gender is something and sex is another thing, blah, 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 blah. No, what you're doing is you are, oddly enough, the wokesy liberals who believe in this kind of stuff. And I do say belief because it's really it's a form of belief, because empirically speaking, it's incorrect. But when you look at the degree to which people keep repeating this over and over again, it's all founded on social constructionism. And oddly enough, I've found, and we're going to find out today, that conservatives actually buy into the same crap. And there are, I'm going to give you the primer here real quick, but as we get into today's discussion today, there are 3 sort of fallacies, belief fallacies, that we need to consider before we get into the sexual revolution, we get into feminism, we get into all this ism crap. But those are the 3 things are this. Okay, one is social constructionism. I've talked about that so many times, which I think is sort of the foundation of this emotionalist, you know, gynocentric stuff. So we'll come back to that. But social constructionism. The other one is the myth of the noble savage, right? The naturalistic fallacy. Okay, that if something is natural, it's necessarily better. That if we can go back to some sort of tribal shamanistic way of life, that's going to be more satisfying and content inducing and make you more happy, and you get back to the basics, and we're going to just sit and meditate on some shoreline somewhere. Like we're going to get back to basics. We can smoke weed, and we can take ayahuasca in the Amazon rainforest, but we can't take DMT because that's not natural. You know, we can microdose psilocybin and mushrooms and everything, but you're not supposed to take like synthetic steroid. You can't take tren, right? That'd be wrong. So it's the naturalistic fallacy. And then the last one, and this is the one I was just getting at, is really the ghost in the machine. Okay, what that means is that there's sort of a body, mind, or the soul versus, you know, there's something outside yourself. Your consciousness exists beyond separate from your body. And that's really the basis of a lot of religions. It's a basis of a lot of superstitions. It's a basis of political thought as well. And it's this understanding, or this idea anyways, that there is some sort of body mind separation. And now hear me out here. I'm not trying to put this in like woo-woo magic thinking at this point, but really what it is if you take that idea, not only the social constructionism side of things, but if you take the idea of the ghost in the machine and you put it, parallel it, I should say, with the idea of gender ideology, or which of course means like, okay, there's a difference between gender and your sex. Your sex is just like your plumbing and your biology, and everything else is like sort of up to you and the individual. Really what that is it's a separation between sort of like the spirit and or the mind, or being influenced by the culture, and the body itself. And that's the separation between those two. And religious conservatives do exactly the same thing. They just do it in a different flavor. They just do it in a different context. Wokesy leftist liberals do the same thing as well. The only thing is it works in their benefit when they're trying to explain to you that it doesn't matter what your body type is. It doesn't matter what you like. If you have, you know, tits and a vagina, or you have a penis hanging between your legs, you can be anything you want to. You can decide whatever the hell you want to. It's all subjective. It's all relative, right? And there is no separation between the body and your, there is a big separation, I should say, between your gender identity and your body. Okay, The same thing exists, I should say, between the guys who want to say separate themselves from like, well, they have this sort of spirit or the soul or whatever else. And again, if you want to know what Rollo Tomasi's faith is all about, I've written quite extensively about it in my 4th book. So I'm not going to dig too deep into it right here. But the difference is that there's this consistent belief that there is a separation between the body and the soul of the body and the spirit, which of course is consciousness in this case. All right. Thanks, Tetrix. Bye. Thank you for your contribution. There you go. Is that what you wanted? There's that attention you ordered. And now everything's slowing out. Great. Okay. So I'm probably going to have to read your super chats. I apologize in advance. Actually, let me get to these real quick before I do that. Let's see if I can get this up on up. See ya. God damn it. StreamYard, you need to really do something about this. Okay. Thought about this question yesterday. Thanks, Crits. And it's right on topic. Do women ever feel guilty? Okay. We're going to keep that one for later on. I will come back to that, promises. And let's see what else we got here. Oh, Sam Botta, thank you. Sam, I'm going to really need you to stay on top of these today because I'm never going to be able to put these on screen because we're already slowed out here. I wonder if it's the amount of traffic that's actually slowing things up here. Okay. Let's see. Let's put can I get Marty on the screen? Maybe I can. Okay, Marty. Hey, Rollo. Hey, class. Quick question. I'm late to the Red Pill party. Is Pearl a clickbait grifter? Yes. And we'll talk about that later on today too. Or is she a Red Pill ally? No, she's not. Her Facebook reels, her FB reels are entertaining, at least for all the femme shrieking comments. Well, yeah, of course they are, which is what they're meant to do. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not going to be able to superimpose these, but I promise you I will read these as best I can. So, Volga Vanna White. Rollo Tomasi can't get no hoes, man. Yes, I can.
Rollo Tomasi don't get no hoes, man.
I tell you, I posted some pictures of of myself because Corey, our photographer Corey from Access Vegas, actually, well, it's Mike, I should say, but Access Vegas too. Corey finally put some pictures up of us, of me, and doing the Wet Republic bikini contest about now it's 2 weeks ago, and I will tell you, I posted maybe a handful of them. I think I posted maybe 4 pics. People lost their fucking minds. are still losing their minds over that. Isn't he married? I can't believe it. Holy mackerel. Let's see. PP already got to you. Thank you very much for your contribution. Happy wife, happy life. No, Kobe. Thank you very much. Yeah, he's laughing though. I know that's a joke. I'm not trying to run you up the flagpole. Andrew Mansour told a woman showing general interest, I shoot as a hobby. You shoot or you shoot. Asked she'd like to go, said she doesn't like guns. Okay, well, I guess that's what we need. If it was genuine desire, she would have broken her no gun rule. Yeah. We're Canadian. Well, that might have something to do with it. Gun stigma is high here. Maybe you find something else. Like you work her up to it. Okay. Hey, I really like basketball. You want to come along? She might say yes to that. She might get into it. Maybe you're a Montreal. Do you like hockey? Clearly, you're a Canadian. You have to like hockey. Maybe you're a Canucks fan. Maybe you're let's see. I'm trying to think of hockey teams. You're Montreal. Maybe you're a Montreal fan, right? Maybe see if she wants to do that kind of stuff. AVM, hey Rollo, any updates on interviews with Psych Hacks, Andrew Wilson, or Daytime Show with Myron? Myron's show might actually become something soon. And let's see. There we go. It might become something soon, but I'm trying to get to Sammy here because he's got all my supers. So we are possibly going to be going to Miami, I think, between the 9th and the 12th, myself and Mike Sartain. I'm hoping to meet up with Jim Sexton there if his schedule permits. That was the whole idea, to go out there. I realize the CME is going to be out there also. I don't know that I'll have time to be out there at that time. I know that a lot of guys kind of go out early, so maybe I'll bump into some people, but I will not be speaking there. But I might hang around. But Myron's been wanting to get a show with me. I would like to have, was it Dr. Orion Taraban? If I can get, or I know, isn't he in San Francisco? I would love to get Orion down to Vegas to do an interview with him. Maybe me and Mike can do a tag team with him. I think he's a great guy. I wouldn't mind having him on actually Access Vegas as well. I know he's been on whatever podcasts. I know he's been on Myron show or on Fresh and Fit. And I like the guy well enough. I have his contact information. It's just I've been kind of busy with other things these days. As far as Andrew Wilson is concerned, I'm game to go do anything with Andrew. I actually kind of like Andrew, and we converse with each other on our DMs on Twitter as well. Let's see what else we got here. Rolo. Oh, this is Amar. Rolo, I found a palatable synonym for parasite. Consumptuous. Is that better? Yeah, if you have a big vocabulary. Jet, will you discuss the recent accusations against Russell Brand? What are those? Can somebody put that in the chat, or maybe Sammy can dig that up? I don't know what the recent allegations are. Is it sexual harassment? Probably. I haven't seen those. I've been sort of out of the loop as far as I don't really follow Russell Brand as a rule, but maybe somebody knows. AVM, average value male. Did you see the Netflix documentary about the Boy Scouts? No, I haven't. 80,000 accusations. I was thinking no one cares because it's boys and men. You're correct about that. You know when they cared about the Boy Scouts? When they wanted to actively allow homosexual men to be like scoutmasters and stuff like that. And then, of course, that came like hot on the heels of incorporating girls into the Boy Scouts, because God forbid that should, we didn't cross that bridge. Oh, Russell Brand accused of rape and sexual assault. Okay, well, I will dig into that. I don't know anything about those accusations, but it doesn't surprise me considering it's Russell Brand. And not that he would do it. He's a big high ticket, big name. And that's usually what happens is when guys look like they, like, I'll guarantee this, like if you had like a big name celebrity and he suddenly announced that he had like cancer, all of those SA charges will come out of the woodwork because everybody wants to get their digs in before he goes off to the great beyond, right? As far as the Boy Scouts is concerned, no, I haven't seen it. It wouldn't shock me. Unfortunately, it's like one of the casualties, I think, of casualties of the sort of gender war, the woke war, the cancellation war, the let's cross over into everything. It's funny. It's like there's these certain shots across the bow where we want girls to be in the Boy Scouts. Why would we exclude them? Gosh, I can't believe, but no boy wants to be in the Girl Scouts. Well, maybe one or two, but no boy wants to be in the Girl Scouts. Okay. And we don't see, if they were really going to be gender neutral for the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts, then they wouldn't have any problem with men, adult men being Girl Scout. I don't know. What do they call them? Troop leaders? Troop leaders. Who even knows? It's stupid. And it has one. You are correct. Okay. Tradcons, you get a point. Ding. Your point is this is like, oh, well, they're trying to tear down traditional masculine values and society. Yeah, in this case, you might have a point. I'll give you the point. I'll concede 1 point right there. Marty Mart, value. Oh, dude, Marty Mart. Hold on, wait. You got $50. There you go. Thank you, sir. Value added. I just bought a case of the Rational Male to hand out to gym cells, plate spinners, and family court victims. Spreading the message far and wide. Rock on. Mart, can I suggest one other place that you share that? Have you ever seen those little, if you're walking around your neighborhood and you see those little like neighborhood book exchanges or like the little kiosk kind of thing they build around like upper class neighborhoods, I guess. But it's like, what do they call them? Like mini neighborhood library. Stuff one in there. I have done that. And I still can't get anything to work. Oh, there we go. Maybe that'll do. Technological chaos. Is equality a tool people use as a coping mechanism for a reactionary response to an inability to understand the difference between physical, mental, and decisions between different groups of people? Is equality a tool people use as I gotta read this again, as a coping mechanism for a reactionary response to an inability to understand differences? Now, here's the thing is like, I don't think it's not understanding differences, as odd as that's going to sound. I think it's more about the fact that equality being a cope is usually reality doesn't align with what the belief is that ought to be. What ought to be isn't. And the only way it can be explained is if there's some sort of technological reason for it, or as if there's some sort of, this isn't equal. Like, congratulations. Equality is a false god. I don't believe in equality. I said this very boldly on Dr. Phil, over almost a year ago, in November of last year. I said this. I said, I don't believe in equality. And people are like, oh, I'm like, clutch my pearls. I'm aghast. No, because I explained it in such a way as when I talk about equality, it's like equality doesn't happen in a vacuum. And the idea that it does happen in a vacuum is ridiculous. So when people say, well, aren't you for equality? Well, what kind of equality are we talking about? Do you believe in equality? No, actually, I don't believe in equality. I can see equality. I can say, hey, maybe that's best practices in certain cases, in certain contexts. But what context are we talking about? You put it in those terms, then maybe we can have a conversation. But if you go equality above all, no, not the world doesn't work that way. The big giant, great white shark that's like devouring you off the coast of Australia, he don't care about equality. The tiger don't care about equality. The lion killing the zebra on the savannah doesn't care about equality. And it's funny that you should bring that up, because that's actually a point I wanted to make for today's today's class, is that I think we have this idea about equality, and it's kind of naturally fused to the idea of contentment, and it's naturally fused to the idea that that things ought to be a certain way. And I noticed this. I'm going to dig into this. I'm going to riff on this video a little bit later in today's show. But I watched the video between Myron and Fresh, and I forget, it was on Tim Pool's show, and I forget the guy who was the other dude that was on there, very tradcon kind of guy. And I thought it was interesting because so many people want to throw rocks at the red pill and say that it's an equivalent, or it's the same side or it's a different side of the coin from feminism. And it's just those red pill guys, and all they do is complain, and they just want to be victims about. No, that's absolutely not what it's about. If you watched any red pill show, this show, Rule Zero, hell, Mike Sartain show, you watch any those red pill guys, you'll never hear them say, oh, you should be a victim. You should feel bad about this. Oh, woe is me. No, we don't talk about that whatsoever. And so you can sort of separate the wheat from the chaff from the guys who are like, know nothing about the red pill, but they think it sounds like it's complaining. They think it sounds like it's, victimhood. And then they can compare that to the very real victimhood of being female, being the vulnerable sex, right? And listening to, feminists, bitch and whine and moan about their conditions. And of course, they go from being superheroes to being victims to being superheroes again. And then the cycle keeps going around. And I understand that. But if you're going to try to look for comparisons, at least know what the fuck you're talking about. Because for the most part, whenever I see people talk about those red pill guys, 90% of them have no earthly idea what they're talking about. So when I start talking about the differences in men and women, and we start, and I'm going to sort of give you some empirical things to sort of think about today. When I start looking at those things, I have to remember that a lot of people don't know this, and they're going to take like little clips and little snippets out of this video and every other video I've ever done, or anybody else for that matter has ever done. And they're going to use that to develop this understanding of what they think the red pill is. And that's absolutely not what the red pill is. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I just got into a Twitter exchange, and I don't remember the young lady's name. And this is the new Rollo Tomassi. I gotta find my center, right? And I'm trying to be as diplomatic as I can be. I'm trying to like sort of deliver things with, it's a velvet iron fist in a velvet glove, right? And so this lady was talking about how the red pill always hates on women who traditional good Christian mothers who had a past, and between the ages of say 18 and like, it's funny how she's just coming to this, 18 and 28 years old, and they live such a crazy lifestyle, and they had sex with a hot guy at the phone cannon party, and they were such different people when they were in college. And they were so crazy and they've had their fun and now they don't, now they're ready to get serious. So no fun for you. But this is like some revelation. This is like some novel idea that's entering into this chick's head. And of course, she's trying to foment this tradcon, tradfem, let's bake apple pie in the kitchen and make mac and cheese for our man who's out hard working and splitting wood and works in, I don't know, some mill somewhere. And he's coming home from a hard day at work and she's just there in her nice, Amish country girl outfit with the kid in hand and like, honey, I made your favorite, like from the Breakfast Club. And I get that. I understand the appeal for that, but that's the same people who need to find something to fight against. They need a boogeyman. They need a boogeyman. So, and as I've said before, if there is no boogeyman, no one gets paid. But you know what else? If there is no boogeyman, you don't get any positive affirmation for that either. So if you're coming against those red pill guys, they only think this. They want you to think with your dick. No. In fact, I've written several. I've written so many essays and chapters and books about exactly that. But no, they need a boogeyman, because if they have a boogeyman, then they can reinforce their own egos, but they can reinforce their brands, and they have something to talk about. They have some sort of conversation. And so that conversation usually centers around like false assumptions, presumptions. And so we're here, Rollo Tomasi, Iron Hand in the Velvet Glove, like has to come to the rescue and say, no, young. So basically what she's talking about was the epiphany phase and how men in the red pill don't think that women coming to a sort of an epiphany or or new understanding of themselves, who were once, incorrigible sluts. Now they've turned over a new leaf, conveniently at 29 to 31 years old. And that can't in any way be sincere. That can't, like, you've never heard those words come out of my mouth. I've affected quite the opposite. And this is what I told her. I had to respond to this because there's this false presumption, or these, false, I don't say narratives, but false presumptions about the red pill and what the message is, because there has to be a message. It has to be a belief set, right? Because they can't think in any other term. But the false presumption, and this is a sort of kind of one of the articles of hate that Royce used to write about, is that it's easier to hate on that false presumption than it is to actually like educate yourself and take the time to say, oh, this is what they're really saying. And so it's not about hating on women, in the epiphany phase. We just say that it's convenient. And I explained this to her, and I've said this before, is that, I have no doubt in my mind that if a woman says, hey, I want to get right with God, and this new guy I've got, I'm going to do things the right way. I'm going to make him jump through all these hoops, and he's better qualified to me, and he better treat me like a lady, because now I feel like I've got self-respect, and I'm better than that, and I deserve better than that. And I know I was an incorrigible slut in 18 to 28, but it doesn't matter, because now I've turned over a new leaf and I'm a new person and I've changed myself and I've had an epiphany. That's why I call it the epiphany phase. And I have decided that I'm going to do things the right. And you can't argue against that. Like, for me to even say this right now, people go, Rollo doesn't believe that. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about any of that. He thinks they're evil, that there's some sort of nefarious, manipulative plot on the part of women to have their fun and stick the landing, as Dalrock used to say, is to ride the roller coaster and do whatever the hell you want and have your fun and be as happy as you possibly can with no responsibility, and don't worry about it, because you can just convert to Christianity later on, like a deathbed conversion, right? You can just, as soon as you get to 29, 30, 31 years old, well, at least the Protestant evangelical church. I don't know about the Catholics, because boy, we don't open that can of worms. But they're going to forgive you. Forgiveness. You want to know why Christianity is so appealing to women? You want to know why it's largely a female religion right now? It's because of that. It doesn't matter what I did 18 to 28. No problem. Don't worry. God has forgiven you. Why can't you? Or forgiven me. Why can't you? And it's not that I don't think that that's a great thing, and it's not that I don't think that Christianity is a valid, reasonable, good religion. It is. But it's very fucking convenient. Okay. I have to point out the machinery, the machinations in all of this. And I think that's the problem that most women have, is that I point that out. Not the fact that I'm saying, oh, guys should stay away from those women who used to be living in sin from 18 to 28. And now they've suddenly decided that it's a good, useful convenience to sort of, expect forgiveness. And don't worry. I mean, I think it was Dalrock used to say, there was like these women's ministries that would in different churches. And remember this like back in 2012, where the express reason for those ministries or those groups was to sort of reintegrate, shameless whores back into the church and make sure that they know that they're forgiven, and then encourage young men to marry them. And that was Dalrock. There was actually a very famous post that Dalrock, DALROCK, go look it up. WordPress.dalrock.com. It's still up today. People always think I'm saying Dalrock or Dal. Am I like mincing words here? But Dalrock used to say this. It was like the essay was titled "Man Up and Marry Those Sluts." I thought it was kind of funny. It's kind of ironic at the same time, but in another way, it's kind of sad, because it's like, are you actually a part of that religion because you have a sincere conversion and you really have a heartfelt belief? Or is it because, well, this is the best thing going? And it's very similar, I should say, to a lot of these guys in the red pill who say, I don't want to have anything to do with Christianity, but Islam seems like a great pro-masculine, conventionally masculine religion, so I'm going to convert myself over to Islam. Not like irrespective of whether or not it's a whole cloth sincere conversion and a belief in that religion. In fact, if I was Islamic, if I was a Muslim, I would be very offended by that, because the only reason you want to come over to my religion is because we're more patriarchal, like male centric, conventional masculine. That's your reason. No, you need a better reason than that. You need to actually sincerely believe in this religion. I would be pissed off at that, but that's me, right? I mean, maybe you just want to get as many guys as you can, outreach kind of thing. But the idea that you would join, or you would convert your belief in the metaphysical based on like who's more pro-masculine? Let's see, Buddhism, Christianity, Judaism, Catholicism, Mormons, whatever, is Islam. Islam seems good. Let's go with that. You're talking about like insincere belief, disingenuousness. Like I said, if I was Muslim, I'd be pretty pissed off at that. The same thing, I think, Christians ought to be a little pissed off at that too, because you have like women who want to sort of, stick the landing. They want to, have their cake and then have it later and eat it later with chocolate sprinkles on once they've been forgiven. And then now they want to be a trad wife. Well, why didn't you want to be a trad wife when you were 23? Why didn't you want to be who you are now when you're 25? What was your incentive? So are you basing your personal beliefs and your belief in the metaphysical and the great beyond and eternity beyond this? You're basing your belief on who's going to forgive your past? Like, maybe you need to sort of reconsider like why you're invested in this in the first place. Why don't you have a sincere belief? Maybe you did, and you're coming back to it. I'm not questioning. Maybe that's true. Like I said, I think like most women, if you put them on a polygraph test and you say, "Do you sincerely believe in this religion?" Now, they would probably pass the test. They would, because it's in their best interests to. Do you believe in Christianity? Yes, I do. Whatever the line is that says true. Yeah, they would pass that. They sincerely believe in that. It's not hard to justify a belief, but it's also you can't just justify it without understanding the incentive behind you wanting to believe it in the first place. So that's a religious side of things. Now we have to look at things also from a secular side as well, and that's why we're going to get into the idea of the sexual revolution. What has that sort of engendered? There's a lot of beliefs that surround the sexual revolution, as well as intersectional feminism. Intersectional, say it, enunciate it so people don't get confused. Intersectional feminism, intersectional ideology, anyways, on like gender. That is a product and a derivative of intersectional feminism. It is a derivative of the sexual revolution and the ideas and the ideologies that sort of were an extension or outcropped from that. So I'm going to dig into that today because I came across the this was it Rob Henderson? Rob Henderson's Substack today. I'm going to read a little bit from Rob Henderson's Substack. I am very scared to put this up on screen because I'm afraid it's not going to. Well, let me see if I can do it. If this gets slowed out, then you'll understand that it's StreamYard and it's not me. Where is it? Share my screen. And this is from Rob Henderson's Substack. Hopefully this comes in. And it's slow as cold molasses. See, look, we even get we get stoppage here. I'm gonna have to try to do this show on like Firefox and see if it'll work out. I'm actually sharing the screen right now. You just simply can't see it. Actually, forget it. I'm just not even gonna bother with this. This is nonsense. You're gonna have to look at me all day long. I know, my smiling mug. I'm gonna read this to you. However, before I do that, hopefully I can do this. This was the This was maybe I can get to brand at least. Today's thumbnail actually came from this picture, which I think I have somewhere in here. Oh, maybe I don't have it loaded. Anyways, you can have a look at the actual picture here. Hopefully it's going to come up, which it's not because everything is so bloody slow. All right. So this picture was from Rob Henderson's. Let's see if I can pull this out. This picture was from Rob Henderson's Substack, and you'll understand why I decided to put this in as a thing today. There you go. All right. Can you guys see that? I know everything's so bloody slow. God damn it, StreamYard. You guys need to do something about this. It's like next to unusable. All right. So I'm going to read this to you just straight up here, and we'll see what happens. Okay. Hopefully hopefully the FBI doesn't come get me. All right. So here, I'm just going to read it straight up. A few days ago, this is Rob Henderson. A few days ago, I attended the debate about the sexual revolution organized by FIRE and the Free Press. I don't know what FIRE stands, F-I-R-E. It was Anna Kachiyan and Louise Perry, which I think you guys are probably familiar with Louise Perry. She's the one who is like sort of this dyed-in-the-wool feminist who's decided that the sexual revolution was an utter abject failure. And they were on one side of the debate. Grimes, yes, that Grimes, and Sarah Haider, H-A-I-D-E-R, who I have no idea who she is, was on the other side. Moderated by Barry Weiss, B-A-R-I, Weiss. I think that's a chick. Superb event overall. The debaters brought their unique personalities and style onto the stage. Each side had a debater who argued in a more high-toned and considered manner for their side. Let's see. For their side. Okay. Each side had a debater. Okay, for their side, Louise Perry, who argued that the revolution failed. Sarah Haider, who argued it succeeded. And a debater who took a more intuitive and less solemn approach, Anna Kachiyan, who argued the revolution failed, and Grimes, yes, that Grimes of Elon Musk fame, who argued it succeeded. I'm not sure why Grimes is the one you want to have on any panel, but call me crazy. This introduced some variety and texture and levity into what could have been a dry discussion. Well, sometimes the most educational discussions are. When Grimes spoke, she reminded me of another musical genius, Kanye West. Okay. In some of his interviews, no comment. Stream of consciousness style delivery, verbal overload interspersed with surreal and arresting moments of brilliance. Well, that's a nice way of sort of paying homage to Elon Musk. Let's see. Can you guys even see me right now? I don't know if you guys can even see me. There we go. All right. Am I back? Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, much better. Sorry. I was looking at my monitor here and it's not even showing my face on here. Let's see if I can get rid of this. Okay. So once again, StreamYard screws the pooch. Let's see where to go. Okay, so Tim Dillon. Do anybody know who Tim Dillon is? Tim Dillon performed the opening act before the debate. Always, you never want to be the opener, right? Before the debate, I've heard him before, but have never listened to his stand-up comedy. He was great. I'll be checking out more of his stuff. I'd also never listened to a single episode of the Red Scare podcast, but Anna Kachian was so amusing that I've decided to become a subscriber. Okay, thank you for the plug. At the outset, before the debate, Barry Weiss asked the attendees to vote yes or no on their phones. 44% of the audience voted no, and indicating that they believed the sexual revolution had failed. 56% voted yes, indicating that they believed that the revolution had succeeded. At the end of the event, after the debaters presented their arguments, the results went in the opposite direction. With no, the sexual revolution did not fail, eking out a victory. Personally, I voted no both times. Oh, good for you. The sexual revolution obviously succeeded in its aim, more freedom. Okay, this is where I'm going to stop. And I want to point something else out here. The sexual revolution didn't have an aim. There was no think tank that said, okay, guys, everybody, we're going to get this liberal wokesy think tank in 1965, whatever. And we're going to say, hey, you know what? I got this brilliant idea. We're going to start the sexual revolution. Okay. We got all these hippies. We got all these baby boom generation. They're entering their 20s right now. We got to do something. We got to figure it out. Right. It's 1965. It's like these guys in a, big smoking cigars and cigarettes or whatever. And there's some silhouettes in some room somewhere. And they're going, I got it. The sexual revolution. Let's go. It's like Mad Men, like an episode of Mad Men. Okay. We're going to start this and we're going to destroy the family and we're going to figure something out. Right. Hey, we can recruit the feminists too. I hear this Betty Friedan chick and this Gloria Steinem girl are writing some books. It didn't, that's not the sexual revolution didn't have aims. It was the product really of hormonal birth control. And as a result, hormonal birth control led to a rise in divorce, a spike in divorce. It tracks almost uniquely with the rise in the use and the marketing of hormonal birth control. Divorce rates almost match. Like it's so, and I realize correlation, causation, got it, but it is a hell of a correlation. I've used this stat before on the show several times that when I point out hormonal birth control being the single greatest, most catastrophic invention that humanity has ever sort of perpetrated on itself, this is one of the reasons why, because the immediate fallout, the immediate movement, the immediate ideology that invention sort of engendered is we're still feeling we're still discussing it. We're debating it amongst nothing but women, by the way, in town hall meetings like this. I think it's interesting that we're going to discuss. I didn't even think about this until now. I think it's interesting that we're going to have this. We're going to put some faith and some truck in a debate on the sexual revolution, and there's not even a dude at the table. Does people not think that's odd? Rob Henderson is in the audience. He ought to be up there debating it. He ought to be one of the. He should replace Grimes, right? He ought to be up there, whether it's pro or for. I don't care, but they're not. It's only women who are debating that, and you know why? Because as a result, as a product of the sexual revolution, that's the panel you get. We lead the product. The overarching societal narrative is gynocentric, female specific. The feminine imperative overshadows everything. The sisterhood uber alles. It is a product, literally a product of the sexual revolution. So it should come as no surprise that, first of all, there's only women on the panel. And then second of all, that should come as no surprise that it wasn't actually a failure. And it should also come as no surprise that there was some belief that there's an intent behind it. It's the Rockefellers. It's the elves. It's the Illuminati. It's the evil cabal of Moloch worshiping, baby eating, Jeffrey Epstein Island going, degenerates that are behind all of this. In 1964, they all knew back then. They knew what was coming. No, they didn't. They had this invention, this wonderful invention that says, you know what? You can have sex without worrying about pregnancy for the first time in human history. And only one sex controls it. And they are now in control of the reproductive process. How is that going to affect first world society. How is that going to affect Western society? What does a society, a religion, a political movement, a political, structure, framework that is by women, for women, what does that look like? Because now they can do it. Well, it looks quite a bit like a panel full of women discussing the sexual revolution. That's what it looks like, amongst other things. So let me continue. I will continue a little bit more here. There was no aim. It wasn't like the sexual revolution was some sort of project of social engineering. Now, it may have become that afterwards in the wake of it, sure. But the sexual revolution didn't start because it had some specific end goal game. Feminism, maybe. Gynocentrism, that is a product of it. That may. You can say, well, after that, people wanted to profit on it. Insurance companies, what do we went off the gold standard in 1971. I've talked about that, 1965 to 1975. Right? I'll get into that a little bit today too. But those are products. That's the downstream effect of one invention that created what we now call the sexual revolution. But people think that there's some nefarious, well-intended, well-designed, perfectly, they're on some big drafting table with, big equipment you don't even know the names of. And you're trying to figure this shit out. Okay, then in 2023, they're going to have this discussion. And then we're going to do this. Dude, people make shit up as they go along. They react to the zeitgeist. They react to the things that are going on at that time. And there's no aim of the sexual revolution. It just is the fallout. It is just the downstream effect of an invention that changed the world. Of course, there's going to be a societal effect to it. It's called, genetic gap. Human beings cannot respond fast enough, process it fast enough. Their technological advancements, they can't process and understand those things fast enough to make best practices before the next technological wonder comes into effect and cancels that out or makes that obsolete. And so all this hemming and hawing and just gnashing of teeth over what should we do about this thing, all of that, by the time you're like, okay, we got it. And then something else has come that is completely throws that out of kilter. That's genetic gap. Things happen, especially now. And the more we go into the future and the more technology changes, it could be AI, it could be robot, Stepford wives, whatever. It could be sex robots soon, drones, AI, cyber robotic dogs with machine guns attached to them, John Fitch, which isn't such a fantasy, actually. What are you going to do about it? I don't know. We're still trying to figure out what we're going to do with our dicks from the sexual revolution. Robot dogs had a gun trained on you. Yeah, I know. You got to laugh to keep from crying. But that's basically the gist of it. But there's no aim. Rob Henderson, there is no aim in all of this. Okay. Because if there was, you wouldn't have voted no both times. Okay, so the sexual revolution obviously succeeded in its aim. There is no aim, but this is what he believes, that it gave us more freedom. Did it? Okay, the answer to the debate description, the answer to the debate description, quote unquote, the sexual revolution promised liberation 50 years on. We ask, has it delivered? Okay, the sexual revolution promised nothing. There was no promise. There was no intent. There was no aim. There was no focus. There was no Rockefellers. There was no elves, okay? They might have come afterwards. They didn't come before it. There was no plot for it. There's a plot afterwards, maybe. Maybe you can convince me otherwise after the fact. But the actual sexual revolution came before the interpretation of it. So I'm going to throw that one out there right now. Now, of course, he thinks it's obviously yes. Okay. But the reason why a debate makes sense is because many people conflate liberation, freedom with happiness. Okay. Now we get into the guts of today's topic. Freedom versus happiness. Would you rather be happy or would you rather be right? I'm going to answer that in this show today. The revolution has unquestionably increased freedom, but it also made people less happy. Many people, though, anticipated that greater freedom would necessarily bring greater happiness. Now, full stop. Let's put a little period here. We're going to put a pause. Pause. Happiness is unsustainable. Happiness is ephemeral. Happiness doesn't exist, not in the way that you think it does anyways. Can people be happy? Yes, of course. But the idea that you can have a sustainable, maintainable permanency of happiness and contentment and joy and its ecstasy. I mean, think of all the words that we have that can describe the feeling of happiness. Are you happy? Like if I asked you today, put a 1 in the chat right now if you are happy, if you think you are happy right now. And I'm about to ruin all the people who put a 1 in the chat. Put a 2 if you're not, right? But put a 1 in the chat right now. If you are happy, if you really are, you just, man, I love this Rolo guy. I just love our time together. And I'll tell you what, 3. Thank you very much, Orange Dude. You get the prize today. Because I'm about to ruin happiness for you. Well, maybe not. Actually, I'm about to ruin happiness and I'm about to make you happy on the same time. You've heard me talk about this, so let's just get this out of the way. What I'm about to read and what I'm about to get into comes from this book, Positive Evolutionary Psychology. And you know where I got this, who turned me on to this book? Rob Henderson, the guy I'm reading from right now. And it's fascinating to me because remember what I said is I've been tracking this guy and I follow this guy for quite some time. I still think he has very valuable information. I think his take on things is just spot on for most of the time, but I see him kind of like toeing the influencer line. And in this case, this is one of those instances. Rob knows this. So I'm going to, hopefully if he watches this, I will remind him of this, but happiness is a proximate outcome, is a proximate goal, is a proximate outcome. Happiness is not an ultimate outcome. Happiness is not an ultimate goal. You are happy in the doing. Now, for everybody who put a 1 in the chat, the only reason you're happy is because you like watching me and you get something out of this. Thank you. I'm glad to be your source of happiness for the next, 2 hours, 3 hours. Let me quit lying. 4 hours. I'm glad I can help you with your I'm glad I can be such the deliverer of happiness to you. But the reason I'm being facetious is because we're happy in the doing. Happiness is actually the proximate goal. It's not the ultimate outcome for you. And I'm going to read a quote from evolution, Positive Evolutionary Psychology. And by the way, this would be, if people ask me what my reading list would be, this would be certainly within the top 10. And it's a very short read too. How many pages is it? It's about 145 pages. Please, if you don't read, you can certainly read this. And it's big type too. It's actually pretty awesome. If you think that evolutionary psychology is just about getting your dick wet and like nihilism and destruction and we're all doomed, we're all on a hellbound train, I encourage you read this. It's by Glenn Guerra and Nicole Wedberg. There you go. It's mainly by Glenn, but like they both kind of tag team it. It's pretty good. And it talks about religion. It talks about happiness. It talks about like cooperation, social cooperation, things like that. Things you wouldn't expect to hear from Rollo Tomassi, right? That guy's just about negativity. Well, here you go. Positive Evolutionary Psychology. It doesn't matter that I wrote a book called Positive Masculinity, but he's just a negative guy. He's negative Nancy. So anyways, in this book, there is a section on happiness and understanding happiness. And it is a tragedy to me to hear Rob Henderson fall in line with the bullshit. And I mean that as heartfelt. It's bullshit. We've been selling women on the idea of a sustainable contentment, a sustainable happiness, a sustainable joy, whatever it is, right? It makes me wonder, you know, that the Eskimos have like something like 10, 20 different words for snow. I wonder how many like other cultures and other languages, like how many different words there are for different types of happiness. Because you can say, well, it's joy, it's ecstasy. People are just going to split hairs. You know, you can actually be happy. It's just called joy, or it's called this, or it's called something else. Get the fuck out of here, okay? What I'm talking about is a sustainable happiness, and really, as an emotion, happiness as an emotion is not something that we can keep having all the time. We try, we want to. We think it's the carrot that we think we should be pulling our cart for all the time. But there's no sustainable happiness. And I think that if there's a failure, one of the most abject failures of the sexual revolution is that it sold women on this sustainable bullshit of happiness, of a contentment and a long-term, like lifelong commitment and being in your inner inness for when it comes to happiness. It's bullshit. Ladies, if you're watching this thing, you're not going to be happy. Sorry. Guys already know this more or less because we have a burden of performance. But you want to know why men report more happiness than women do these days? Because we've always been focused on well, usually up until lately, we've always been focused on like projects, things outside of ourselves. What can we build? What can we create? What problems can we solve? How do we get to the moon? And yes, we did get to the moon. How do we get there? Well, I don't know. Let's all get together and figure it out. Cool. When I tell guys, when they tell me like, hey, Rollo, we have this book group. It's the Rational Male book group. And we get together and we drink coffee and we read the Rational Male. And I'm like, awesome. But can you like go fishing first? Can you talk about my book while you're trying to fix a 1969 Dodge Corvette with Holley carburetors and putting on glass pack, header, headers, I guess. And then, pause traction and swapping out the, transmission. Can you just like do something like that and then talk about it? Because men communicate so much better when we are doing something. Women, of course, are interested in people. Men tend to be more interested in things. Thank you, Dr. Steven Pinker, for that. No, Myron Gaines did not come up with that. And no, Rollo Tomasi did not come up with that. It was actually Dr. Steven Pinker. But the research and the stats show men are more satisfied and are happier in doing things. Women tend to, let's say, major and study and choose careers that are people-oriented. That's why you always have Karen in HR. That's or social work, psychology. You want to know why? What is it? 80, probably more than this, but as of like, say, I think it was 2019, like 85% of all psychology degrees across every field of psychology, 85% of the graduates were women and have been so for the last like over a decade by that point. So since like probably 2006. Yeah, the reason why that is because women tend to be more interested in people and men tend to be more interested in things. But in either case, that happiness, that joy, that enjoyment of life comes from, for men, in doing things. And for women, it comes from sort of being there and it like, hey, let's get together and I'll catch up at Starbucks. They enjoy conversation. They enjoy the people skill thing. And, I can get paid for this? Awesome. If you think about like OnlyFans, it's really people skills. It's like interacting. You're being sexual and being a skank, but like, it's really, if you're good at it anyways, it should be about people skills. You ought to be able to like sort of, keep guys' attention. You want to know why women say men are not good listeners? It's because of that. Women are more interested in people and they expect men to be more like women. They expect them to sit there and listen like their girlfriends do when they go and catch up at Starbucks, having a double orange mocha frappuccino. Yeah, of course, it's enjoyable. Communication is enjoyable. Conversation is enjoyable for women. Men, we like to build things and do things and solve problems, and then we communicate while we're doing those things. But the problem with all of that is this idea that it doesn't matter about any of that stuff. And we've kind of trickled this down into men as well. You want to know why so many guys are like purposeless and you have this Lost Boys generation and I don't know what to do with myself, Rollo. They're rudderless in life. And the next Jordan Peterson video is going to be like, well, we need to teach these guys to make their beds and get back on the horse and da 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 da. Well, that whole thing, I'm not saying it's bad, bad advice, but the thing is it's thing oriented. It's problem solving oriented. Why? Because in the problem solving, in the process of performance, that's where men find happiness. It's the process. It's not pussy at the end of the rainbow. It's the on your way over there. It's getting from point A to point B. That's what emotion is about. Well, happiness anyways is about, but emotion is about. Emotion is biological. It's not magical. It's not fucking pixie dust from heaven, okay? It's not some big ephemeral, magical thinking things. It's not, no, you feel good and you feel bad for reasons. I can make you feel really good anytime I want to. Here, have this shot of tequila. Ladies, take this SSRI, take your antidepressants and you'll be happy, or else you won't think about being happy. You'll just be sort of in this comfortably numb. You'll be in this vegetative state and you won't care if you're happy or not. So that's kind of a form of happiness, isn't it? No, it's not really. because we have the wrong attitude and the wrong idea when it comes to happiness. And I'm going to hopefully praying to God that I can actually superimpose this on the screen for half a second, because this is actually from Positive Evolutionary Psychology. It explains a few things about happiness. And this is, by the way, ironically, this is Rob Henderson who comes up with this, or who I should say suggests this. I think as far back as like 2021, I think is when he suggested this. So, in fact, I wonder if I can just read it straight from the book. It might even be better to do that. Let me see here. Like I said, this is like one of the better books I've ever read. Well, what will come first? Will it show up on the screen first, or will it actually, let's see, got the religion. It goes through, here we go. Happiness, gratitude, and love. Perfect timing. I'm just going to read you this one section here. And he's quoted this in here. I actually have the quote, but I'm just going to read from the book really quickly here. All right, here we go, children. Happiness is only an approximate goal. From an evolutionary perspective, humans' emotions evolved as they have because they generally work to confer evolutionary benefits to us, helping to ultimately increase the likelihood of survival or reproductive capacities. Okay. See guitar, glass, Gare, and Suvak 2018. So they're citing sources here. Just as anxiety evolved to help motivate adaptive behaviors, happiness has also evolved to help motivate adaptive behaviors. If you look at things that make people happy, you can quickly see that they generally map onto outcomes that would have, or on average, led to increased probabilities of survival or reproduction for our ancestors. Here's a short list: food, sex, engaging in fun times with friends, sources of social contexts, and task completion. Ooh, solving problems. Imagine that. In broad strokes, we can easily see how these kinds of outcomes not only have the capacity to lead to happiness, but also have clear benefits from an evolutionary perspective. Happiness is an affective state with an A, affective state that motivates us to engage in actions that are likely to lead to outcomes that would, on average, lead to increases in the likelihood of survival or reproduction. Got it? In evolutionary parlance, I invoke the right of parley. We would say that happiness is a proximate outcome. It matters and it is nice, but it's not an ultimate evolutionary outcome. From an evolutionary perspective, ultimate outcomes pertain to outcomes that bear on the increase of the likelihood of survival or reproduction. Thus, we may be thrilled to have a piece of chocolate cake on the table in front of us at a birthday party, but the momentary happiness is not an end goal in and of itself. We evolved to be happy when presented with rich food offerings because our ancestors, who were motivated to find rich foods, were more likely to eat them and thus survive and reproduce. Happiness, then, like anxiety, it doesn't have to be a good feeling, right? Like anxiety, is an affective state with the primary evolved function of motivating us to engage in behaviors that would have led to evolutionarily adaptive outcomes under ancestral conditions. Here's the kicker. This is the kill shot. Happiness is not an end goal. It is a means to an end. That's what you need to remember in all of this, because this truth, this very, very simple, objective, easily observable truth, is what's being thrown out the window by people who are like evolutionary psychologists who literally turned me on to this book, told me this is a great book to read, check it out. But we're still going to sell you on the idea that happiness is a ultimate outcome and not a proximate outcome. And we really need to get that through our heads. You want me to ruin happiness for you? That's the ruining, but that's also the liberation in that. That's understanding what makes you happy. It's not about getting to the pussy at the end of the rainbow. It's not about SSRIs. It's not about getting high. It's not about your sedations. It's not about jerking off to porn. It's not about dopamine. It's not about, getting hooked on prescription opioids. That's not going to make you happy. And people go, oh, Rollo, finally he's come around to our way of thinking. No, I haven't, because you still believe in this sustainable bullshit that is this maintainable contentment. It's not. And anybody telling you different is selling you something, often drugs. So thought I would throw that one out there first before we continue on with the rest of this, because you have to put that into an understandable context before we keep going. Okay. So I'm going to continue on here with Rob Henderson's analysis of this very lopsided debate on the sexual revolution. Now, he wants to point out the idea that the revolution has unquestionably increased freedom, but it has also made people less happy. Well, yeah, because it has removed the things that made them happy. Many people, though, anticipated that a greater freedom would necessarily bring greater happiness. Okay. Sadly, the world doesn't work that way. We can't have everything good all at once. We can have some good things, but we can't have all good things at the same time. Equally desirable ends often collide. Equally valued aims regularly contradict each other. Okay, now we're going to sort of delve into the psychological here. And that's okay. We can look at things philosophically for a second, but we also have to remember that a lot of the philosophy that we want to sort of dredge up in the 21st century is from the 20th century or the 19th century, or the 18th. Hell, we can always go back to ancient Greece if you'd like. But a lot of the philosophy that we still think should have some sort of validity today, or should in some way guide the course of the next generation of human beings, you got to remember that at each stage that philosophy was sort of developed, it was only based on an understanding of human nature that completely lacked any of the data that we have in the 21st century in 2023. So when people say, Rollo, why do you have a problem with Carl Jung? I don't have a problem with him so much as it's outdated. Did he contribute? I'm going to quote Gad Saad here, because Gad Saad is also not a big fan of Carl Jung. Okay. Did he have contributions to psychology? Yes. Did Freud? Yes. Did Maslow? Yes. Did B.F. Skinner? Yes. Are they still 100% everything they said relevant in the 21st century? No, because we have better data now. We have advanced quite a bit. Thank you very much. From the 30s or 40s, 20s, 30s, 40s, when Carl Jung was at his prime. Yeah, he had an understanding of human nature and did a best practices kind of thing based on his understanding of human nature that was right, that had the technology that led right up to when he started talking about anima and animus and all the rest of the shit that he was talking about. Not saying he didn't have a contribution. Did. Should we look at him like the fucking Messiah? No, we shouldn't. Neither should we look at Dr. David Buss or Robert Trivers or any of the. I'll tell you right now, when I'm dead and gone, 2070, we're going to go look back and go, well, Rollo was a great guy, but, a lot of his stuff is outdated now. A lot of he had a contribution. Please don't lionize me. Don't make me into your, he's the Messiah. Don't make me into your Monty Python movie. Please keep going. Go past me. Go past Carl Jung. Go past, Sex at Dawn. Go past, the Mating Mind. Go past all of that crap, please. You owe it to yourself. But it's funny is we're going to get to the 21st century or 22nd century, and people are going to go, damn, I can't believe they believed that back then. Yeah, well, how come we're clinging back to ideas of socialism and communism and Marxism, and why do we still keep talking about that today? Well, I question people's sanity for actually thinking that has any kind of validity, because it's an ideology that was based on an understanding of human nature from 1848, 49. When was the Communist Manifesto? It was the mid 1800s. I know that. Okay, you might have had you people thought, hey, this is valid. Look, it's up to date. It's the most current. It's the new hotness. Not anymore. Let's let that go. Let it die. That's a dead meme. Stop living in 19th century memes. Please, can we just move? There is no pendulum. We're not swinging back. You only get to go forward. All right. So anyways, let's go here. The British philosopher Isaiah Berlin, not to be confused with Irving Berlin, repeatedly stressed this point. The optimistic view that all good things must be compatible and that therefore freedom, order, knowledge, happiness must be at least compatible. Oh, wait, you deserve one of those. And perhaps even entail one another in a systematic fashion is not self-evidently true. This is bullshit. Isaiah, just say bullshit. Indeed, it is perhaps one of the least plausible beliefs ever entertained by profound and influential thinkers. Okay, back to Rob Henderson. Life is full of trade-offs. Equally good and desirable things cannot be harmonized. Sometimes yes, often no. Louise Perry alluded to this during the debate when she quoted the economic historian Richard Henry Tawney. Here we go again. Freedom for the pike is death for the minnow. Yep. And you know what? I'm going to quote the brilliant philosopher, I don't remember his name, of Insane Clown Posse. Okay? Are you going to juggle them? No comment. What is it? For the maggots in the cheese is the universe. Which means like that for that, if a fly on a dog turd, that's the best thing in the world for that fly. So there you go. I quoted Insane Clown Posse today. Okay. There we go. Let me keep going. So freedom for the pike is death for the minnow. Thank you. Isaiah Berlin has likewise written, that both liberty and equality are amongst the primary goals pursued by human beings throughout many centuries, but total liberty for wolves is death to the lambs. If you value freedom, that's fine, but it does have a cost. Women today are freer than their grandmothers, but they are less happy. We should just say happy this whole time. They're less happy, Rob Henderson, because you and them and anyone post-sexual revolution has been sold a bill of goods. And at the top of that bill of goods, the bill of lading, at the top of that bill of goods is the fundamental idea that happiness is sustainable throughout your life. You want to know why SSRIs, or antidepressants, are at a record high prescription? That's it. You want to know why guys would rather live in their escape worlds, in their fantasy worlds, would rather live in the escape than deal with their shitty real lives? Because the escape is better than their shitty real lives. That's why. Why is that? Because in the escape is a sustainable, or at least the illusion of, a sustainable happiness that can last forever. You don't need to. Why would you ever want to go out and meet girls? You could just stay home and jerk off to porn. Doesn't that make you happy? Sure. And temporarily, when you're rubbing one out, maybe you're like, oh man, finally, stress relief. Women, why are you so unhappy? Why are women so unhappy today? Why are they taking SSRIs and antidepressants at such record rates? Because it promises a sustainable happiness. Why do women leave men? Why is 70 to 80% of divorces initiated by women? Well, it's at least, you could say, well, they do better, they do worse, or they're not really doing it, or men are pieces of shit, whatever. I don't care what the reason is, but the incentive is that divorce your husband at 70 to 80%. It represents more happiness, more long-term sustainable happiness, whether it's real or it's not. It's all perceptual. But it represents the idea that if you get rid of this schmuck, you're going to be happier in the long term. That's what it comes down to. And the whole thing is based on bullshit. It's based on a lie. Because happiness is a proximate outcome, not an ultimate outcome. You're not going to be happy. Sorry. Do something. Get off your ass and make yourself happy. Get off your ass and do something. The reason why you have the Lost Boys generation and they're purposeless and rudderless in life, and it's not because they lack meaning. They don't care about meaning. They just don't know what to do with themselves because everything's taken care of. I think it was who was it? Pook in his there was a series of posts on So Suave way back in the day, and none of you will remember this because I'm ancient. I'm Gandalf, and you don't know these things. But there's a great post by Pook. who was the sort of the, I don't know, spiritual leader of the manosphere about circa 2002, right? He wrote a series of posts called aphorisms. And one of those aphorisms was this, is that the surest way to make a woman miserable is to give her everything she wants. Shall I repeat that? The surest way to make a woman miserable is give her everything she wants. Why is that? Well, because she doesn't have to do anything. Happiness is found in the doing, not in the having, not in the long term. It's in the doing. Ladies, what makes you happy? Doing what makes you happy? Men, doing what makes you happy? I mean, if you've probably heard this a gajillion times. For what is it? Happy wife, happy life. Well, there's no happy wife ever, period. End of story. That will not happen because that stupid trope is based on the idea that happiness is a sustainable state. It's a goal state. It's an ultimate outcome. Bullshit. Stop it. Disabuse yourself of that right now. You want freedom? You want liberation from the Matrix or whatever the bullshit is? You want to save the West? Just learn that one simple truth. Please. There is no contentment. In fact, the human condition is defined by discontent, and that's a good fucking thing. It's good to be discontent. It's good to try different things. It's good to get it. It's good to have problems to solve, because once you've figured everything out, you lose your ikigai, your will to live, because there's nothing left to do. The surest way to make a woman miserable, give her everything she wants. You know why women are so addicted to antidepressants right now? That's why. We do everything. In fact, that's the basic premise of a tradcon marriage. Take care of everything for her. Be there for her. Listen to her. Be more identify with her, right? Be a good listener. Make sure your masculine duties in a traditional conservative sense, right, is fundamentally rooted in the idea of a sustainable happiness that doesn't fucking exist for you or her. You will make her miserable by giving her everything that she wants. She has to have some challenge. There has to be something else going on. I've said this before on the when I talk about indignation, how women love indignation. You give a woman everything she wants, she's still going to watch The Bachelor. She's still going to watch her daytime talk show. She's still going to read romance novels. She's still going to love 50 Shades of Grey because it vicariously presents the escape. It gives the fantasy. It gives the escape valve, I guess, for a life that has no challenge. There's nothing else to do. Hey, he takes care. I got a dishwasher. I got a washing machine. I got a maid who's going to take, ladies, for instance, every time I hear this bullshit about we need to, domestic chores need to be commodified, right? Well, I go and I take care of his kids for him. They're never his kids, but that's a false premise to begin with. But I'm the one who changes the diaper and chore play. And if he just took over some of his chores, then I'd want to fuck him more and suck his dick like I used to. No, you won't. Because everything's done for you. There's no incentive. There's no motivation to do it because you already have it. You thought it was going to make you happy in a permanent sense. And it's not, because it's not doing. It's being. And the being is not happiness. It's in the doing. Emotions are meant to move us from one state and one condition to another. Usually that's survival or reproduction. And in this case, I don't understand why I don't have that sexual urge for him anymore. Yeah, because it was in the doing to get that guy in the first place. And now that you have the dude, you're like, what's next? I'm not content. I'm unhappy. Of course you are. Okay, let's keep going. Isaiah Berlin has likewise written that both liberty and I got to that part. Let's see. If you value freedom, that's fine, but it does have costs. Women today are freer than their grandmothers, but they are less happy. Okay, that's the first side of that equation. The other side is this. Freer than what? Their grandmothers weren't as free as they are now. Well, your grandmothers are probably Gen X, by the way. Seriously, if you're Gen Z and you're watching this and you're like, oh, no, well, at least I'm free. Freer than what? Freer than grandma and grandpa. Well, your parents are probably Gen X. Maybe your grandparents are boomers. You're still talking about the latter half of the 20th century. Okay. How bad could it have been? We were like the ancient Hebrews of old, let my people go. No, you weren't. Get the fuck out of here with that narrative. It's like freedom relatively. Yeah, okay. More free than what? More free than, aristocratic women of the 19 flappers from the roaring 20s. It's so funny to listen to like these generalizations about like a purported or an implied, anyways, an implied oppression of women. Okay, so researchers have described this as the paradox of declining female happiness. Oh, well, God forbid. Prior to the sexual revolution, women reported higher levels of happiness than men. Okay, well, the great thing about this is like who's doing the reporting prior to the sexual revolution? So when was that? Well, prior would have been prior to 1964 and back. That reliable? Do you think we could poll those people today? Say, in your opinion, were you happier before 1964 or after 1964? And the idea, once again, is still based on a false premise. It's based on the idea that overall you can live a more happy than more miserable life. And the people who are going to be reporting that are going to tell you based on what they're feeling at the moment, as opposed to like an overall. You're also expecting them to sort of give you, to be intelligent enough and like insightful enough to go say, you know what, I'm actually more happy than I am miserable. In 1964, because that's prior to the sexual revolution. Okay, but still they reported, let's just go with this. They reported higher levels of happiness than men. Well, God forbid we even talk to men, right? Broadly speaking, our grandmothers were happier than our grandfathers. Well, that's funny because one would think that the freedom issue would have made them happier, but apparently not, right? Like maybe that's what this whole thing's about. Over the past several decades, though, this has reversed. Men are now happier than women. To be clear, happiness overall has declined for both men and women. How they estimate that, I don't know. Men are less happy than their grandfathers. Women are less happy than their grandmothers. Okay, again, based on a pre-sexual revolution society. So also you have to throw in the observer effect. That's number one. And number two is ignorance is bliss. If you don't know what you're missing, are you as happy as you would be as if you did know what you were missing? People are going to really hate me for this. So here it comes. One of the reasons I think that like Christian guys, or I say Christian, but like religious guys hate porn so much, like ubiquitous, live, free streaming, 4K quality pornography piped down to their cell phones or whatever, whenever they want. You want to know why it's so endemic and why it's so tough, why they hate it so much? Because it shows them what they could get. It shows them an idea of what they could be getting. It shows them an idea what they're missing out on. And they're stuck. They're like, I got to be with her forever. And she doesn't do that. Maybe she did. Here's whatever pissed them off even more is like, maybe she did that between 18 and 28. And now I was dutiful and I waited and I jumped through all her hoops and I met all her tests and I qualified for her and I accorded by all of the rules she gave me. And she's still not as sexual as what I'm seeing on that screen right there. And I know for a fact she was back when she was in her, in her so crazy college years. That's what pisses guys off. And there's no getting around that. Absolutely no getting around that. You can throw out all the rationalizations you want and talk about, I did it the right way. And yeah, maybe you did, but you're still, was it 68, 70% of Christian men report being addicted to pornography or having a problem with it. Maybe that's different. Like viewing pornography, like every day, if not every other day. They say, oh, that's terrible. It's going to break up the family, blah, 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 blah. Yep. Okay. Well, we can discuss that in a different podcast. But the thing is like it shows them a level of sexuality that they know they will never experience in their lives. And that eats them up inside. And you know what? That's also why you gave me so much shit when I was posting pictures of myself at the Wet Republic bikini contest. Isn't he married? Yes, I am. He must be splitting up with his what? No, I'm not. We're good. We've been good for a long time. In fact, do you not think my wife knows what I do at this stage, at this point? Do you think that she's just like oblivious? No, of course not. But she knows I'm not going to cheat on her. She knows I'm not going to. That's what I do. It's what I do now. You guys don't even know what I did when I was like in the wine and spirits industry. Boy, you would have had a real problem with that because that was pussy and booze. You guys are fantastic. I love it, man. I love getting haters when they start getting all like self-righteous and indignant about that. Well, I would not want to be him. No, but yet here you are commenting. I love, and by the way, this is for the haters who are going to give me comments about just what I just said right now. And I'm just going to tell you this is like, you're still here commenting. Yeah, here we are. All right, let me keep going. Prior to the sexual revolution, women reported higher levels of happiness than men. And now, of course, it's been reversed. Okay. The sexual revolution and its accompanying effects of greater acceptance of casual sex have played a role in this. That I half agree with. Okay. I'll tell you why it's half in a second. A recent study found that after, and by recent, it says, I believe it was 2007. Let's see. When was this? Oh, excuse me. Oh, no, this is 2022. Okay. February 2022. Okay. Good enough. I'll read it. Women reported higher levels of happiness than men, broadly speaking. Oh, wait. Here it is. A recent study found that after casual sex, women on average reported higher levels of loneliness, unhappiness, rejection, and regret. Conversely, men reported higher satisfaction, happiness, contentment, and mood improvement. Well, imagine that. Yes, men and women approach sex much differently. Casual sex, awesome. Women, nah, I need emotional satisfaction. I need him to jump through the hoops. I need him for the long haul, mister. He needs to measure up to my expectations. Kind of hard to do when you have casual sex. Well, as I was saying before, when we're talking about a generational sort of shift here, I am 55 years old. I was born in 1968. I have never known a time when casual sex wasn't a thing. I remember when I was like in my teenage years, like 14, 15, somewhere around there, and watching like just like Fast Times at Ridgemont High, right? Or Last American Virgin. And I think that was, who was that? Who was the guy that was in that? Famous actor. I think it was one of his first movies. Somebody will give me it. Anyways, the long story short is there was never a time where even like teen movies weren't about casual sex. That's just how it is, right? We'd already come through the 70s, right? We'd already come through like the disco era and like Studio 54 and key parties. And we didn't know what AIDS was about that back then, but we figured it out, right? Finally, Eddie Mercury found out, right? And God damn it! Somebody tell me who was starred in who starred in Last American Virgin? I forget the guy's name. Con Air. What was? Oh, God damn it! What's the dude's name? Somebody give it to me. Very famous guy. He lives in Las Vegas too. Why do I always block on celebrity names on this show? So I've never known a time in my life where casual sex hasn't been a thing. So even when I got into my rock star 20s in the late 80s, early 90s, it was like game on, let's go. And why wouldn't I was it Last American Virgin? Yeah, this is true. Last American Virgin showcases women's attraction and going back to the chads. Yeah. You know, what's funny is that every now and then maybe the 80s were like more maybe it was more naive because of this, but like, again, I'm Gen X. So the whole thing about like chads and this and going back, and really, if you think about it, like Pretty in Pink and all those, I forget the name of the director who did those, like The Breakfast Club, Pretty in Pink, and maybe St. Elmo's Fire. Is that one? Cage, Nick Cage. Nick Cage was the one. God, why didn't I not think of that? Nick, is it Nick? Yeah, it's Nick Cage, right? Or yeah. Anyways, so I think in the 80s we had sort of I think there was a sort of unspoken like understanding of like red pill truths, but then we got into the 90s and then you got Friends and we got to laugh at it and we got to sweep it under the carpet kind of thing. Cage is Nick Cage is a fake name? Okay, whatever. That dude. You know who I'm talking about. If it's fake, you would know who I'm talking about. Rollo Tomasi's a fake name. Yeah, well, you wouldn't know me by anything else. So I think that God damn it. And now Sam Bada gives me the actual poster here. And it was like scarred into my brain. And now I have to see it once again. Who was on here? Lawrence Monson, Diane Franklin, Steve. I know. I definitely know who was in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Thank you very much. This guy right here.
Oh, gnarly.
Nick Cage was in Nick Cage was in Fast Times. He was, wasn't he? There, I'm back. Sorry, my bad. Actually, it's not my bad. This is actually StreamYard bad. StreamYard keeps choking. StreamYard, do something about this. Please, for the love of Christ. Oh, now it wants to pop up. Yeah, no, it's not. I'm back. I had to restart. Sorry, I had to refresh the screen anyways. StreamYard, this is like intolerable. Somebody needs to like tell these guys what's up. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Should I be in dark mode? Maybe that's not it. I'm going to pull out of dark mode and see if that's going to change anything. It might. All right. Problem is then I look like a freaking ghost on this thing. But I guess it's better than not having anything going on. Hopefully that's it. I don't know if that was it. I have the dark mode thing, the plugin for this. So, all right. Oh, hey, Iron Frame. There you go. Let's see if I can do this while I have a chance. I find it hilarious how Candace Owens is on her success tour, and not a single soul dares to bring up her role in Steven Crowder's situation. Of course not. They're pussies. They're probably directed not to say anything about that, by the way. Unfortunately, fortunately, yourself and FNF brought clarity to her ways. Yeah, well, I as much as I want to have faith in Myron and Fresh, and I still do, by the way, I have to be careful of this because, whenever like celebrities are involved, whenever like big ticket clout people are involved, you have to sort of take things with a grain of salt because people will do different things for like people who have a lot of clout. So, Marty, brilliant idea. I'll stock up on those shareable libraries. I've got one in my cul-de-sac. Oh, those shareable libraries. Oh, thank you. Warrior is watching. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that, Mark. And let's see. Here we go. Women desire strong, dominant men, and men desire younger women. Is the desire for hybristophilia in some women comparable to the perversion of PEDO? So PC, pederasty. You can say that on YouTube. In some men, both philias appear to be polar extremes, respectively. Well, I can explain to you why hybristophilia is a thing for women, because in our ancestral past, the proven visible capacity to end another man's life was one of the highest forms of demonstrating higher value. In fact, in some cases, it might have been the only way of doing that. So if you want to say, well, is he good enough to protect, provide, and be hopefully be parentally invested in me? That means I'll have babies who have the same sort of capacity, and we're going to live longer. As I said before, remember, towards survival and reproduction. Both of those are met in hybristophilia. Let's see. Yep, the prodigal daughter strategy. Yes, it is. Okay, and then let's see here. Rolo, do you think we're missing out on opportunities by not or rarely engaging with social media? I'm 37 and feel like I'm dodging bullets by not engaging with social media, but maybe I'm missing out. Okay, let me explain to you my perspective on this, Nathan. People always ask me, oh man, Rolo, all he cares about is like his girlfriends that are on fucking Fresh and Fit or Access Vegas, or look at him, he's cheating. No, I'm not. But I do play the game, and I'm going to quote Mike Sartain here. There's a clip going around somewhere. I got to dig it up sometime. But like Mike was in an interview one time, and he was asked something very close to this question. And he was saying, do I like to use the Instagram filters on my stories and my reels? Do I like having the puppy dog ears and the puppy dog nose when, goofing off and stuff like that? Because no, I hate it. It sucks. Hold on, wait. Oh, I don't have the sound drop. It's gay, right? That's what he was saying, more or less. But he does it anyways because it's what keeps him relevant. It's what keeps him visible. So likewise, I play the game as well. Does that mean I like it? Does that mean he's so vain? He just wants to, he just cares that he's so self-absorbed. No, I'm not. I'm just playing a game that everyone else is playing too. Right. That's more or less, that's what it's about. So do I like it? Not necessarily, not all the time. Do I post pictures of me like my ubiquitous rehearsal selfies? That's a joke that I do that right after every rehearsal when I'm playing with Trial of Ascension. I do that because people want to see that, or they laugh at it, or they think it's cool. Or if I go and I post a picture of me just sort of lounging at Wet Republic, and there's like girls like I'm not with them, just girls just surrounding me, right? People think that's they think that's outrageous, but you know what? You're talking about it. So is it required? Well, let me go one more for you here. I'll see if I can bring this home. There is, I forget which law of power it is. I want to say, I think it's maybe 19 or 20 in the list of 48 laws of power. And it says isolation is dangerous. Okay. And because you might think that it's safe to live in your sort of ivory tower and behind your castle and everything else, but you're cut off from people who can actually do you harm or actually do you benefit too. So if you isolate yourself, and you go, you know what? I'm above all of that, and I'm not going to use Instagram. I'm not going to use any of these social media programs. I would not want to be anything less than a noble, dutiful, positively masculine man. Well, you know who else uses it quite a bit? Your hero, Jordan Peterson, uses social media quite a bit. More than your hero here, right? Way more than I do, okay? But sometimes you have to play the game. You can't expect the game to change for you. In fact, you want to know a feminine way of thinking? It's expecting the game to change for you to meet your skill level rather than you do better, right? Rather than you getting better than you are right now. There's two options. If you want to do better in life, there's two options. Change the nature of the game and expect everybody to play along with your version of that game, or accept the game for what it is and learn to become a better player of that game. Don't wish it were easy or wish you were better. Personally, I think the latter is the way to go. But in some cases, you might say, well, I want to change the game. Things need to be better. And there's no, be the change you want to see in the world. Okay, well, fine. You can do that for as long as it aligns with, what people are rewarding you and what they're punishing you for. So isolation is dangerous. Today, I was thinking about enjoy the decline. And even though I agree the majority will keep going further, hasn't the red pill left an indelible mark? No, it hasn't. And I wish, absolutely, God damn it, I'm going to readjust. I need a new chair, by the way. Let me just put this out there before I continue. This chair, I've had this chair since 2018, since my studio that I had in Gardnerville, of all places. I need a new chair. If anybody can give me a good, it doesn't have to be I would rather have something. I don't mind spending a little bit of money on this, so considering how much time I spend in this. But this thing, the padding in here, I get up and it's I'm paralyzed because my bloodstream my femoral arteries are cut off. If you have a suggestion of a good computer chair that's ergonomic and not going to make me pass out, please throw it in the comments or email me later on. I would very much appreciate it. Okay. And by the way, I have some other announcements. If you are a guy who does video and stuff like that, I'm going to save this for later on, but I do have, I am looking for somebody to help me with shorts and help me with clips, not just on my own stuff, but also on Access Vegas. So, because Access Vegas is getting to the point where I can do clips on it now too. And I need somebody who can do clips, and I need somebody who can do shorts, and not necessarily I do shorts occasionally. I see the value in it, but for what I do, I don't necessarily, I can take it or leave it, but Access Vegas needs it. So I definitely need somebody who can help me out with that. Please do. Okay. And enjoy the decline. Even though I agree with the majority will keep going further. Hasn't the red pill left an indelible mark? It has, but not because it's not really the red pill. It's just because the things that the red pill draws attention to, the questions that it asks are unignorable right now. A while back, Gadsod hinted on a stream that you need to offer to buy his flight fees. Then he would go on Access Vegas, but you hadn't. Any updates there? I haven't heard any of that. If you have a Kick Jack, if you have a link to that, I would love to see it because I'll reach out to him right after this show. I didn't see that. So you're the first one to tell me that, but thank you for informing me. Maybe I do need to reach out to him. That revolution got me laid a lot without marriage. Okay. Hold that thought. Dung is fun. Hold that thought. We're coming back to that here in a second. What is love? God damn it, dude. Why don't you Rickroll me instead? It's easier to just Rick. It's so easy to Rickroll Rollo Tomasi. Cheese tax. Thank you very much. Ned appreciates your cheese tax. The issue, Rollo, is that such cheating, manipulation, breakdown has happened throughout history. Yes. Marcus Aurelius spoke down. Birth control and tech only speeds up the inevitable incursion. Well, true, but what incursion are we talking about? Who are we talking about? Got to drop off, but looks like a great show today. I'll catch after the rest later. Always thank you for yourself. Thank you very much, Chuck Royale with cheese. Let's see. Glory to our robot overlords. Well, you know what? Maybe I should just pass your $2 on to John Fitch. Got to share a quick laugh about the moon before I check out for now. We got there with an orbiter. Of course we did. What do you got there? Can I give you a brief can I briefly describe a bride price can you briefly describe bride price or dowry from an evolutionary perspective? Yes, actually I can. You know why I can? Because I just finished a book called Debt. And it's by, God, what's the guy's name? Donald Graeber. Donald Graeber wrote this really great book called Debt. And in there, he goes through, using human beings as sort of like human commodities, right? You owe X because I gave you my daughter in marriage, right? Or you owe me this amount of money because you killed my brother, right? Bride price and actually like death price also have a lot in common. Okay. From an evolutionary perspective, there's two things that are involved in that. And I'll see if I can give you this as briefly as I can. The bride price is also paying because there's a belief that there's a value in that female. So let's just say for sake of argument, I'm a patriarch and I have 4 daughters. Okay. And I have 4 sons. Well, my sons are going to be marrying 4 other daughters. Hopefully, in the past, we're going to be marrying 4 daughters. So there's the tribe wise, my tribe is still going to continue, yada, yada. And my DNA is going to go off into perpetuity. Now, I've got 4 daughters. And when feminists complain about how men treated women like cattle, well, it's not cattle so much as it is I have to unite my tribe with someone else's tribe. Yes, it's Debt, the first 5,000 years. Thank you for that. It's on Amazon. Sammy, will you put that a link to that in the chat? That'd be great. Because that's a really good book. I would put that on my top 10 reading list for this year, anyways. But the bride price, the from an evolutionary perspective, is what am I losing and what am I gaining out of this? Now women only see this as, oh man, women used to be traded for 4 heads of cattle. All right. Well, how do you come to the conclusion that a human female is worth 4 heads of cattle? Where does that? Because there's a tabulation that goes into that. It's not just some arbitrary bullshit, right? She's the uglier of the 4. So how about 6 goats? Piglet. That's not how it works. There's actually a tabulation. In fact, you can go back as far as like the law of Hammurabi, right? Or you go back to ancient Babylon, you go back to ancient cultures, and not just like Middle Eastern or European. You can go and find this in Asian cultures as well, where they will tabulate what the value of certain things are. There's a commercial commodification of things. Women happen to be a part of that, and the main reason for that is because they can incubate the next generation. So it's not that a human female is really actually worth 6 heads of cattle. She's worth a lot to the guy who wants to have kids. Now remember, a barren woman is not going to be as valuable as a fertile, productive potentially life-giving female. And so therefore, beautiful women with big boobies and a good hips to waist ratio, they're going to be worth more than a woman who is proven barren or is thin and sickly and probably wouldn't survive childbirth. And I know that sounds, it's horrible. How dehumanizing. Well, the thing is that we dehumanize men in a different way, because when we say, because bride price is very similar to like death price, like you killed my brother. Now, the cost of that is going to be what? We do the same thing with murder charges right now. How should a man be put to death for killing another man? Premeditated murder, or should go away for life? What's his, okay, if he's not, then what's the recompense? What's the value of a life for a life? And really that's it's a notion called lex talionis, which is the right of retaliation, right? A tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. Right? So like versus like. But if you can't, in the absence of that, if you want to keep one clan from coming over and wiping out your tribe because you killed some guy, the tribal leader's brother, if you can buy off the tribal leader and say, well, what's his life worth to you? We're sorry about that. We're grieving over that. And what can we give you? How about 10 heads of cattle, right? That's bereavement. How does that work? So it's really coming down, like, as far as the human condition is concerned, it's like, it's inhuman. Okay, well, that's fine, but pragmatically, what are we talking about? So when it comes to the bride price and when it comes to dowry and all that stuff, it's because the exchange tabulation takes into account the fact that is a fertile young woman who can produce more offspring for you. What's that worth to you? So that's where it comes from. Again, go read. It's so much easier if you just go read Debt by Donald Graber. If women were wired to choose loyalty, they would be able to make plans. Yet they ultimately always go for the exciting thing coming. Yes, because they want to be happy. What makes them happy? The exciting thing that's coming. Very well. Good observation. Thank you very much, Iron Frame. I already got to you. Thank you for that one. And let's see. Rolo, have you ever watched Metal Apocalypse and Death? Yes, I have. Thank you. Really? Okay. Yes, of course I have. I wonder if it's not I think the thing is behaving a lot better now. It might be because I have an extension in my Chrome that is it's the dark mode extension, because as you can see, my face is like completely washed out now. In fact, why don't I just boot that down one? There we go. That might have something to do with it. And last, Dark Knight Dev, Larry Elder keeps talking about how dads aren't married, but black crime is high. Yeah. We've talked about this before, but why do they correlate the two? Well, here's why they do. Dads aren't married, but black crime is high. Okay. The reason why they'd say that, by the way, is because they confuse and they conflate, I should say, the being married with being an involved father, and especially so in the black communities, because you see the high crime rates, and they go, the first thing you say when a black or white, when a kid gets into trouble and has a single mom, what's the first question tradcons and anyone else really asks? I shouldn't say that. Tradcons will ask this. They'll say, where's his father? It's a crisis of fatherlessness, because they can't blame it on the woman. They can't say, well, she electively had the kid. They can't say, well, maybe she went to a sperm bank and got a donor and went to a fertility clinic and had the kid. They're not going to say that. First thing they'll say is, well, it must be because this sounds right. It must be because the father left and he's not living up to his masculine responsibilities and his masculine duties. And if he were around, then we wouldn't have these problems anymore. In fact, we're going to look at Tim Pool versus Fresh and Fit here in a little bit. Well, not them, but that show. And we get into exactly that same thing. The society would be so much better if men just took more responsibility, which is horseshit. We can get into the responsibility authority thing. But the long and the short of it is the reason for that is because we conflate marriage with being an involved father. So just because a black male, white male, whatever, is not married to his baby mama, does that mean he's uninvolved? He might be paying money hand over fist for child support and everything else. He might be like very, very involved in that kid's life. He goes to soccer practice or baseball or whatever. He's always there for him, imparts all this great masculine wisdom and everything. He's just not married to mama. Well, guess what? That's the metric. Marriage is the metric for whether a father is involved or not. And there's no getting around that. And that because they can't think in any other terms. But if you take that element out, if you say, you know what, marriage doesn't count. Okay. Are men more involved with their sons and daughters than they have been in the past? Absolutely, they have. And I hate that shit because all it does is it just foments a narrative, right? Well, if men would man up, they would just marry these girls. Well, the reason why is because marriage is a raw deal. How many times do I have to go over that? All right, let's put this over here. I want to continue on this track here because I really like this article because this is funny. Women's happiness is almost always maps onto the idea that the guy is responsible for that happiness. And even if he's not, men are responsible, or men should be less happy than women if women aren't happy. See what I'm saying? Happy wife, happy life. If mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. That's really sort of everything that's written here, Rob, I love you, but everything that's written here is all the language of gynocentrism, every last bit, because it makes presumptions of truths that ought to be goal states, that ought to be ultimate outcomes. Rob, above any other person I have respect for, you ought to know this more than anyone else. So prior to the sexual revolution, women reported higher levels of happiness than men. You know what? Maybe I can even put this up now. This might be, I might be able to do this since I don't have dark mode on. All right. Let me see if I can share this screen with you guys. Perfect. Hopefully this will work for us. Why, yes, it will. Now you can see what I'm reading. How awesome is that? Except I'm going to do, I can't. Can I do this? Oh, I can. There we go. Much better. Okay. Now you can see this a little bit better for me. Okay, so let's read along, shall we, children? This is today's textbook. Okay, a recent study found that after casual sex, women on average report higher levels of loneliness, unhappiness, rejection, blah, blah, blah. I've actually quoted this on Access Vegas. I did like 2 episodes ago. That men tend to be more satisfied and have a better time or are much better with casual sex than women are. This goes back to the innate nature of men and women. That's number one. Number 2 is that the nature is not even the primary part of this. What's being the latent message of this is that men ought to feel worse about it, and women do, because the standard, the metric, the way men should be feeling about casual sex is just the same way that women are. They should feel unhappy. They should feel more stress. They should feel higher levels of loneliness, more levels of unhappiness, more feelings of rejection and regret, and men don't. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that would even be a 2-sentence paragraph here for Rob? Well, the reason for that is because there's this want to apply guilt and shame and a standard. If they were right, if men were real, were real men, they would feel all this after having a same night lay. And so what that is also pointing out, I should say, and let me come back up here for a second. What that also is implying is that men are good with this. Men are cool with this. See, aren't they benefiting more than women in a post-sexual revolution world? And the answer is emphatically no. Some men are, the top 4.5 to 5% of men, they might be, but the average Joe, I would say 95% of men don't get to do that. But we're presented with the presumption that this is what's going on. And I've heard this so many fucking times, and it just drives me insane. You want to drive Rollo Tomassi insane? This is how you do it. You know why? Because when I saw, Lila Rose going against Justin Waller, she used exactly this same template. You should feel bad for being as good looking and as tall and as suave motherfucker as you are. You should feel you're licking the ice cream. Thank you, Hafiz, for that terminology. You should feel bad about feeling good about sex. See, does that not prove that men are doing better in terms of the sexual revolution? No, it doesn't, because there are so many other ways that men are just destroyed as a result of this, as a result of the sexual revolution. We don't want to talk about those things because the things that make women happy, or would they believe would make them happy in the long term, are not what are going to make men happy in the long term. But since men are dogs and they just want to fuck anything on two legs and they jerk off to porn all the time in a sexual revolution, post-sexual revolution society, men must be doing better, right? Let's continue. Another study found that that women are most likely to be sexually satisfied in a long-term committed relationship. Really? Well, what study is that? Let's see. Well, that's also based on women's long-term mating strategies. Short-term, 18 to 28, maybe they're sowing the wild oats, right? Maybe they're fucking the guy, the hot guy in the foam cannon party in Cancun on spring break. I was drunk, he was hot, and one thing led to another. Okay, but oh no, now we're 29. You want to know why 29, 30, 31? You want to know why women's average age of women's first marriage is like 28, 29 years old? That's why. Because they have a greater selectivity as the result of what, children? The sexual revolution. Who has more sexual selectivity in a post-sexual revolution society? Women do, not men. Men are still limited by everything that's limited them even before the sexual revolution and after the revolution. Performance. Are you hot? Are you paid? Are you funny? Are you witty? Are all the bullet point checklists that Royce's thrown out since day one? Those prerequisites still apply. We pretend that they don't. Women want to pretend that it's all about like long-term commitment and long-term security, and it is in the long game, in the end game, sure. But in the short term, what leads up to that pairing in the first place, all bets are off. Women are way more sexually selective than men are, and will be. And the problem with it is that that's the new 20th century model, but men are still beholden to a 20th century model when it comes to commitment and doing their duty and marrying for a lifetime. And again, going back to that whole issue about child or fatherless children and criminality and everything else, the reason why we say, where's the father, is because we want to go back to the 20th century and have those expectations on men and have those responsibilities still heaped on guys. And doesn't matter whether the son is the son is with the mother as a result of divorce or not. Doesn't matter if she's a single mother. We still have those expectations. We have 20th century expectations of men, especially when it comes to child rearing. But yet we have 21st century privileges for women. So it doesn't matter if she can do it. She can do it all. She can be just as good a father as as she can be a mother. We stick to these failed ideas that of social constructionism. These failed ideas of gender identity, these failed ideas of sex versus gender, all of that. We still want to maintain that fantasy, but we also want to say that if a young man ends up in jail or suicidal or depressed or is sort of aimless in life, it's the father's fault, not the situation, not the woman, not any of that shit, not the single mommy. We call it fatherlessness. We even refer to it as fatherlessness or the father not in the home. We don't say single momminess. We don't say deadbeat moms. We don't say bad mothers. That never comes out of anyone's mouth because the responsibility and the onus is always on the father. So in a gynocentric social order, basically the premise of it is 20th century 100% 20th century responsibilities for men and 0% authority, 21st century authority for men. I needed to update that one a little bit for you guys there. Okay, so the sexual revolution. So anyways, the idea that your take-home message is that men get to fuck anything on two legs and women are miserable, even though a study finds that women are more likely to be sexually satisfied in a long-term relationship. And here's the data. Here are the orgasm rates for women based on relationship type. Most recent hookup, no prior hookups, basically a same night lay with this partner. 11% of women report getting off. Most recent hookups, 1 or 2 prior hookups with this partner. 16%. Well, it goes up 5%. Goes up 5% if you had a one-night stand. If you get to see him afterwards, well, then guess what? You get your chances of getting off, ladies. It goes up by 5%. Then most recent hookup, 3 plus prior hookups. Then it goes up to 30. Wow, basically doubles, a little bit more than doubles. 34%. Most recent sexual event in a relationship lasting 6+ months, 67%. So even after 6 months, you're still only getting off about 2/3 of the time, ladies. No wonder they're unhappy. There's the 33%ers. The other third of the women who are still in, they still haven't got off, right? And I want to also point out here that, remember, this is happiness. So orgasm means happiness. I shouldn't say that. Consistent orgasms mean happiness. So when Rollo Tomasi says women's moral compass is in their vaginas, this is what I mean. I have not seen data on this, but I'm confident in saying that male orgasm rates would not vary nearly as much by relationship type. Actually, they're probably stroking off too. Though more and more men and probably women too are orgasming by themselves. Another unintended side effect of the sexual revolution. It's not unintended. Does that mean it wasn't planned? Because what's the aim? I thought that was the aim. More freedom. If more freedom means jerking off to porn, then I guess it's not unintended anymore. Because you're applying like intent to all of this, Rob. There is no intent to the sexual revolution. Okay. So what's more important, happiness or freedom? Well, apparently happiness that's found in orgasms. For adults, freedom. It's better for people to have the ability to choose badly than to have no choice at all. You guys believe that? I don't know. Maybe I do. Alongside this freedom, though, I think freedom is being used interchangeably with another term here, but we'll continue. Alongside this freedom, though, people are clearly pressured by cultural elites to behave in a certain way. Obviously, you are free to get married young and start a family, but for many young people, you will, in all likelihood, be berated and teased and told you'd be better off playing the field and having a variety of different sexual partners before settling down. Wow, that sounds kind of red pillish to you. Let me explain something to you here as we move into this part here. Let me see if I can reiterate this for you. But for many young people, you will, in all likelihood, be berated, teased, and told you'd be better off playing the field. Is anybody doing that? Really? Maybe you might feel that way. If Myron Gaines says, before you settle down, before you have a monogamous relationship, you should bang 50 girls. Now, you can debate the numbers, and I have debated the numbers on that. But then there's the people who say, oh, those are rookie numbers, man. Get it up to 1,600. Sure. Do that. Maybe, and that will make you a man. And I think what's funny is we always conflate like I think there's this idea that those red pill guys think that it's all a dick measuring contest, or it's a notch count, or we measure our egos by N count. Nothing could be further from the truth. Ask any guy who has a higher body count than I do, right? Anyone who has a super high body count, ask a woman who has a high body count and a man who has a high body count. And quite honestly, I don't think body count matters all that much. And that's not from a moralistic perspective. It's because people ultimately don't care. They don't care. If you got a guy who is in a state of sexual deficit, it doesn't matter if you've got an OnlyFans. It doesn't matter any of that shit. Guys will gladly compromise their convictions. They can be online. They are Mr. Holier than thou. I have more respect for myself than to want to get involved with any of these girls I see with Rollo at the freaking bikini contest. How dare he? Yeah, those are the same guys that if they had half an opportunity to get with a girl who's like smoking hot, even half as smoking hot as 90% of the girls at that gig, if they had the chance, they would completely find some rationale or some reason to get with that chick. They would. Absolutely. I've seen it happen. It consistently happens. Hell, it happened on Destiny's fucking show, for Christ's sake, with Farrah, whatever her fucking name is, Farrah, right? She had this this idea that she had this date with this guy who was supposed to be a tradcon, more conservative guy, and she really felt was catching feelings for this guy, but he had said something to the effect like he was very opposed to pornography and OnlyFans, and then she had to come clean and say, look, I have an OnlyFans, and here it is, yada yada. Showed it to him. Then what did he do? This is Mr. Tradcon guy. Oh, these are hot. These are kind of cool. Yeah, okay. I guess I could make an exception for you because you're special. You want to get out of this stuff, right? They'll totally make concessions for shit like that. So when I say body count doesn't matter, it's not that I don't think it matters. It does, but I don't think that people really take it as seriously as they think they are, because it's virtue signaling for a certain set of guys and women too. And then for the women who have high body counts, they're the ones who want to shame you into believing, like they'll bend over backwards, sometimes literally. They will go to great efforts to shame and convince guys that it shouldn't make any difference, whatever, even though they know that it makes a difference, even though they know, on a pragmatic level, they can't get away from their digital footprint. But in the end, at the end of the day, neither women nor men really care about body count if the opportunity is there, especially if they live in a state of sexual deficit or relationship deficit too. Okay. For the ladies. Okay, so I want to make sure I pointed that out, because what now we're going to do is we're going to conflate all this with happiness. And that's why I gave you the thing. And why, Jack Ryder, please, dude, for real? You don't even spell the name right, dude. Lisa Sparks is an aging MILFy porn star. CK Sparks, there's no CK Sparks. CJ Sparks. Go look it up. There you go. If you're going to troll, at least don't be an idiot. Okay? Thank you. Now you can go away. All right. Smashing yes. Okay. Jesus, guys. You guys are killing me with this shit. Let me see if I can open that up a little bit. There we go. Much better. All right. Let's keep going. For adults. Oh, let me put this back up for you. There we go. For adults, it's freedom. Do you think freedom is more important than happiness? Some people will say yes and will say no. I would argue that women would want happiness over freedom, or happiness over loyalty, or happiness over duty, or happiness over responsibility. I think that the reason why you see 70 to 80% of women filing divorce is because they prioritize happiness. And by happiness, I mean a long-term sustainable happiness that they believe is possible that is actually impossible. But I think that the idea that it ought to be possible is what at least incentivizes women to divorce their husbands in greater numbers. That's coming from me, Rollo Tomasi. Okay. It's better for people to have the ability to choose badly than to have no choice at all. I disagree. Alongside this freedom, though, people are clearly pressured by cultural elites to be cultural elites. Who are those cultural elites? Rob Henderson. What cultural elites? Celebrities, high follower count influencers. Who are we talking about? Because if you're going to say cultural elites, you better goddamn well have somebody have a finger to point at. Okay. To behave in a certain way. Obviously, you are free to get married young and start a family, but for many people, you will likely be berated, teased, and told that better. No, here's the difference in this. You're not going to be teased or berated or anything like that. You don't need to be, because we have all from the time a little girl, a little boy for that matter, a little girl is 5 years old and she's a sponge. She's absorbing all this. She goes through puberty. She's now 22, 25 years old. She has been bombarded, not by cultural elites, by Disney, by pop media, pop culture, by songs, by Cardi B, by her favorite rappers, by the influencers she follows on TikTok, from the time she's 5 years old to the time she's 25 years old. It's not cultural elites. It's everything. It's gynocentric social order. Which is founded on feminist ideology. So yeah, but then again, they're not like, they don't choose the path that they do because they were berated and shamed and so I want to have kids and I want to have this wonderful, homey life and bake cookies and fucking make mac and cheese. But but I don't want to. I don't know why I don't want to do that. I just want to go fuck random guys on, in the clubs. No, That's not the way it happens, okay? They make that choice because they think that that's the best, most pragmatic choice. Why wouldn't you? If you are a woman between the ages of 18 and 28 and you know that decade is your party years, your hoe phase, if you like that better, but your party years. And right around 23 years old is your peak of your party years. And that, like I've shown you a million times, this graph right here. There we go. If you look at this, people have been jumping all up my ass for this again lately. But if you look at the pink sort of bell curve right there, and yes, this is a loose, stupid graph I made back in 2013, and everybody loves it or hates it or both. But if you look at this, when a woman gets to be about that peak sexual market value years right there, is she there and is she making those choices because cultural elites are saying, you need to go out and fuck random guys and you need to get what you can, girl, while you can? No, they're not doing that. They're doing it because it's pragmatic. They understand that at that point in their life, that's when they have the best chance to go and have fun, to go kick ass or have fun with, go to yacht parties, go to parties, go to Vegas, go to Miami, get flued out someplace. And even if that's not actually happening to the average woman, the belief and the perception that it could happen is what is informing their choices at that time. So when somebody throws rocks at me or Myron or Fresh or anyone else and says, well, women don't, by and large, women don't actually do those things. They're not, all these women aren't getting flued out to yacht parties and hanging out with Drake. They're not doing that. No, and you're right. You'd be 100% right. But you know what? The impression that they could be is what's important. That could be, that potential is what is informing their decisions. Do you have a response to that? No, you don't. Okay. So that drives me fucking insane when people are like, well, it's because they're being shamed and those poor victimized girls. No, they're making the decisions they are because it's the most pragmatic decisions to make when they're in their party years. Also, I should add this, is that when guys, here, let's throw this up. When guys get to between 30 and like say 45-ish the blue bell curve right there, we don't know. If anybody's getting shamed, it's men, because when men get to their peak sexual market value potential, we say they should be married. And by the way, if you're Chris Evans, you should be marrying a woman who's 42 and not a woman who's 26 fucking years old. Those are the guys. If we shame anybody for their sexual selectivity, if we shame anybody for the pragmatic decisions that they make in their life, we shame men way more than we do women. How is that? You want to blame the sexual revolution? You want to have some sort of like smoking gun for the sexual revolution? Look at Chris Evans and his 26-year hottie girlfriend, now his wife. Go look at that. We throw Leonardo DiCaprio under the bus for like cycling out girls when they hit like 26. He's just being pragmatic. That's just that's just practical for a guy like that. Of course he is. You know why? Because he can. And most guys probably would if they could. But that's the pragmatic decision. They're not being shamed. They're not, well, maybe men are, but women certainly aren't being shamed into making the decisions that they want. If anything, we emphasize their freedoms. You go, girl. You could be anything. You could be an astronaut and a fucking supermodel and have babies and have a hot husband like Chris Evans, and you could have a business all at the same time. Get the fuck out of here. That has become the default setting, and you have to be an unusually determined person to overcome the peer pressure and societal messaging. No, it's not peer pressure. It's not. Well, it could be. You could say it's societal messaging, but the decisions are based on pragmatism. That has become the default setting. Okay, got that. You are liberated to do what you want, but invisible forces, woo, invisible forces all around you are influencing you to avoid serious commitment, ladies. No, either that or you want to know what this, if you want to know, this is why I said I halfway agree with them. I got to clarify terms here. If you want to know why I say I halfway agree with this, it's because it's not, invisible forces all around you are influencing you to avoid serious commitment. Well, women are avoiding serious commitment. Of course they are. Until they get to be 28 to 29 years old, until they hit that epiphany phase that I was having that debate with that girl on Twitter, whose name I don't remember. Sorry. Until that happens. Yeah, of course. They're just making pragmatic decisions until you get to be Tommy Lahren at 28 years old, and then you raise holy hell and say, where are all the guys that are marriageable? I'm not getting any younger. My flower's starting to wilt, becoming a roasty, whatever it is, right? 28 years old. And then of course, like literally in less than a year, she's married to some dude because she's right on freaking schedule for the rational male's epiphany phase. There it is. Do you need any more proof positive than Tommy Lahren that the rational male has some freaking validity to it? I got dozens of other examples, but Tommy Lahren has been my latest success story, right? Right on schedule. And by the way, yes, I'm well aware of Joe Jonas's divorce. I'm well aware of that. We'll get into that later on in the last hour. We'll get into that. Yeah. So anytime you have a problem with that, you just go look at those guys. Or yes, I'm also aware of Hugh Jackman. The whole thing about Hugh Jackman and his wife, the only thing that surprises me is that it didn't happen sooner. So invisible forces influencing you in serious commitment. Well, the reason why women avoid serious commitment up to a point anyways, is because they don't trust men. And it's that what I've harped on before is the existential fear. The existential fear is that men are untrustworthy and I can't trust him to provide, protect, and be parentally invested. So therefore, I have to ensure my own security. That's why women bristle at the idea of submitting to a man. Biblical submission. I would love any guy who wants to take me up on this challenge. I would love for religious tradcons. If you want to have a debate with me, I'm all for it. In fact, I'm probably going to have one pretty soon here. I think Glenn's got some guy I forget who the guy was lined up. We're talking about biblical masculinity. Okay, first topic, biblical submission of women. That will be our first topic. And why do you not support that? Because 90% of them don't. They toe the feminist line that has already sort of infiltrated their churches. Well, you have to be the man that women want to submit to. Good luck, because women have been taught not to submit, not to trust. Men are untrustworthy, incompetent, buffoons, and borderline abusers. If all you had to do was avoid those three archetypes, you probably, like they would say, well, if you can do that, then you're a good man. Well, to do that, of course, you basically have to prioritize women's long-term happiness above your own, right? You're a servant leader. You're a husband, right? You got to think about the well-being and the feeding and keeping of women or your wife, right? Make sure she's at a date night. Listen to her. Do all this, like live in a female gynocentric frame. Again, it's this constant tail chasing. It's this constant qualifications that is never ending because you will never keep her happy. There is no such thing as long-term sustainable contented happiness. I don't care unless you want to say, well, the Lord on heaven above great. When you die, you will be happy and contented. But while you're still here on this planet, you will never be content, and neither will she. And the problem is you're still perpetuating the same lie that a gynocentric social order has already crammed into her head, that it is possible. So possible that you can take antidepressants now I can show it to you. You can take antidepressants to, where'd it go? I got it here. I know I have it here. Here we go. There's your antidepressants. You happy? Ladies, you happy? Because these graphs say you sure as shit aren't. Especially if you're a white woman, 45 plus. And by the way, this is in the last 5. Like you have to have had SSRIs and by the way, SSRIs I'm using interchangeably with antidepressants because that's what they are. Serotonin something uptake inhibitors, I think, or something like that. Anyways, the long and the short of this is the and by the way, this is only like 2010 to like 2015, 2016, something like that. 2015. I would love to see the extended version of this that's sort of updated for today. Think women are happy? No, but they're being sold happiness. Oh, let's have another look. Oh, look at this. This is the average woman. Oh, God, I haven't shown this. I love putting this one up here. 500 women selected their actual and ideal body size from a 12-point visual scale. That one right there that they got circled, that was the ideal. Okay, remember, the oval, the wedge, the triangle, the rectangle, and the hourglass right there. No, ladies, you're a pear. Okay. They didn't have pear shape on there. They're just trying to do you a favor. They also chose between body shapes that most closely matched their own. From apple to hourglass. Apple. Ladies, how many of you have an apple? You look like an apple. Okay, average to actual, or average actual to ideal. So the average actual weight for average women, and this is in the United States, by the way, 172 pounds. The average ideal, this is the ones that women expressed, 124 pounds. BMI, body mass index, 29.5 versus an ideal of 21.3. Average self-confidence out of 10, 6.1, but the ideal is almost 7, 6.9. How you have that, like, it's interesting to see the self-confidence is mapped onto body to BMI and body fat. Then you've got percentage of men who think this body is visually ideal. Do I need to say 9% actually say this is ideal, whereas women believe that 36% of men would consider this as being the ideal body shape. Percentage of women with this body shape who want to lose weight, 91%, versus an ideal that women think should be the ideal, 65%. Happy? Ladies? Happy? Wait a minute. Got to throw these ones on here because I don't think I've ever put this on. I've been meaning to attach this to this one when it comes to antidepressants. With this one, okay? Less than high school graduate, and some college. Now, the better educated you are as a woman, the more likely it is you are going to be on antidepressants. And if you look at men, so here you go. Less than the blue one is a less than a high school. The mid green is is high school graduate or GED, and then the green one is college or more. So if you are at least somewhat college educated, the likelihood that if you're dealing with gentlemen, if you're dealing with you're the girl you're after right now, she's in your roster, right? The woman that you're dealing with, if she has some college, even if she hasn't graduated, odds are 18.3%? 18.3. The likelihood that they are on SSRIs, I mean, almost 1 in 5, close to 1 in 5. It's not quite 20%. Know what you're dealing with. People say I don't give any like actionable information. There's some actionable information right there. If you're with a chick who's college educated, you have to determine that. You have to suss those things out, my friends. Okay. Getting back to our topic here. Okay, so I am very opposed to the idea that this is all about just about women, first of all, and then second of all, the influences and the incentives that are around female unhappiness, because that's really what the post-sexual revolution failure or success is based upon. And this whole bullshit about, we're going to debate this or debate that. No, the premise of the debate is false, is factually fundamental. It doesn't find what it actually says it's trying to find, success or failure. Well, what's the metric for that? Well, apparently it's female happiness. Okay. Versus men who just think that they're getting off and it benefited men. I hear this from PragerU all the time too. Oh man, even Dennis Prager has said this on interviews. He'd be like, hey, yeah, it was great, man. I remember because I went to college in the 60s and the women started wearing mini skirts and the sexual revolution hit. And we were like, all right. We were like, all right. That's Dennis Prager, man, in the 1960s. He's a boomer, by the way, just throwing that out there. Not yours truly. But children lack the maturity to make good choices. So for kids, happiness is more important than freedom. Yeah, but sometimes freedom is happiness for kids. So what's more important, happiness for children or freedom for adults? Our society has decided that there's no going back. At the debate, there was a lot of attention devoted to discussing the impact of the sexual revolution on men and women. Of course it was, because we're really talking about women. Whether the revolution failed women or failed men or helped men or more than women or helped women more than men. Nobody asked whether the sexual revolution failed children. Now, well, people already know the answer. The sexual revolution gave rise to new laws and cultural norms that made divorce and remarriage and single parenthood and casual, no strings of sex easier. Did it? It made it easy. Okay. Let me put this. Where am I? Here I am. Did it? Did it make it easier? Because according to statistics that the red pill has been harping on for going on 12 to 15 years right now, it made it easier for the top level guys. It made it easier for the Justin Wallers of the world. It made it easier for Jason Momoa. It made it easier for guys who are like top tier dudes, but it made it very much more difficult for guys who are losers. And it was only exacerbated when the internet was invented. Because you got to remember, we're still in the experiment. The sexual revolution isn't over. That's why this whole premise of this stupid debate is pointless, because we're still smack dab in the middle of it. Just because, oh, well, it was something that happened in, in the hippie days and in Woodstock and the sexual revolution and it's all over now thanks to Larry Flint, whatever. But the fact of the matter is we're still in this. And by the way, the sexual revolution isn't just about who's fucking and who's not fucking. It's about women in the workforce. It's about Title IX. It's about abortion being free and safe and ubiquitous, right? Don't ask, don't tell, whatever it is. Free, safe, and still and rare, right? Now it's celebrated. So you look at abortion. Look at the financial considerations. Look at no-fault divorce. Look at the divorce rates that came directly after the sexual revolution or during the sexual revolution and continue today. Look at marriage rates. In fact, I've got that one already queued up right here. Let's have a look. 1990. This trend began in 1971. Okay. Oh, you know what else happened? The fertility slump. We don't talk about this as the result of the sexual revolution. We only talk about putting our dicks in vaginas. That's what we talk about. That's what orgasms, the orgasm gap between men and women. That's the discussion you're going to have about the sexual revolution when it affects so much more. But we just want to go with blinders on, because anything else, any of those other topics that are unflattering to women, or the results of those, or the products of the sexual revolution that have damaged men, damaged families, damaged women too, in most cases, is something that we don't want to talk about. But how do we measure this? Grimes. Well, we don't have as much orgasms as we used to. What? How about we talk about the differences in 1971 when we go off the gold standard, right? And we put more women into the workforce as a result of the sexual revolution. No fault divorce. How did that come around? Well, Ronald Reagan thought it would be a great, more practical, efficient way to deal with all these divorces that were spiking during the mid 60s to early 70s. Why? Because of hormonal birth control and the sexual revolution. Who did that benefit more, men or women? Orgasms. You want to say like guys are more concerned with like thinking with their dicks, but yet we're going to have the metric of whether or not the sexual revolution was a success or a failure based on the orgasm gap. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck are you thinking? Unbelievable. Shit makes me cry. More than a man can take. All right. But he does get into this. At the debate, there was a lot of attention devoted to discussing the impact of the sexual revolution on men and women, yada, yada. But nobody talks about the kids. Got it. The sexual revolution gave rise to new laws and cultural norms that made divorce and remarriage and single parenthood and casual, no strings attached sex easier. Yes. Who did that benefit? Who initiates most of the divorces? Women. Historically, by the way, I looked this up. It's not just post-sexual revolution that women just decided to start, willy-nilly 70 to 80%, initiating. If you go back as far as like the 1850s, women initiate divorce more than men do, even as far back as like back when your great-great-great-grandmother after the Civil War was alive, still initiating it at higher levels. I don't know if it was exactly 70, but it could have been like 66, 60%. It was always women initiating divorce more than men. Let's see. The closest anyone came to discussing how children's lives have changed in the wake of the revolution was Anna Kachan, who mentions the Cinderella effect. Children living with one genetic parent and one step parent are approximately 40 times more likely to be abused as children with both living with both genetic parents. Of course, we know this. I've talked about this dozens of times. It goes back to infanticide. So when a new alpha deposes the old alpha, he kills off all the offspring of the harem, and that forces the harem of apes or lions or whatever to go into estrus. Okay. The parallels are there. So anyways, so he gives a little bit of a breakdown of this. Okay. Relative to baby boomers who were raised in intact families by the greatest generation and the silent generation, Gen Z and millennials were raised by divorced or single boomers, and Gen Xers are twice as likely to have had 4 or more adverse childhood experiences before the ages of 18. Oh dear. Another study. Okay. Is that directly attributable to the sexual revolution? Maybe not like on a personal level, but on a legal level, yes. Another study found that while 4% of daughters growing up with their biological father had been abused by him, 17% of daughters growing up with their stepfather had been abused. Again, we're looking at this from a female gynocentric perspective. What about, are we not going to look at criminality in sons? Because we can look at this, say, well, there was no father in the household, so therefore, when mommy brings her new boyfriend home, 17% of the time, the daughter growing up with the stepfather will have been abused by that guy. It's 17%, but it's not insubstantial. Now, by the way, also when the biological father is not in the household, that daughter is more likely to go into puberty earlier. So bear that in mind. That's a biological effect too. So moreover, the types of abuse committed by stepfathers were more serious and more violent, of course. Okay. So, but is that as a result of the law, or is that as a result of sexual permissiveness? Is that as a result of, because remember what you're doing is you've got 21st, but 20th century living conditions as influenced by hormonal birth control and the sexual revolution that came after that has initiated societal changes, ergo gynocentrism. How is that changing the effect of the natural propensity for a new boyfriend or a stepfather to come in and become more abusive? Again, if anything, that's a failure of the sexual revolution, although it's not, nothing is really intended out of this, but it's a fallout. It's an outcome of all of this. Next, between 1950 and 1995, the suicide rate amongst adolescents 15 to 19 more than quadrupled. If the U.S. had the same level of family stability as today as 1960, the country would have 750,000 fewer children, repeating grades, 50,000 fewer. What's funny is you notice that he never says sons or he never puts this in male terms. Okay. Fewer acts of teenage delinquency, 600,000 fewer kids receiving therapy, 70,000 fewer suicide attempts every year. Yes, because they live in single mother households. That's why. It is. If you have single fathers, those statistics are not what they are when they are with single mothers. Okay. And by the way, if you don't believe me, there's a great book. It's called The Boy Crisis by Dr. Warren Farrell. It goes into great detail about this. Single fathers raise kids better than single mothers. End of story. Empirically, again, it's too much data to really dig into in one podcast, but go read The Boy Crisis. And people want to say, oh, Richard Reeves. Richard Reeves is a poor substitute for Warren Farrell's like Warren Farrell, like I said, is a statistical animal when it comes to stuff like that. Consummate statistician. Okay, from a long article about the changes in family structure in The Atlantic, if you want to summarize the changes in family structure over the past century, the truest thing to say is this: we've made life freer for individuals and more unstable for families. We've made life better for adults, but worse for children. Okay. Now I'm gonna let this go. He sums it up at the end there. There's not really any reason to keep going with this. So I'm gonna close this out because I want to get to some other stuff today too. Anyways, there you have it. I want to also throw out a few more things here. So when we're talking about the sexual revolution and we're talking about the states of happiness, I think the long and the short of all of this is that we living in a gynocentric social order, when we talk about states of happiness, whenever you see these articles, ladies and gentlemen, when you see these articles about how men are less happy than they have. Men don't have friends anymore. Men are more lonely than ever before. And it's all because of toxic masculinity. Of course it is, right? And then when we talk about women being unhappy, but yet in the next breath, in the next article over, it's women are happiest when they have no kids and they don't have a husband. I've seen hundreds of those articles. People throw them at me daily, especially women who hate my guts. You know, women are better off without men. Well, how so? Well, here's an article that shows that women, they did this great scientific poll about how women who don't have kids or don't have husbands, they're happier than women who do. So before you start like Tradcoms, before you start throwing rocks at me, go have a look at the articles that are stating that, because I get them all the time. I don't know why you're not getting them all the time. But either way, they're bullshit, because happiness today in the 21st century is measured by a female standard, is measured by female emotionality. That's why. The female emotionality is something that we, again, I could show you here's female emotionality and unhappiness in a nutshell. Right there. Medicated. You want to see female unhappiness and the ability to cope with it, or the attempt to cope with it? Look no further than antidepressant prescriptions for women. We can also point and say, well, men are jerking off at record rates, and here's unhappiness for men. I got it. I have it on tap, right? Let's see. There. Where is it? No, this one. Male virginity. There. You got this. You got male virginity versus women. Actually, maybe by that standard, by that metric, maybe women are doing worse. I mean, the problem is there's two basic fundamental misunderstandings here. Is that happiness is something that's sustainable and something that is in the long. You want to know, how do we sustain happiness? We take antidepressants. How do we sustain happiness? We jerk off as guys. This is how we sustain happiness for women. This is how we sustain happiness for men. Right? Both of those, by the way, are sedations. They don't understand. Women and men on average don't understand. But I'm going to tell you this right now. This is the really sort of the thrust of today's talk. Is that anytime, here's your take home message, children. Anytime you see an article talking about happiness or trying to say, well, men are not as happy or women are not as happy, whatever it is, I want you to flip them off. And I want you to say, your happiness is horseshit. Your metric is off. You're measuring for the wrong thing. Happiness is a proximate outcome, not an ultimate outcome. So to say overall happiness, overall contentment, overall satisfaction, by whose metric, who's doing the testing? And then second of all, are they testing for what they're trying to find? But when you just dismissively say, well, women are unhappy and men are more happy because they're getting fucked all the time, and women are they just don't know what to do with themselves and they're victims. No, you're measuring happiness from the mistaken bullshit belief that is something that is sustainable and maintainable. It is not. Rob Henderson, update your fucking software. David Buss, update your fucking software. Anyone using happiness as some kind of metric or is some way of keeping their finger on the pulse of society, you are wrong. You are absolutely very, very wrong. You're wrong. And I'll tell you what's ironic to me, and you're going to hear this, by the way, in the 2024 election cycle, but what's ironic to me is the same people who are writing this stuff and making those measurements and presuming that happiness is some sort of measurable, sustainable state are the same people that turn me on to the people who say it's bullshit. In fact, they're the ones who made the tweet. All I'm doing is repeating what you said. It's like Rob Henderson versus Rob Henderson, David Buss versus David Buss. And I'm like, freaking feel like I'm taking crazy pills, right? Like, stop it. Tell them the whole truth or don't tell it at all. I don't see why that's such a leap. So please cut the shit, because we're basing everything on a female way of thinking in terms of emotionality. Women's happiness should be prioritized above, I don't know, state security, for fuck's sake. In some cases, that's literal, by the way. And I want to point out one more thing here when it comes to emotions for men and women, because if we're going to say that men's happiness and women's happiness are at odds, and that women's happiness is a result of the sexual revolution and all this other stuff, we also have to understand that happiness, being an emotion, is experienced and processed differently for women than it is for men. So yes, of course, when men and women have casual sex, a guy's like, fuck yeah. And a woman's like, oh, I regret that. I think there's also studies, by the way, of women tend to regret the sex that they have had. Men tend to regret the sex that they didn't have, the missed opportunities. That right there ought to show you that your metric and your basis for your testing or measuring the temperature of happiness is bullshit, because we don't like whose standard for happiness are we going to say this is the standardization. This is what we're going to use as the baseline for everything. And unless you are taking both men and women's collective understanding and processing of the emotion of happiness into account, you are biased one way or the other. And usually it's for women these days. So how do I know that? Well, let's have a look here. Sex differences in jealousy in non-weird countries. Men more than women in every culture indicated greater upset over a partner's sexual emotional infidelity, precisely as predicted. You want to know why women want to know, do you love her? Like if you cheat on your wife or whatever, the first question isn't, where'd you fuck? Where'd you go? Did she get you off? Did she suck you off? Did she swallow? Blah, 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 blah. Those questions don't come out. The first question is, do you love her? It's emotionality. It's a threat to loss of security and a loss of emotional capital, right? I'm investing in this relationship. And if he's not invested in this relationship and he loves someone else and he gets invested in another woman, I'm fucked. That's what you want to know why divorce laws are what they are. That's why it's based on the existential crisis or the existential question, hypergamous doubt, right? Existential fear of women. Divorce laws are based primarily, and I talked about this with James Sexton, are primarily based on an existential fear of capital loss or emotional investment loss. Okay. Then we have this. Sex differences in emotionality with women scoring substantially higher were larger in wealthy and gender egalitarian countries, replicating a well-known pattern. Okay. That's not one. This is the one I wanted to get to. Here we go. Men scored higher than women on emotional stability across countries, even more so in highly individualistic societies. So there you have, those are statistical analysis. Scoring higher. So it's numbers. Okay. Now we've got the last but not least is this one. Oh, that was that one. Here we go. Happiness. Many widely recommended strategies for increasing happiness do not pass the methodological acid test. And I have to read this one to you. Can happiness be reliably increased? Many studies were conducted during a period in which researchers commonly p-hacked, and I'll explain that later, creating uncertainty about false positives. We conducted a systematic review of pre-registered experiments. We found surprisingly little support for many widely recommended strategies, performing random acts of kindness, etc. Two small pre-registered studies found no evidence for the mood benefits of meditation. For pre-registered studies provide strong evidence for the immediate benefits of expressing gratitude, but these studies do not provide evidence that the benefits last longer than a day after the gratitude practice ends. The only pre-registered experiment on fruit and vegetable consumption failed to find significant benefits. Based on two pre-registered experiments, we think that the advice to look on the bright side may help people feel better about specific stressors, but may not have any lasting effects on overall mood. Other strategies, e.g. being more sociable, may reliably promote happiness. Oh, really? Doing something is going to promote happiness. Does the test find what it's looking for? Positively or negatively? Is it the right methodology to find what it is that we want to look for? That's all this happiness bullshit. Oh, they're less happy, more happy is based on tests that, first of all, they're gynocentric. They're based on a female standard of happiness or not. And then they are not finding what they want to find, because the methodology for finding happiness in a sustainable place is, first of all, founded on that false premise, but it's also methodologically unsound. So, long story short, children, whenever you hear someone saying happiness this, happiness that, and they're using that as a litmus test, or they're using happiness as a metric, tell them to go fuck themselves, because they're looking for the wrong thing, because the basis and the definition of happiness for them is like completely, well, skewed. So, all right, let me go find, where did I put that? Let's go back to the comments. Oh, 5-star. Here we go. Pro tip: never spend money on a girl who hasn't put the D in her mouth. Gag reflex, my friend. 2 words: gag reflex. I love being the pool boy. Me too. Just ask Tiffany Fox. Not going to say anymore. I will try to find the timestamp. He was talking like he wants my time, but I don't see the offer to pay my way, implying he wants to go. Oh, okay. Dung is fun. Once again, I love the recent divorced women. They put out the most. Recently divorced men. They're pretty easy to get into bed. Do you want food, or do you want food to fight, or do you want food to be on a plate? Well done. I have no idea what that means. Hypergamy means striving for better options. No, that's opportunism. Means striving for better options. That's opportunism. Opportunism is the opposite of loyalty. Are most women disloyal? Values. Okay. Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of people. I'm glad you brought this up, because I kind of wanted to get on this topic anyways. There's a lot of people who want to say, well, women are just malicious. Or like whenever I have the conversation about the difference in women's concept of love and men's concept of love. Remember, men have like duty and loyalty and honor are hierarchical considerations for men, or they have been in the past, right? Men will die for honor. They will take a bullet for honor. They will live lives of misery and toil for the concept of honor. And honor is really based on love and emotion and respect. And you got to remember that honor is respectability. It's a measurement of respectability, integrity, respectability. And so men will still go through a life with, under the shittiest conditions, live under tyranny, because they want to know that at the end of their lives that they stayed according to plan, and God's going to reward them for being an honorable individual. Whether that's true or that's not, or they just simply are gluttons for punishment, makes no difference. But honor is hierarchical. And you have to remember, women think in the round. Women's psyches are predisposed for communitarianism, are predisposed for safety in numbers, are predisposed for the sisterhood uber alles, right? As I said, when women organize society, it's always under egalitarian, communitarian, socialist, possibly communist, depending on which way you go. But it's always, one for you, one for you, one for you, one for you. It's always by need. And women do society in the round. Men do society on a ladder. They do it on a hierarchy. They do, you're better than Joe. You get paid X amount of money. You're the CFO. You're the CEO. You're the president. You're the general. You're the admiral. You're the king high poobah. I don't know what it is, but there's like this staggered all the way down to the janitor, right? Or the lowly private, seaman apprentice. I know that, right? That's what men do, is they rank each other, whether it's in work or it's in the military or it's on a team, like team sports, that kind of stuff. We have a tendency to think in terms of hierarchy, because men, have to have some sort of respectability. They have to have some way to measure who's better than who. So who gets the most pussy? Who gets the most money? Who gets the most respect? Who gets the most integrity? Who has the most honor? And honor is a male concept. It is not a female concept. So when we expect women to honor, commitments, we're expecting them to come into a masculine way of thinking. You have to let my wife, you must honor you must respect my authority. You must submit. The Lord high in heaven said, you must submit to my guidance. Although I'm a kind master, it's like, beneficial patriarchy, right? Beneficent patriarchy. I'm going to do what's best for you, but you have to submit to me. If you don't, then get the fuck out. That's what it boils down to. And even when I talk about like mental point of origin and I talk about enlightened self-interest, I can't help others until I can help myself. That help myself part of that equation right there also includes that if I see that if I've helped myself and I'm in a point to become into a position of authority, I need to use that authority as well as I can. I need to be a good steward of the authority that I receive or that I get from my acts or from my however I earn that authority or how I create that authority. Then I can say, I'm going to help this person. I'm going to help this person. This person I know, but this person, yes. If that's the case, then that female submission comes down to men's authority versus that his ability or his desire to extend his benefit to that woman. Well, what is that based on? Well, her loyalty, I would say purity, but here her honor in the long term anyways. Do I want to invest in this woman with provisioning, protection, and parental investment? Women will say, that's expected of you. That is what society wants you to do. That's how we're going to measure whether or not the sexual revolution is an abject failure or it's a success and men benefited more than women or vice versa. But the 20th century expectation of male patriarchal responsibility is supposed to be a given. It's an entitlement for women. In fact, every goddamn tradcon on planet Earth today who has a problem with the red pill will repeat some variation or some version of that. Well, these guys just think with their dicks and their responsibility. They would live better lives. They would be happier in the long term if they were married. Marriage gets you to long-term happiness. You're better off as a man. You'll be more happy married than not married. Again, founded on the bullshit that there is a sustainable happiness. They'll phrase it in other words like fulfillment, satisfaction, stability, whatever the fuck it is. Contentment is really what they're trying to say. There is no contentment. It is based on a false premise. It is based on a lie that happiness is something that can be maintained indefinitely. That is bullshit. Happiness is what you feel when you are accomplishing things, when you're doing things that are good for you, you're doing things that you are intrinsically rewarding to you. That's where that comes from. So happiness can be going and hanging out with a bunch of jet screaming hootie queens at the fucking pool party or the bikini party, right? I'm happy doing it. Makes me feel good. I'm intrinsically rewarded. No. You shouldn't feel happy doing that. Well, why not? I do. I feel pretty good about it. It's great, man. Awesome. No, that's wrong. But I feel happiness. But if that's the metric and you want to say, no, you're not truly happy. You'll only be truly happy if you are married and you settle down and you've got nothing but, got babies hanging around you and everything. And your funeral will defeat someone else's funeral. You'll have a better death than someone else's death. No, it's in the doing. And I think on some level of consciousness, guys understand that too. They just want everybody to do with it. Like they say misery loves company. Complacency loves company. That's what it comes down to. I'm not saying you wouldn't be better off married or not married. I'm going to get into this here in just a second because I've got a clip against my better judgment. I'm going to show you this clip. Somebody asked me to show this and riff on this a little bit. So I'm going to dig into it here in just a second. In fact, I think I just put it up right now. All right. This is the part of the show where I kind of have to bite my tongue. I'm going to let him go, but this is Justin Waller. Okay. And I love Justin. You guys know, I have a very special relationship with Justin Waller, and I love him like a brother. And this is not in any way a cut on him or a hit on him, but I have to riff on this. So here we go.
Or to sit down, tell the truth, be bold. And a woman is base enough to say, you know what? Any man on the planet, if he could be rich, powerful, handsome, whatever it is, he would absolutely have all the women that he wanted. I think the thing that women mistake when it comes to the subject of infidelity or sleeping with women is that they feel like he must love her or that they're on the same level as the other woman. Because a lot of times a woman is less attractive. That's not true. It's just different. And men and women often tend to have sex when they have true feelings for a man. Men are just not that way, so it's the difference between the sexes. But I think women already know that. It's the deceit and the cowardness and the lack of performance from the man that makes a woman leave for that. Because if you got a real good man, that's a real good father, a real good husband, a real provider, a real partner, a real ride or die, like somebody that'll sit down with you when you're crying about it and like really be there for you and hold it, not cry with you because we ain't crying around here, but be there for you truly, and you know that they got you in every way and you trust them and look up to them and they're building you and making you better, dude, you're not leaving that guy. No way. Even if it hurts and even if you're going to say no right now, I've experienced it enough to know that I'm right.
Do high value men cheat?
Every one of them. No, that's not true. That's actually not true. 99%.
What do you think he's thinking about right there? I'm going to stop it there just for a second because I need to point something out here. Now, I don't know for a fact that he paused there for a minute because he thought of me, because I would. Okay, I'm just gonna gloss myself. Sorry, I'm gonna be an arrogant fuck, and I'm just a prick right here. I think, statistically speaking, if you went, actually, you know what? Let me back this up with some data here. If you were to take my demographic, white man, 5'11", making the amount of money that I do, over $500,000. Okay, take my demographic of guy, and you plugged it in to the female delusion calculator. Now, granted, I'm not 6 foot tall, but I am above average in height. I am most definitely not obese. And you look at all of this. In fact, I should probably do that. Should I do this? Want me to get the delusion calculator out? But if you plug me in, I am fairly confident I am I represent a fraction of 1% of the male population in the United States, particularly at my age, right? I'm pretty sure by that metric, by the CDC/Census Bureau numbers, I'm a pretty above average guy, and I'm a high value guy. Okay. Well, Rollo thinks he's an alpha. I didn't say alpha. I said I am a high value guy according to the CDC and the Census Bureau. Okay. Okay. I have been married for 27 years. My daughter just got married. She is 25 years old. So no, I didn't knock up my wife and then have to get married because she was knocked up, even though asshats want you to believe false narratives. So let me just clear that up right away. But for instance, and I've had this conversation before, maybe this is something that maybe it's been like weighing on Justin, because I love Justin. I really do. But I've heard him talk about this with Mike Sartain. I've heard similar narratives from some of the other guys in the war room too, Andrew Tate being one, but some other people too. That high value man will always cheat. Myron said this before. Kevin Samuels, right? High value men should cheat. High value men deserve to cheat. Expect your high value man to cheat. Some variation of that. Then there's Rollo Tomasi. And you know who I've been with, and you know who I'm around, and you know what I do, and you know what if you're watching this show, you sure as shit do. So no, I'm not a grandpa. Thank you very much. No, not yet. Don't make me that old. I am 55. And whenever that goddamn AARP thing comes in the mail, I just throw it away. So you just hold your horses. I ain't moving to the villages yet. I'm fairly certain that if I were, let's just say for sake of argument, because people throw this, they've been throwing this at me. I've been married for 27 years. I love my wife. We still have great sex. We still have a good relationship. I love her. She loves me. We have genuine desire for one another. She's a ride or die girl. Okay. Established. Okay. But if I were to tell you today, guys, I have a confession to make. I cheated on my wife, and I had sex with this gorgeous 25-year-old girl, blah, blah, blah. I give you the details, and I make this like heartfelt confession. I'm sorry I did what I did, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Would you have more respect for me for doing that, or would you have less respect for me for doing that? Because remember, we're talking about hierarchies just a moment ago. Honor. Would you think I'm more honorable because I did that? Or would you think of me as less honorable because I cheated on my wife of 27 years? I'm pretty sure you would say less. I'm pretty sure. But according to this logic, I should be a fucking superhero. I'm a red pill freaking God, because that's what we're supposed to do, right? A real man cheats, right? A real alpha man, a guy of high value, he's going to cheat. You give him the options, he's going to cheat. I have options. I could do it anytime I want. I have no reason to. But I have the options. Sure, should have the options. Even if you don't believe me, you gotta at least admit that I have more options than the average guy, more opportunities than the average guy. But if I were to do that, did you do that? Is that what I'm at? God damn it. I'm going to go and do that. I should do that. Yeah. Real men fuck, right? Okay. Well, wait a minute. There we go. There you go, Matt. I'll give it to you. Yeah, I do. I fuck my wife all the time. It's great. I have a fun time doing it too. Think I might do it after this show. Oh, I don't want to know. Okay. But the fact is, would you have more respect for me? You know what? Let's take a poll. Put a 1 in the chat if you would have more respect for me if I cheated on my wife. Or put a 2 if you would have less respect for me if I were to cheat on my wife right now, after 27 years, at 55 years old. Even if it was like the hottest piece of ass you guys could ever imagine. Would you have less respect or would you have more respect for me? Because that's what this conversation is about. And I'm kind of glad he at least gave the caveat right there, right? The just, 99%. Because you know why? Because Justin Waller is a good friend of mine. He's met my wife. We've had vacation to Tahoe together. So just throwing that out there as well. So I'm maybe he's hedging his bet. Again, like I said, I love Justin like a brother. So
1%. Thank you for giving that 1%. I appreciate it.
I don't want to cap. I think 99% though. Yeah.
Oh my God. Can we get 95?
95 plus Pearl's dad.
Thank you. And my dad.
No, and that's the thing though, because it used to trigger you a year ago, right? When we'd have this conversation. We've done whole shows about this.
Yeah.
And now it doesn't. And I think that you see it through a whole nother lens. The whole show last night was about it. In the beginning of the show, the girls were pissed. By the end, they were like, I'd stay. And it's just this ugly truth about the word. I don't like it. I told every girl last night I would pay $1 million to cut that feeling off. It is in us.
I saw something.
All right. So that right there, that quote right there was what I was challenged to. And I forget the guy. I think it was a week ago. Somebody asked me about that. I didn't even know this thing existed. So thank you for giving me the link anyways. And the time cue, by the way. So Justin is saying, oh, I would give $1 million to give up on that feeling if I could make that feeling go away. I've asked that question, a very similar question to that, several times over the course of my my illustrious career as a moderator on So Suave. Except that we rephrase it. It's like, if you could take a pill that would eliminate all of your sexual desire, would you take it? And of course, every goddamn incel and every MGTOW and every basic loser would say, oh, yeah, I would totally do it. Then I could focus on things that I really want to focus on. I wouldn't have to worry about my sexuality. I wouldn't have to think about whether I have a hard on or not. When, what's funny is like this pretty much, that's self-gelding. Would you do so? Everybody would have less respect for me. Thank you. I thank you, chat, because I would have less respect for me as well. But the idea is you're not going to turn, like he wants to say, I would turn this off if I could. The other question that I asked the So Suave, we did this poll several times. Would you take a pill if it existed that would make you turn off your sexuality? And I think the problem is like people don't understand, especially guys don't understand that the very fact that you have a sexual nature in the first place is what prompts you, or used to anyways, would prompt you and incentivize you to do great things. What makes you happy as a man? Doing things, building things, creating things, solving problems, kicking ass, finding out what's beyond the next horizon, motivating yourself to doing something greater than you did the other day. As I said before, I will reiterate this one more time, is that women talk and men do. And when we communicate in very different ways. Okay. We speak different languages almost, right? I mean, speak the common, language, but like English, whatever, but we speak it in different, like our point of conversation is different. So when guys would say, I would take the pill on because it would mean I would be able to focus on other things. So the problem is though other things that you're talking about are only other things to you because you have a sexual nature. If you look at, and I think it was Sigmund Freud who said this, is like all energy is sexual. And what he meant, it doesn't mean like, oh, everybody's walking around with a heart on. It's that if you have like sexual frustration, if you have sexual angst, if you have sexual deficit in your life, if you have some sort of like, I don't get like if
like, man, bro, sometimes you don't get no hoes, man.
If you don't get no hoes, you're going to try to find a way to get hoes. You're going to try to find a way to do that. And people say, well, that's just living for your dick. No, it's not. It's taking the sex, as Sigmund Freud said, all energy is sexual. And by energy, it's like motivation, incentive. I'm not taking, woo, energy, crystals. I'm talking about your effort and the energy in the sense that you're putting your effort into certain things. And for the most part, up until the sexual revolution, up until hormonal birth control, up until ubiquitous free streaming 4K pornography for men, which is basically sedation, up until that point of sedation, men would do things to get from unhappiness, from a state of deficit into something else. And along the way, men found out what made them happy, what was intrinsically rewarding. Maybe it was playing guitar. Maybe it was art. Maybe it was solving mathematical equations. Maybe it was making life better. Maybe it was joining the military. Maybe it was something else. They were incentivized and motivated to do things, doing the things that made them happy, rather than this stupid belief that happiness is this sustainable goal state. So along the way from like, I'm a loser. Okay, well, how do I stop being a loser? Well, you try different things. You get to the point where, hey, I'm a loser, but if I keep doing this and I excel in this, something that I really enjoy and I'm really happy when I'm doing it, then maybe somewhere in the not so distant future, I'll be a winner. You want to know why guys don't have purpose today? And it's not about meaning. It's about purpose, drive, motivation, going somewhere, doing something. The reason why they don't is because they don't have that same incentive because it's already done for them. Maybe you guys have heard me say this before. I think I'll reiterate it one more time. Watching TV, watching Netflix, watching churn marketing series, playing video game after video game, especially immersive video games where you're like World of Warcraft or so, like whatever the latest is, multiplayer online imports, whatever. Anything that's immersive like that creates a sort of a sedative escape reality that is better than your shitty life is not going to motivate you to be a loser, to going to becoming something more than you are, because you can be a winner because it's already given to you in World of Warcraft. There we go. There we go. Sorry, my bad. What the hell happened? I had a power outage here just a minute ago, and then the internet decided to die at the same time. So maybe it's a conspiracy, right? Wait a minute, maybe. FBI, open up! There we go. Sorry, I'm back. Don't go away, please. Man, it's been a comedy of errors today. What the fuck, man? I haven't had my lights go. Oh, now they're back on. Great. Okay. Awesome. Jesus, man. What the hell? My bad. Hey, thanks for sticking around, though. Jeez, I felt bad. I had a brownout, but my freaking my UPC picked up most of it, but it didn't. It went out quick enough so that it killed my modem and it killed my. By the way, my I am hardlined in, but if it kills the modem, then there's nothing really I can do about it. There you go. All right, I am back. Sorry, my bad. You know what? Let me get to these right quick here. Rollo, you have a wonderful daughter, but why didn't you have a son? I don't know. Why didn't you ask God? God, because I'm a man of God. Why didn't I have a son? You mean like why didn't I keep going until I had a son? Folks in South Asia, Middle East do care about having a son to spread the bloodline. Should I? Should I worry about that? You know, ladies. Well, this is a joke between me and Aaron Clary. The joke is this: it's like Aaron Clary doesn't want to have kids, but he said you can buy his sperm for like $1.5 million. How much is my sperm worth to you, ladies? Maybe you'll have a son. You can carry on the line, the Tomasi line. You know, how awesome would that be? Yeah, we can work that out. We can sexual surrogacy. Yes, I need a son to carry on the Miller Tomasi bloodline. Because my last name is so rare. My real last name is so rare. I am 42, and lately I have been dating girls around 35 to 42. Why? And all of them still want to get married. Of course they do. I was divorced twice. Any advice? Yeah, don't get married again. Don't even. This is going to sound really bad. Get a vasectomy if you haven't already. Don't get married again. Seriously. It's a bad deal. Very bad deal. Don't do it. If you thought, you've been married twice, like what on earth? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about you. Maybe you do. Maybe you're all good with that. Let me, you know what? Let's keep going with this because I really like this video here. Although I'm going to have to cue it back up again. I apologize.
To sit down, tell the truth, be bold. And a woman is based.
He was up a little bit further than this. Hang on. We got past this. I think it was when we got to Pearl. Oh God, Pearl. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is actually the reason why I like this is because Troy Francis was on this too.
By the end, they were like, "I'd stay," and it's just this ugly truth about the world. I don't like it. I told every girl last night I would pay $1 million to cut that feeling off. It is in us.
I saw something, a podcast.
Okay, so getting back to the point is like, would you take a pill that would make you, make it so your libido would go away? And I think what's funny is like this is you guys come down on me for putting out a troll post about what would you sacrifice, right? What would you sacrifice for quicker success, to become a high value man? The fastest way to become a high value man: don't forget about family, forget about kids, get a vasectomy to ensure that a woman does not actually baby trap you. That's really what that was about. Okay. Second is, and then the rest, lift consistently, eat right, blah, blah, stay in your game, resist the lure of easing up on your focus. All good advice. Everybody fixates on fucking he wants vasectomies for everybody. I can't believe it. Well, the reason why that was so aggravating to guys like Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, and Candace Owens, and God knows who are. Lauren Chen, by the way. Lauren, the invite's still on the table, man. Just tell me when to. I know. Thank you very much. I saw that it was blacked out. Still on the table. Anytime you want to come out, I'm good with it. And by the way, if you're a TradCon and you want a piece of me, or you want to come and have a piece of me, sorry, I don't mean to get hostile. You want to come out and have a peaceful, respectful discussion with Rollo Tomasi, I'm happy to do that. Just know that I'm going to challenge your interpretations of what makes people happy, right? I should have done this with Ruslan back in the day. Like when we're talking about, marriage makes men more happy and long-term happiness. Like, no, it doesn't, because your definition of happiness is based on a false presumption. I know the Bible says that. I know you desperately want to find some empirical, secular reason to sort of align with your biblical reasons too. I know that. In some cases, that might actually be the truth. But the fact of the matter is that your idea you could probably make that case. Just don't make it on happiness, contentment. Even in the Bible, it's not biblical marriage is not, it's not like sexuality is what validates marriage. It's marriage is what validates sexuality. So what makes you happy? It doesn't make any difference what makes you happy according to the Bible. You're just married. The pursuit of happiness. Pursuit. Did you get that? Even the framers of the fucking Constitution. Pursuit of happiness. You're happy in the fucking pursuit. In the chase, it's not the kill, man. It's not the having, it's the getting. Maybe that's how we ought to put it. But the fact of the matter is if you kill that drive, you're killing the drive. You're I wish I could take a pill that would kill my libido. Saltpeter, right? I wish if I could pay $1 million, I would. No, you wouldn't. And if you did, you wouldn't have the $1 million in the first place. The reason why Justin Waller has what he has and he is who he is because of his libido, because of that inability to sort of like settle with one chick and stick with one chick, because it's the drive. It's what makes him happy. Looking for new poon makes guys happy. It does. And if it doesn't make you happy, it's the pursuit that is rewarding, assuming you can do it right enough. It's the not the having, it's the getting. Justin Waller would not be Justin Waller if he didn't have that. And God forbid you would pay $1 million to get rid of it. Take the pill. No, because you wouldn't have the same impetus, because it is actually the drive. Like I said before I got kicked off the internet here. It's the Freudian idea that all energy is sexual. So even if you're not fucking, your energy and your effort and the things that you do are driven so that you do two things. As I said before, what makes people, the proximate goal is doing what makes you happy in order to get to the ultimate goal, which is survival and reproduction. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing shallow about that. And really, there's nothing unbiblical or unquranic or untoraic or whatever it is, whatever your religion is. There's nothing wrong with being a fucking dude. And stop throwing it away and stop being embarrassed by it and stop loathing your sexuality and loathing your fucking gender. Embrace it. Guys always want to say, well, we need to get back to conventional masculinity. Well, you don't do that by cutting your dick off. The same people who gave me shit about the vasectomy troll, the same people who want to say, well, it's brutality and it's self-mutilation to, cut off a young boy's junk and turn him into a girl. But yet you're going to say, I would take a pill or I would pay $1 million so I wouldn't have to think about this and I would be a different, no, because you're basically taking a pill, whatever it is, to not be a dude. And being a guy implies that you want to fuck. Justin Waller fucks. Rollo Tomasi fucks. Myron Gaines fucks. Mike Sartain sure as hell fucks. You can say he's arrogant and he's immoral and he's unethical, or he doesn't live by my code of ethics and my standard of morality, and you will be 100% right about that. But you know what? He still fucks. And you don't. So don't expect people to be complacent. As I said before, misery loves company. No, complacency loves company. And so when people say, well, you're not doing the right thing, you're not living the right way. Well, what's your definition of living the right way? Well, apparently it's paying $1 million. I'm not saying this is Justin, but it's the presumption that you ought to be not fucking. It's the presumption that your sexuality, the thing that makes you a guy, is something that is shameful. You want to talk about like shaming men? That's the ultimate way of shame. Men shame other men more than women shame men, period. Because they're the ones that I think this is the reason for this is because of intra-sexual competition. If I can convince a guy like Justin Waller that to the point where he takes action, right? If I can convince him that he's not living the right way, and he ought to just stay with his baby mama, and he should only fuck her. And if he doesn't, he's going to go to hell. If I can convince him of that, I've just eliminated an alpha male who is a part of that 4.5%. And he's not going to be licking the ice cream anymore. He's not going to be, and what do I mean by licking the ice cream? Okay. He's not poaching the chicks that I could potentially get, or my wife that I could potentially get, because he's sort of ruining them with casual sex and the way he's just talking about right now. So if that you want to know what in that respect, anyways, when a guy is saying like a Ben Shapiro or a Matt Walsh or even a Lauren Chen or whatever, or certainly up until recently, a Steven Crowder is saying, well, men ain't living the right way. Men should not do those things. A real man, a high quality man, should be doing the things that I do. He should not want to be fucking like I do. Sorry, bro, but I'm going to say it this time. Right? You're in public. Sorry. I'll keep it on the low, Daniel. You said you're in public. I'll keep it on the down low. Keep it down low. Fuck. Anyways, no, because they're not. Guys who don't fuck will make up rules for other guys who do fuck. We got to keep it down for Daniel's in public. Keep it down. Keep it down. Don't worry, I'll make concessions for you. I understand. But they'll do. They will. That is a form of intrasexual competition. If I can convince you to disqualify yourself from the sexual marketplace by invoking the name of the Lord, wait, like so.
I don't chase booty.
I don't chase booty. If I can influence you to not chase
I don't chase booty.
Not chase booty. That all that does is free up more booty for me. Don't lick the ice cream. Don't bang the woman that's going to be my baby mama at some point, right? Well, that's really intrasexual.
Cast the other day where a man said if a man cheats, women shouldn't take it personal and they should just suck it up. Do you agree? Because
I don't think. So I don't like the idea of just sucking it up. If she's like truly hurt by it, I think you need to sit in it with her and be there for her. Like a real man can slit a throat and hold a baby in the same day. That's my definition of a man. So you have to be able to do both. You need to be hard, and loving. And there's no problem being vulnerable with a woman or like, hey, being there for her. There's no problem at all, because if you're really strong, if anybody tries to take advantage of your vulnerability, you fucking crush them.
So wait, there's not one woman on this earth
not
you
one
can
woman.
fully commit to?
No. Yes. There are women that I can fully commit to.
As in, you only see her?
Sexually? No. There's no. And there's no man that would want to. If you lined up every man on the planet and you said, hey, listen, I got this red button.
Here we go.
I've said this on podcasts before. Nobody's looking. Nobody's going to judge you. Truly, nobody's here. Every man in the world. They said, you can be a great husband, a wonderful father. You can go home, tuck your kids at night, possibly sleep with other women, and then go home and hold your wife and tuck in your babies and provide and be a good husband and father. Every man on the planet would look left, they'd look right, and they'd hit that button.
Do you think cheating is...
I've had that button in front of me for the last 5 years, 6 years. I still haven't pressed that button.
It's a good thing.
No, but it is just naturally part of the male psyche. It's what I think the point is. It's he can absolutely love the woman. She can be his absolute queen. She is like the top. But he's always going to have that propensity to want variety. That's what it comes down to. And like Justin said, the other woman doesn't even need to be that good. She doesn't even need to be as attractive.
She could be ugly.
Yeah, as
I
the
think
one she's
girls
with.
really miss that. And that whole time, the one he actually loves has the ability probably to break his heart.
Yeah.
And girls often ask, well, what's the difference?
Because I always thought that if a man cheats, he truly doesn't love her.
Oh, no, that's not true at all.
Men.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. Look.
I tend to agree with him. Like, I'm about 90% there with him. Now, here's why. Because she's approaching this from the perspective of a woman. Okay. Women are emotionally investing in a guy. And so their concept of love is different than men's concept of love. Like, one of the reasons why I just brought up this show, as a matter of fact, was it 68, 70% of Christian men report being addicted to pornography. They admit that they have a problem. I think that's what it was. A problem with pornography, meaning they watch it, once a day, once every other day, something like that, 3 times a week, whoever knows. And to the point where they have to take the family computer has to go in the living room so dad doesn't whack off in private somewhere, right? And the fact, so in some sense, I can sort of relate with what Justin's saying, because men will find, men who don't have options will find ways to find that sexual release, because they're not, though their needs, men's sexual needs, are not being met in the marriage, but nobody gives a fuck. If a woman's needs, whether it's emotional or chores or money or security or God knows whatever the fucking list is with women's needs, right? Men's needs are pretty simple. Fuck me, suck my dick, and hey, occasionally once a week, make me a steak, make me something to eat. That's it. Still can't do it. Still won't do it. Don't have any desire to do it, right? In most marriages, and it's sexless marriage, right? Not saying they're all like that, right? But I love this, right? I challenge this. I finally found the stats on this just recently. When people want to say like that, well, men are happier in marriage than they are outside. No, they're not. Again, we're using the wrong definition of happiness. And then second of all, and I get this from every TradCon religious guy I ever get, is like, well, men, married people get more sex than single people. No, they don't actually. Actually, single people, depending on what generation we're talking about, actually get laid or about the same, and not slightly more than people who are married. Okay. Now, remember, this is never marrieds. That's what I'm throwing out there. Okay. It's not like, oh, young men who can't have any game, they're not getting laid. No, but the people, just because a person is unmarried doesn't mean they're not getting laid. Okay. So never married is one classification. Divorced, you're still not married, but you might be getting laid. You might be in a long-term relationship. You might have a roster. You might have a roster of women. You might be, and I'm speaking from a guy's perspective, but it might be women as well. Women don't have to be, who gets laid more, women or men today? We talk about this on Access Vegas all the time. Women do. But if you're looking at that demographic, then you could say, well, women get laid just as much as single as they do married, because we're only looking at one cohort. So you better define terms, because we only look at, married versus non-married. Okay, well, non-married, is that single? Is that never married? Is that divorced? Is that you're in a long-term relationship, but you're not married? You're using that definition because it fits with whatever your ideological bent happens to be. But the fact of the matter is like, when you're looking at what these guys, what Justin has been saying for a long time, as I said before, and I took this very unscientific poll just a moment ago, is if you found out that I cheated on my wife after 27 years, would you have more respect for me? Would you think of me as a higher value man because I pressed the button that he's talking about? Would you think more of Rollo Tomassi? Would I have more integrity? Would I be more respectable? Would I be more red pill? Would I be more of a high value dude if I pressed that button after not having pressed that button for 27 some odd years? I could ask that. In fact, maybe I should. Next time I see Justin, I'll ask him the same question. Would you think more of me, Justin, if I pressed that button after 27 years today? Boom. Would I be better? Would I bump up in the hierarchy a little bit more, or would I be dropped a little more, or significantly more? That's a question I will ask Justin next time I have a chance to do so. Would I be a better man for having cheated on my wife? Or would I be less of a man for having cheated on my wife? And honestly, I think that's probably something that, and she didn't think of this, but I think that Lila Rose, when she was like sort of putting him on the spot on whatever podcast, which he was just unprepared for, I think he probably could have answered that a whole lot better. But if you really wanted to put him on the spot, Lila, you would just use that scenario that I'm using right now. Is a man a better man, more valuable? Does that make him more valuable? Or is it a outcome of a position of being more valuable? So if Rollo Tomassi wasn't Rollo Tomassi, and he was a guy who's a little bit above, makes a little bit more money than me, is a little bit taller than I am, is a little bit better spoken and more well-dressed than Roll. God, how could that possibly happen, right? But if the guy was like just maybe a rank above me and he cheated on his wife, would that reduce him or make him more? Or would he be starting from that, and so therefore he's a better man to begin with? So you have to think about those. You have to think of those scenarios right there, because what you're doing is you're trying to make value scales here, or judgments, but scales of value, metrics of value.
I'm gonna tell you right now, hungry and horny to a man is the same thing. You have filet mignon at home, but sometimes you just eat a corn dog because it's different.
So would you say a hole is a hole? Do you?
If it's female.
I love how he pauses on that. By the way, that is a conversation. I should say that's a line from Tom Likas. And no, I'm not trying to be like Tom Likas, because I have him right here.
Stomp that bitch.
Tom Likas used to have this line about like for men, having sex is like taking a piss. So if we had our preferences, we would take a piss at the Bellagio with gold-plated toilets and a beautiful marble bathroom, and we would go with luxurious bathroom. We would prefer that. But when you got to go and you're driving on the side of the road and you really have to take a piss, you'll take a piss in a dirty gas station bathroom because you really got to take a piss, right? It's similar to what he's saying. Like this is like, sometimes you just want a corn dog. Yeah, slump busting. I'm glad those days are over.
Like, well, I got certain standards, right? So, no, a hole is not a hole. But at the same time, you would be surprised at how far down the totem pole a man would go.
What if my standards are what make me a high value guy?
For variety. And they don't love. They don't love these women. They don't even want them in their bed.
What if a dude got another girl pregnant? Do you think that the girl should leave?
No, because it's really about him showing up the way he's supposed to show up. Women know men are this way. All women in their gut truly know men are this way. And a lot of times it's acceptable. Man, there's so many rap songs out there talking about infidelity and fucking hoes and bitches, and the girls are in the club.
That's why I listen to metal. We don't talk about this shit. We don't have time for this. We have to commune with the gods of steel. Fuck this shit. I'm going to go listen to Man of War, Behemoth, and God knows whatever else. The Lamb of God. We don't have time for that in the pit. Come on now. I climb to the top of the mountain and slay our enemies. Why do you listen to black metal? Swedish death metal. Thank you very much. Exactly. We need to commune with the gods of steel. Yeah, but that's true though. But here's the thing is, so I get where he's coming from. And yeah, so do women understand this? Do women have sort of this instinctive, intrinsical, understanding of it? Yeah, of course they do. You want to know why 70% of Christian men have a problem with pornography? Well, because women know this. They understand. You want to know why chore play and all this, jump through these hoops because you're not, Wait a minute. That's too good not to answer. Hold on a second. What if a young, long-haired dude walks up to you and says, I'm Rollo Jr.? What happens then? Hold that thought. Oh, wait, I'm starring that one. Hang on, Brittany. I'll come back to that after I finish this thought. That's a Tom Likas question, by the way, too. I'll come back to that. No, I was going to say is that do women instinctively know this? Of course they do. They've known this from a very early age. You want to know how early they know this? Women know this by age 12. When they see that like little boys will ride wheelies down the street to get their attention because their breasts are developing or something like that. And they instinctively want that attention. Yeah, they know that. Of course they do. The problem is like, now here's the real question. Let's see if I push this off. Sorry, Justin, I'll come back to you. Does the desire on the part of a guy to want to be monogamous, to want to be a father, to want to be this, quote unquote, traditional guy, does that telegraph beta? Does that telegraph this is a guy who doesn't fuck? Does that put in because we've had this conversation before. I still have not answered this question. And maybe this is something I need to talk to with Justin and Mike at some point. But we've had these conversations as far back as the So Suave days. If a guy is marriage minded, If a guy is monogamy minded and he wants to have kids and he wants to be the head of the household and he wants to be a family man and everything else, which is, ostensibly a family man today. If that guy is telegraphing those things, what is he telegraphing? Right? Is he only because he has no options? Right? Wait, hold there. No options? Is he telegraphing? Because here's the thing is like guys like the guy that was on, forget his name, who was on Fresh and Fit. Sam, go dig that up for me. The guy's name who was just on recently on Tim Pool with Fresh and Fit. And he's got this idea, and I really wanted to dig into that. I don't know if I'm going to have time to today, but maybe I'll save it for like a Wednesday show. But the guy, I want to riff on the entire episode of Tim Pool and Myron and Fresh. And this guy whose name is what? Somebody will give it to me. But they were just the question, like the guys who was the sort of tradcon, pro fatherhood kind of, man up and be a man kind of thing. It's like, this is the way we should have done things, right? I did stupid things. I fucked chicks when I was in my youth, but now I've learned my ways, right? Wandering warrior. Is that what it is? Maybe that's what his name is. I don't know. But that guy, if you like, here's the thing is like the guy who had met his wife prior, if he had met his wife, the woman, the girlfriend, the woman who was going to be his wife, and he hadn't been the guy who fucked, if he hadn't been the guy who other women had some pre-selection for, or he hadn't been the guy who had the experience enough to attract and arouse the woman who was going to be his wife, if he hadn't had that, and if he started and he led and his game was all based on, well, I'm a real man and I've got Spartan energy and I've got, Jason Howerton, thank you. And if he went in there as sort of like a man of God, if that was his game, would he even be married to her? Because she's not looking, maybe she was, or maybe she wasn't, I don't know. But the long and the short of it is that women aren't looking for the guy who wants to be dad. They're looking for Mr. Exciting. They're looking for the guy who can rock their world. And then maybe he's going to be the guy who's going to be there for the long haul. He's the wants to fuck guy versus the guy who wants to be dad guy. And if you lead with, I'm going to be a good dad, I'm a good provider, here's an Excel spreadsheet of why you should marry me and not these other dudes that you fucked around with. If you lead with that, you're done. Yeah. In fact, the very fact that your mentality would be about that telegraphs, I don't fuck. How do I know that? Because if I go in and look at guys like Grant Cardone or Gary Vee or Ben Shapiro, for example, and you look at what their stories are with the women who they married, it's all the same story. Oh, she hated me. She wanted to get with the rock band drummer. She wanted to get with the lead guitar player. She wanted to get with the lead singer. She wasn't into guys like me, but I stuck it out. And I had perseverance and I was just there all the time. And, and now, of course, now she wants you because you become a multimillionaire and she has need for that now. She didn't have need for the multimillionaire. She had need for the guy who was going to rock her world in bed and who was fun and exciting. And now she's had her fun. And now she's decided to go through her epiphany phase. Go through her epiphany phase. And now she's somebody else. I had my fun. No fun for you. But you have everything that I need, Grant. You have everything I need, Ben. You have everything I need, dude who's Gary. You have everything I need. Oh, you were here all along. I'm 29 now. I'm 30. I'm 31. Oh, I love you. I didn't even know I loved you until I hit 29. I didn't even know that I needed someone like you in my life. It's like a romantic comedy. No, you're being pragmatic. Yes. Is Ben Shapiro still a virgin? I highly doubt that. But they have the same story, and it's all about perseverance. It's all about sticking it out. They didn't like you. They had no desire for you until they did. Until they had a need of you. Until they said, oh, maybe this guy's going so. Until you had over $1 million in your bank account. Until you had a yacht. Until you had some sort of, something. Because you tell you this is like between 18 and 28, thanks to the sexual revolution. You want to talk about freeing? Here's how the sexual revolution freed women. It gave them the hoe face. And it gave them plausible deniability, and it gave them no accountability for the hoe phase. In fact, if anything, it gave them the freedom of being forgiven at 29, 30, or 31. That's what it's. You want to talk about who has it benefited the most, men or women? It has definitely benefited women because it's given them the freedom to fuck around. I'm not saying they all do. I'm just saying it's given them the freedom to, if they want to, fuck around from 18 to 28 years old. That's how you get a Ben Shapiro, a Gary Vee, and a Grant Cardone. That's how you get them waiting it out, because they're still stuck in this 20th century. Well, I'm going to be a real man and be there for her and meet her needs and what requirements do I have to do? Because men want to solve problems, and the problem that they're solving here is their reproductive problem. What do I got to do? What do I have to do to get? How much do I have to make? How much do I have to achieve? How famous do I have to be to get out of the 80% and into the 20% and hopefully into the 4.5%? Trust me when I say this. Grant Cardone, Gary Vee, and Ben Shapiro were never in the 4.5% that Justin Waller is. Now you say, well, you're just measuring his dick against their dick. No, I am measuring the guy who women want to fuck versus the guy who they don't fuck, but they will settle for later on because their more immediate needs is long-term security after 29, 30, 31 years old. Don't believe me? When is the average age of first marriage for women? That's when, 19 or 29 years old, 28, 29 years old. It's not some magical coincidence. It's not because they want to get right with God. It's because the lights are coming on at the club and they got to find somebody to go home with before the club closes down or the lights come up. That's why they got to stick the landing. Thank you, Dalrock, for that. They gotta, it's the deathbed confession. We got to get out of here quick. Now I'm going to be a trad woman. So they will never be the problem that I have with guys like this, but with Jason Howerton, with Ben Shapiro, with these guys who stuck it out and they think they're so self-righteous about it too. They stuck to their guns and they persevered and I did the right thing. No, you didn't. The chick that's with you is only with you because it's transactional, because you had resources, because you were a good bet for long-term security. Trust me on this. They would have nothing to do with you if you didn't have the money you do. They would have nothing to do with you if you didn't have the status, the clout, the fame that you do, because they're not with you because of your looks. Trust me on that. They're not with you because they think you're sexy as hell and they want to have your babies. They want their babies to have your money. That's what they want. And that's why you're married. And that's why you think you did the right thing. And that's why you're going to self-righteously, smugly write articles. You know who wrote an article about exactly the same smug bullshit, the self-righteous bullshit that you'll hear from Grant Cardone and the rest and Ben Shapiro and the rest of this? You know who did that? Steven Crowder did that. Steven Crowder's now ex-wife didn't want to fuck him. She was not a ride or die girl. It had nothing to do with their religious affiliations. It had to do with the fact that Crowder was nobody and then he became somebody. That's what it had to do with. Let's keep going.
But if a man were to sit down, tell the truth, be bold, and a woman is base enough to say, you know what, any man on the planet, if he could be rich, powerful, handsome, whatever it is, he would absolutely have all the women that he wanted. I think the thing that women mistake when it comes to the subject of infidelity or sleeping with women is that they feel like he must love her or that they're on the same level as the other woman. Because a lot of times a woman is less attractive. That's not true. It's just different. And men and women.
The male psyche.
There it is. Sorry, my bad. I actually started too early. Hang on, let me get in here.
It's a difference.
Because I always thought that if a man cheats, he truly doesn't love her.
Oh, I love these women. They don't even want them in their.
Oh, let's see. Okay, where's the ugly pink chick? Okay, there we go.
Showing up the way he's supposed to show up.
Sorry, here we go.
Women know men are this way. All women in their gut truly know men are this way. And a lot of times it's acceptable. Man, there's so many rap songs out there talking about infidelity and fucking hoes and bitches, and the girls are in the club just dancing.
What do you think are valid reasons for women ending relationships?
A man not holding the correct frame, not being the man of the house, being weak, being in a position where he's not being a leader, not taking responsibility, not stepping up, not being
Can I
a
have
man.
Specific example?
So basically all the same bullshit, kind of conservative shit. Oh, you didn't man. If she cheats, it's your fault. If you cheat, it's her fault. Or if you cheat, it's your fault. If she cheats, it's your fault. Already, it'd be a really good discussion now that I think about it. It'd be good to get Justin Waller, myself, Mike, and then Jim Sexton. I'm going to see if I can arrange that. Boy, what a fucking show would that be?
Just in a day-to-day relationship of how that would play out.
Day-to-day relationship. Mm-hmm. I'll give you a great example. Men get married every weekend in America. They stand in front of the church, God, and both families and commit to the woman. They tell her they're going to, basically saying they're going to give her the best life. They've made an agreement for that man to work his ass off. He comes home, he's complaining about his job, but instead of getting out there and hustling and creating a better life for them and to be a better father and a better husband, he pops open a beer, smokes a J, and turns on the Xbox. And he's just emotionally vomited all over his wife, which puts her in a position of feeling fearful. Like, this guy, he's coming home, complaining about his job, not doing a fucking thing about it, and then dumping it on me.
All right. So I want to throw out a common mythology here, and that's sort of what he's going through here. And I understand this because Justin's never been in this position before. Okay. And I'm not, okay, I maybe mistakenly so. I came down on Mike Rashid about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, something like that. And in fact, I did a full video on this, and Mike Rashid was a blue pill alpha. Now, the reason why I said that was because it's like having a frame of reference. Now, here's again that frame of reference. And maybe I shouldn't have said he was a sort of a blue pill alpha, but he's certainly blue pill. Okay. Certainly had a set of ideas. And now that's changed quite a bit. I by the way, me and Mike are cool now. I really am trying to get I'm trying to get him to come into Vegas so we can do he's already been on with Mike, but I would really like to meet him in Vegas and have a real face-to-face conversation with Mike. Or go to LA, I don't care. But long story short here is Mike Rashid being irrelevant in this conversation here, but Justin is doing pretty much the same thing I was talking about before, is having a frame of reference. So it's easy to sort of make a straw man of the stereotypical listless, lazy piece of shit guy who gets into a marriage and it gets in front of God and family and says that he's going to do all these wonderful things for a woman, and her happiness is his priority. And as I said before, that is, again, based on a mistaken understanding of what happiness actually is. I could leave this room right now and I could go ask my wife, are you happy? Long term, have you been happy? And that's it's kind of stupid because she could be really frustrated with the dogs right now, or frustrated because she burned something, or frustrated because of our daughter or something else. I don't know. Friends, family, mother-in-law, who knows? I think it should be just frustrated with anything, right? And she could say, no, I'm not happy. So what am I going to do? The thing is I don't know if you guys have seen this. I know I could do a full episode on this, and I would have to demonetize it, of course, because it's a video called It's Not About the Nail. And I'm sure you guys have heard me talk about this before. It's a couple there. It's a skit comedy. And it's a couple sitting on a couch, and the man is there trying to be a good listener. And I guess the wife or the girlfriend is there complaining about something. And what she's complaining about is a nail that is driven into her forehead. That's right here. Right. And she just wants to talk about the nail, and she wants to complain about the nail. And she's just saying, oh, it's just this the pain in my head. And I just, it's constant. It just won't go away. And so she goes through this very elaborate thing and the guy's like, well, if we pulled that nail out of your head, what do you think would happen? I think we could probably solve this if we pulled the nail out. And she's like, it's not about the nail. And although it's funny and it's, skit comedy, it's also very truthful because it first of all, it explains the difference between men's communication style and women's communication style, but it goes deeper than that because it also explains happiness. Women are happy in the conversation, in the complaining, in the vetting. And if we pull the nail out of her head and solve the problem, because men are problem solvers, we're deductive, innate problem solvers. Men are concerned with things, women are concerned with people. That's they have an affinity for those things. And to solve the problem of the thing that is in your forehead, and I want to pull it out to solve your problem, that ends the happiness or the enjoyment or at least the reward of talking about it and kvetching and complaining about it all day long, communicating. You're not a good listener. Well, I listened. I've evaluated the problem, and I think we can solve it by pulling the nail out of your head. It's not about the nail. It's not about the nail because talking about the nail is what makes her happy. It's the process. It's the talking that makes her happy. Somebody is listening. Somebody feels my pain. So, and as twisted and as codependent as that sounds, the enjoyment comes from the complaining. It comes from the venting. It comes from the constant conversation about the nail. They don't want the nail to be removed. They don't want the problem to be solved. And men look at this and they go, the problem's right there. Let's solve the problem for you. So, for instance, if I were to go down and say, hey, Mrs. T, are you happy right now? And she says, no, my mother-in-law, this and this. Okay, let's go solve the problem with your mother-in-law. Will then that make you happy? Momentarily, maybe. In the proximate goal, yes. But then we got to move on to the next thing, right? And so it's this constant tail chasing. And what happens, and you probably seen me tweet this out before, and it just enrages conservatives and women alike. If I say this, and it's a very short tweet, if I say, gentlemen, you do not owe a woman a better life. Holy shit, do people lose it when I say that, when I put that out there. Because to not be of service, to not be a problem solver, to not believe that a woman's happiness is your masculine duty is entirely antithetical to the happiness myth. It's entirely antithetical to your masculine responsibilities. Because if you are of that sort of, that traditional masculine, traditional whatever, you're a tradcon, generally masculinity and your performance, your burden of performance as a real man all hinges on one thing. Let's make this bitch happy. How do I make this bitch happy today? And as Chris Rock would say, you can never make a woman happy. Now, it's a joke, but it's true because happiness is bullshit. You can fuck a woman with a diamond dick and she'll still, that's too hard. It's funny as hell, but it's funny because it's true. So
now I have to work so we can make the mortgage. Now our kids might have to go to a lesser school than they would have. Our whole situation is fucked because this guy didn't make a commitment, and he's fine with that because he's going to trade off sex, right? But here's a news flash. His ass will cheat on you too. And when you find out, you're going to leave him. But the guy that's taking care of business every way, making you feel safe, giving you a life that you'd have never had otherwise, that's committed to you and your happiness, and even is there when you're emotionally upset or feeling pain, that's the kind of man you want. A man, again, my definition of a man is somebody that can slit a throat and hold a baby in the same day. And that really sums it up because he's got to be hard, he's got to be strong, but he can still be delicate if it needs to be, because he's so strong that he knows that he can snap out of that really, really fast.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward this towards the end here because there's another little quick thing I want to get to before we close. So I've heard him use this before. Slit a throat and change a diaper. That's really what he's kind of coming at. That's the quote he's trying to get to. And it's this. So when women love that quote, by the way, especially when it comes from a dude who looks like Justin Waller. If that came from like some fat dude who's like Quasimodo, like people are like, oh, so creepy. I remember when Jordan Peterson, I forget who he was talking to, but he was explaining how dangerous men need to be dangerous. Yeah, okay, how? Because a sheathed sword still looks like cowardice if you never pull it out. Unless you demonstrate your capacity for violence, it still looks like cowardice. Even though you could be a black belt in 7 different martial arts, if you never use it and you say, well, I have to use temperance and I have to use patience and it's, you're still a pussy. Because you're never going to use it. Nobody's going to know you're not a pussy. No one will know you can kick ass if all you ever do is just sit on your thumbs and you never use it, or there's never an occasion to use it. So there has to be some sort of demonstration. Again, that's the slitting throats part. Then there's the changing the diapers part. Okay. And women love that. Oh, he has a capacity for violence, but he also has a capacity for parental investment. That's the changing the diapers, holding the baby, being gentle. Now, women love the idea that men need to be vulnerable. Yeah, women only appreciate vulnerability when a man's predominant personality is, I'm going to slit throats. If who you are is Crom the Destroyer and I am going to slit throats daily and my job is slitting throats, and then suddenly he goes, but for you, honey, I'll change the baby. I'll change the diaper for you. Really? Yeah, that's when women appreciate vulnerability. If you are milquetoast baby changer, if you work in daycare all the time and you're changing babies and you love babies and you love kittens and you love puppy dogs and everything else, and that's your predominant character, and then suddenly you turn into Vlad the Impaler, that's fucking creepy. Okay. So that's the difference between vulnerability and when women appreciate the changing the baby is they only appreciate that when you're already your predominant character, who they come to love and respect, is Vlad the Impaler. Yeah, then you can change the diaper and then it works. Crom the Destroyer. Crom, C-R-O-M. Your God is Crom. And he lives in the earth. Contemplate this on the tree of woe. All right, I'm almost done here. I gotta fast forward this up a little bit though, because there's another part here right at the end that's too good to pass up. I think this is it.
That girl is probably on a jet to Dubai for family vacation.
Wait. Here we go.
So, by the way, if you are that type of woman, and I'm not trying to do a campaign for promoting women to let men cheat, but he ain't going to leave your ass either. He definitely probably not going to leave you.
Yeah, but they say that men don't leave their dummies.
Men don't leave their dummies?
Yeah.
Well, that's your perspective. I think those men probably love those women, take care of them for a long time. And who's the joke on? Because the other women are with the box wine and the cats. That girl is probably on a jet to Dubai for family vacation. With her mother on board.
So you think a woman is better off staying with a man that takes care of her, provides her, and is there for her emotionally
and financially, yes.
And financially than just leaving and finding, because there's this trend on social media where it's just like, if a person's not treating you right, do you go and walk away?
All these girls look like bored as fuck. Like the chick with the red hair and the like toward the center, like on the couch, like second there, that girl. She looks like she's like had too much Xanax. She's like, man, I gotta stop taking so much Zoloft.
Wait, do you think that's productive?
No. Here's the thing. What is the?
There's not a chick on that couch or in that show that wouldn't like fuck him that night, knowing full well that that's who he is.
Likelihood of finding a man that can actually take care of you physically, emotionally, financially is very low. That you're attracted to, that you look up to, that's building you up. It's very, very low. I'll put it to women like this. You're going to leave me for a man that you love less that's going to cheat on you anyway. And I don't, and look, I know it's.
So, you know, what's funny is like, if you were like, I understand where he's coming from, because I know Justin's personality. I know who he is as a guy, right? But like, if you're a traditional conservative dude whose best interests it is to in some way disqualify men like Justin from the global sexual marketplace, if it's your religious ideological mission, or it's your I don't want him licking the ice cream and ruining women for good men like me mission, the fact remains that what he's saying right now is not necessarily untrue, but it also grates against the idea that you know, I should say the intra-sexual competition amongst guys whose best interest it is to disqualify him. And so I can understand where he's coming from in all of this, but then again, it's also what about me, right? I'm not I am in no way on the TradCon Ben Shapiro side of the spectrum, but I have to remember that I've never pressed the button. I don't have no intention of pressing the button. So what does that make me? A little bit above Ben Shapiro and the TradCon elite, and just less than Justin? See, I'm in a weird place in all of this.
Sucks. I swear to God, if I could, I would write a check for $1 million right now. I would be worth 10x more if that feeling inside of me, that sexual urge as a man was gone. I'd be like, life would be so much more productive.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get to on this. Okay, this is a second time he's talked about this, and I'll let him finish up. It's very short here at the end. But again, he would be more productive if he could do that. No, you wouldn't. You would be way less productive if you could do that. I think maybe on some level of consciousness, he understands this. It is your libido. It is your sex drive that makes you a dude. It is that drive and that impetus to hit the next chick, to climb the next. By the way, you like sexuality and like enjoying the love and the sex of many women is equally as motivating as wanting to climb the next mountain, starting the next business, beating your best time in whatever sport you're in, whatever, becoming that much better than that. The reason for that is because of two things: your happiness, your enjoyment, your intrinsically rewarding feelings, however you want to put, or your anxiety for that matter too, are proximate outcomes, not ultimate outcomes. So if you remove that libido, you take the pill that says, I don't want to have sex anymore. I wish I could take this away. I would pay $1 million tomorrow if I could do that. No, because the minute you did that, you would no longer be Justin Waller. You would no longer be the guy who is successful, who would be on a show, who would even bother to come on a show like this. All of that goes away. What makes you your identity, what makes you a guy who has the desire and the drive and the fire to be successful, that comes from your sexuality. That comes from your want to get to the next thing. You are discontent. It is good to be discontent. It is a feature, not a bug. It is bad to be discontent to deal with that discontent in a destructive manner. It is good to deal with that discontent in a constructive, creative manner. But the one thing that he's saying is, if I could be content, that's really what it comes down to. If I could take a pill, if I could pay a fee, if I could pay $1 million to make this go away, what he's saying is I would pay $1 million to be content. And you would like disintegrate. You would cease to be who you are. And that's the problem. No, you don't. You don't want to pay that money. I don't want to pay that money either. I don't want to be a fucking eunuch. I want to cut off my prick. We complain. It's funny, is we complain the same mentality that says, oh, it's wrong for a mother to want to transition their boy into being a girl and to cut off their junk and give them like hormone therapy. The same people who like complain about that, but yet you're essentially saying the same thing. You're sterilizing yourself. You're going to be happier. You'll be more content if we put you on hormone blockers, and we cut off your wiener, or we like shrink it to size of a pea, right? And then you could be a woman, right? Or then you could decide what you want to be, because we believe that gender is a social construct, which is horseshit. But that same mentality is it's just in a different context. Take it away. Yeah, so you can be non-competitive. I think a lot of the reasons why guys are purposeless today is because they're afraid of being competitive. They don't feel like they should be competitive, but they are, because even the guys who would say, "Oh, I hate sports. I hate competition. It's so stupid. It's dick measuring contests, blah, blah, blah." Those are the same guys who are in Call of Duty talking shit about their friends. They just do it in a different way. All men are competitive to some degree. They just do it in different ways. They might do it because they talk shit about other people, or they might do it because they're in Call of Duty and they're playing their favorite video game, or they're kicking other people's asses and at Fortnite. Who knows what it is? It could be anything. Men are going to be competitive, but but the thing is they don't want to confront their own real true natures. And that's what I would tell Justin. I love Justin like a brother. So this is not like, this is set out of love. Okay. But it's the things that make you a man is embracing that shit. And I would never, ever suggest that a guy consider, doing that any more than I would say get a vasectomy. If a vasectomy stopped you from wanting to get laid, I would never have even joked about that. That wouldn't be a troll. Wouldn't even be a thought in my head. But people want to conflate it as such. So people want to give me shit about that and say, Rollo, it's a slippery slope. He's actually talking about gender reassignment because they get a vasectomy. It's the same thing. Well, but you got Justin Waller here saying, hey, I would take a pill or I would to write a check so I could get rid of this thing. Gosh, it's got a mind of its own, right? No, that's what keeps you alive. That's what keeps you driving. Same thing for women too, by the way. But I think that's the problem is like, what did I say in the beginning? I'll sum this up here. Like the inimitable Pook. If you want, the surest way to make a woman miserable is to give her everything she wants. So when all these guys like say, well, it's your masculine duty to give her a better life. You owe women a better life. And if you don't give it to them, then you're not a real man. You're not living up to your masculine responsibilities. If you don't come home from, a 10-hour day at work and change the baby and tell her she's beautiful, even though she's 40 pounds overweight, and you don't listen to her and you don't do everything that a gynocentric female specific society says is you ought to do. Sublimate, be a servant leader. No, be a slave, be a servant, be a indentured servant, whatever you want to call it. And then call it being a man. And essentially what they're doing is they're doing exactly what Justin Waller is saying. They're doing it behaviorally rather than chemically or like buying some magical contract so your libido goes away, right? What they're saying is you should cut your dick off as a man. Because that would make women better off. You owe women a better life. Well, how can I make you a better life? Cut your dick off. Cut out. And I don't mean that like in the literal sense. I mean it in the sense that you should sublimate and like kill off that part of yourself. Kill off your desire. Kill off your manhood. Kill off anything that makes you drive forward. You want to know why guys get like they stagnate in marriage? And I'll tell you this, man, because I deal with married dudes all the time. How come I can't get my wife to fuck me again? Because you're not who you used to be. You cut off your dick. You paid the fee, or you maybe you financed it, right? Or you took the pill, right? You took saltpeter, whatever it is, chemical castration or behavioral castration. It's operant conditioning. You gaslit yourself into being a eunuch. Well, you're so focused on your wife's happiness that you forgot about your own. You're so focused on, creating because you owe her a better life. You're so focused on delivering that better life that you forgot all about yourself. You forgot that you should be your mental point of origin. You've forgotten who you were, and you'll never get it back because you still think that it's the right thing to do. To sublimate that, to not be a guy, to not have a penis, to not have a sex drive. You'll satisfy that virtually because you're addicted to pornography. And I know 70% of you Christian guys are. So at least admittedly, the last stats I looked at, you'll find a way to vicariously take care of that. But what you're doing is you're just behaviorally or with pornography, you're paying the fee. You're taking the pill to remove your libido because you think that's the right thing to do. It's sedation for sure. And then you're going to get berated for coming home from a 10-hour workday or 12, whatever it is. Come home, have a beer, smoke a J, and not do anything and be a bump on a log and watch TV for a little while and be a piece of shit, right? And not be ambitious. What happened to all your ambition? You're married and you should still have it. You could have it all, right? You should still have ambition. You should still have that fire under your ass. You should still keep going, right? Well, the reason why that doesn't seem like a good thing is because you're too focused on because you owe women a better life. You're too focused on delivering that better life to your now wife. And it's not about you. And you would, God forbid, you would think about yourself or make yourself your mental point of origin, or you would think in any way of being like enlightened self-interest. I cannot help other people till I help myself. God forbid you help yourself. You're supposed to be helping your wife. She's unhappy. And if she's unhappy, God's unhappy. So therefore, God's mad at you because you didn't make this bitch happy. That's a fucked up. That is a mind fuck is what that is. And it's a negative feedback loop because you keep coming back around and you don't understand why you don't have any motivation to be any better than you are. And you come back home, all you want to do is relax. And then you get into sedations and your escapes because your escapes are better than your shitty life. And then what happens? Oh, she's going to divorce you 70% of the time, 80% of the time. Well, he turned into somebody that I never thought he could be. Yeah, trying to make you happy in the long-term sense because he believes in the mythology of happiness. And there you have it. Book close. Wait. Book close and cancel. All right. That's good enough for me. All right, guys. If you have questions, I'm happy to. I still got a few of these left. Here we go. I think I figured it out. I think it's the dark mode thing that is slowing shit down. Now I'm gonna have to figure out another way to do this. Hot dog Rollo's on fire today. You're goddamn right. Wait, there you go. You're goddamn right. Everybody at the end gets a sound drop. Brontosaurus is the real hero. There's that name. I love it. Sim games sublimate the process, not the rewards of acquiring rewards into an activity that is more achievable, less risky, and lower energy costs. Yes, like pornography. Well done. You know what? You get.
Tell that bitch to be cool.
There you go. Yes. And by the way, thank you for reminding me. Video games, pornography. I would also argue like churn marketing of any kind. Like if you watch Netflix and you get caught up in like me watching Ozark or something like that, these like sort of serials, nobody knows how to watch just a movie anymore. We have to watch this season of this, right? That is not only sedation, but the reason why it's so seductive, endemic, I guess I should say, is because it is creative for you. So that's why one of the things I have a real problem with, like I like AI. I welcome our artificially intelligent overlords. Please take us. Let's go great places, Mr. AI or AI shit. The one thing I have a problem with is AI being creative for human beings. It's like the art, and it's some good shit. Trust me, I use Midjourney. I love Midjourney. I use it from the time it was in beta. People don't know that. I love Midjourney. I thought it was great, but then I thought about it and I go, this is good as a jump off point, but I don't want AI to be my artistic nature because I'm a very creative person. People don't know this, but I draw, I paint, I do all kinds of other I play music, as you know. I have lots of creative endeavors, and I don't want AI to ever like replace that. And I don't mean that professionally. I mean that here, right? I don't want to become dependent. I don't want a computer program or anything outside myself to be creative for me. I want to be creative. So, but that's the problem is when you watch TV shows, when you play World of Warcraft or something like World of Warcraft, or when you are jerking off to porn and the fantasy and the escape is better than the reality, that's when you get fucked. Because it's more creative for you. And I mean, you can apply that towards pornography. You won't get out of the house and go seek out a real woman if the internet is creative for you in a sexual sense, right? So I don't want things to be creative for me. And most people don't ever like make that connection. But thank you for that. That was really good, Brontosaurus dude. Does a vasectomy affect your attraction to women? I don't know. I wouldn't know. I don't have a vasectomy. Thank you very much. And I will not get one. I won't be having one. Oh, isn't that advice that you're a hypocrite? No, because I was trolling. Hypocrites don't troll. We joke with you. Oh, wait, I said everybody gets one. Here you go.
Hey, y'all.
There you go, Chic. Okay. Oh, wait, I should have given you this. Here you go.
Hey, y'all.
Okay, Brittany, I have to get to this because this is too good. I know this isn't even a super chat. What if a young long-haired dude walks up to you and says, Rollo, I'm Rollo Jr. What happens then? If that were the case, it would have to be from, so that kid, if that were, fantasy land right here. There's never happened, will never happen. I've never been responsible for a woman who got pregnant and had an abortion. Never. I have never knocked anyone up except for my wife. She's once and done. One and done. That's one time in my life I've ever gotten a woman pregnant was my wife. Intentionally. Thank you very much. I know that's a revelation for some of you guys, but and by the way, this was a question that was asked of Tom Likas back in the day when he had his terrestrial radio show. And he was like, I don't care. He's like, you better get the fuck off my lawn. That's what he was saying. He was like indignant about it. But I think it's funny because it's like, for me, it would be next to impossible because let's just say, for sake of argument, the last woman that I had sex with prior to meeting my wife and having a relationship with my wife, that would mean that the child, the boy, if assuming it's a son, would have to be, let's see, I've been married for 27 years, would have to be 28 or 29 years old right now. So I'm off the hook, right? As far as, child support and all the rest of that stuff, unless there's some sort of, something really tragic. First of all, I'd be like, show me the DNA test. How do you know it's mom? How do I know? How do I know for sure? I would want to verify, but let's just say for sake of argument, it was. I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I would want to get to know the guy, I guess, or now the guy, the man. Right? I would want to know. I would definitely like embrace him as a son, if that was the case. But that's fantasy land, is what, like I said, is what it is. But and again, like you'd be a young man. You'd be literally between like 28 and 30 years old. So I don't know. I think it'd be kind of cool. People ask me that, Rollo, you're a failure. Why am I a failure? Well, you only had one kid. What do you want from me, man? Only a real man has 5 children and basically sacrifices his entire life for it. Yeah. Well, would you like to know why I only had one kid? It was by design, by the way. My wife and I, we really agonized over that question for a long time. I'm gonna be real with you guys. We agonized over that for a long time. We're like, should we have another child? And because we really loved our daughter, I mean, we were just like, oh my God, we're still making it up as we go along, just saying. But it was good. I mean, we loved the kid and we were really pouring ourselves into it. We prayed about it and we talked about it with our families. And actually the deciding vote was actually my wife's grandmother at the time. She says, no, this is a really good kid. Don't have another one. And so we took that as sort of like a sign and said, okay, we're not going to do that. But honestly, people told me this. They said, that's very selfish. You should have another boy. You should have another kid. You need an heir. You need a boy. Well, my brother has a son who is, I consider, he's my nephew, of course, but I consider him like my boy anyways. I try to help him like a son anyhow, which because he's part of my bloodline. So I do put a lot of thought into and effort and energy into my nephew, who I have considered like making my personal assistant at some point. I would really like to bring him into all this, but I don't know. We'll see. But really good kid. I also have a niece. Those are 3 kids, right? My brother's daughter and son, and then my daughter. And I'm good. We're good with that. But people said, oh, Rollo, that's so selfish. I'm like, yeah, it kind of is. You wouldn't have this right now if I had a son. You wouldn't have what you have right now. You would not have Rollo Tomasi in this capacity right now if I had 3 or 4 or 5 kids. We would not be having this. I'm 100% confident in saying this. You would not have this. I would not be who I was. I would not have the books I have. I would not be in the position I am right now if my daughter would be the oldest kid, right? If I still had like staggered it, down to my son, if I had 3 or 4 kids, I think one of them would probably be at least 17 at this point. I would not be having this conversation with you. So is it a sacrifice? Yes, it was a sacrifice, but it was also a good sacrifice because it allowed me to put myself and my energies and all of my time and all my efforts into my daughter, who I love. Like I would take a bullet for my daughter. So let's see. I was thinking of converting to Judaism so I could wear one of those little hats to cover my bald spot. You mean a yarmulke? Yeah, a yarmulke. There's an R in yarmulke, by the way. Rollo's a Jew. No, I'm not a Jew. And I know Nick F's Spurg Army would like you to think that I am, but I'm not. No. I'm an honorary Jew, I guess, maybe. I in no way am part of that faith. However, I have a lot of respect for the tribes, especially my good friend Rabbi Kaba, who helped me with the Ask a Jew portion of my 4th book, Religion. Still, occasionally he sends me stuff in the email. But let me tell you something. Here's my relationship with the Jews, who I happen to have a great affinity for. And here's why. Because I worked in wine and spirits for almost 20 years. And in wine and spirits, there are two distributing companies that are like the biggest distributing companies, well, certainly in the United States and in the world. One of those is Diageo, and one of those is RNDC, Republic National Distributing Company. Now, Republic was the distributing company that we were affiliated with Van Gogh Imports and the rest of us. And one of my best friends in the world, John Bleiberg, was the son of I think he was a CFO at the time of Republic. But he and I had some great conversations. I went to the bris of his first son. I have worn a yarmulke, one of those little hats. Yeah, I wore one of those at his bris, and learned a lot, quite a bit about it. He's a temple going, synagogue going Jew, a practicing Jew. And very, very respectful. I love working with the guy. He's a good friend of mine too, right? But here's the thing: if you work in wine and spirits, and you have a distributing company, you have Diageo, which is the mob, or you work with RNDC, which is the Jews. So I, by the luck of the draw, I got the Jews. So that's how I know what I know. So when I say schmutz, or I know a little bit of Yiddish here and there, that's the influence. There you go. I knew it. I knew he was Jewish. Jay Waller is sounding very tradcon right now, blaming men just like tradcon feminists. I don't know about that. Oh, it's blame. I think he's trying to work this out for himself right now. And I will say this is one of the things that's kind of been bugging me recently. And this is, no cut on him, because I knew in the past that he already had a kid. And I know that he has another kid too. And he's very open about it right now. He's made tweets, he's made videos about it with him and his daughter. And I know I've known this for a long time. Like I said, he's a close personal friend. He's a family friend. I've vacationed with him in Tahoe twice now. Even Sterling Cooper was there too. So we're good. He's comfortable with it. I respected his privacy. I didn't say anything. And then he came out public with it. So, but I have a problem with using like your kids or using your family, or like, I hate this. I'm trying to separate myself from this as much as I can, but I hate that when you're a quote unquote influencer, anything in your life is content. I posted one picture of my daughter and myself when my daughter got married. And I did that because people knew, like I think Mike Sartain had said something on Adam Sosnick's Fresh and Fit or Adam Sosnick's podcast about the reason why I wasn't with him was because my daughter was getting married, right? And I put it out there because I'm proud of it, and I'm proud of my wife, and I'm proud of my daughter, and I'm proud of myself and everything like that. So I thought, you know what the fuck? I'll just put it out there. Everybody knows, everybody's doxed her for the last 6 years anyways. And now, she's out of school and she's doing her thing. And so it's like, whatever, fuck it, do what you want to do. But I don't like making, hell, I have a problem even posting Ned now and then, right? Because people love Ned. So I'll do that. But, making I know that like guys like Andrew Tate, Tristan, Justin, the rest of these guys are just sort of like now suddenly they're family men. And I used to catch so much shit for being married, for having a kid, and like, how does he know what he's talking about? Even Sartorial shooter recently, how does he know what the fuck he's talking about? He's not a high value man. He's been married for 27 years. How can he give you good advice? Blah, 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 blah. And then literally in the next reel, it's Andrew Tate and his daughter, and they're reunited, and we should all have this feel good moment. I'm like, get your fucking story straight, bro. Oh, he doesn't have any receipts. Well, what's a receipt? Apparently having a receipt is showing, videos of your kids now. Apparently that's what makes you a high value dude. Well, what do you want? Go follow Sneeko. Go fuck off with Sneeko. Seriously. I had a vasectomy 20 years ago and I'm horny as fuck. There you go. Wait. Here. All right. Yeah, ready to mingle. I got you. Thank you very much. You didn't have to give me twice. Thank you. All right, guys. I'm out. I'm sorry about the interruptions for today's show. This has been like painful for me today. If it wasn't slowing down because of StreamYard, I get dry. I've never, by the way, I've the modems right here. You can see the blue lights even. I've never been dropped. And by the way, I'm hardlined in. That's the modem. That's not the Wi-Fi. I don't go Wi-Fi. It's not that stupid. But the modem drops because of a brownout. Of course it does. All right, guys. Thank you very much for watching. I am going to be, what am I doing next? Oh, special announcements. Here we go. I will be on Access Vegas. Our next show will be September 28th. And then I'm going to be doing Mike Sartain's birthday party, which is going to last 2 fucking days. That's how cool he is. He's going to be 46 years old. We have to do it 2 days. The 4th and the 6th of October, or excuse me, the 4th through the 6th. So the 4th and the 5th are Mike Sartain's birthday. I'm not going to tell you what the theme is. Usually there's a theme. Last year, I was surprised because I didn't know how Mike did things, right? All the girls that Mike knows get together and they collaborate and they do a theme. Last year's theme was they all dressed up as cheerleaders. This year's theme, I'm sorry, Mike. I failed you. Mike hits me up. He says, I'm going to add you to the WhatsApp discussion group with all the girls. They're coming up with the theme for my birthday party. He's like, don't let them do anything too gay. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. It was already gay before I got there. Cocaine Bear. God damn, that would be awesome. Oh, you know what? Why didn't I think of that? That's awesome. No, but I apologize in advance to you, my audience, and to Mike. But anyway, so we got that coming up. By the way, I finally got the title and I got the registration for my Camaro. I will be driving from Reno back to Las Vegas in my Camaro. Should I live stream? That'd be fun. So anyways, no, I'm not going to tell you what it is. And even if you guess, I'm not going to tell you what it is because I'm sworn to secrecy, but I failed you, Mike. I'm sorry. It's pretty gay. Anyways, so what do I have going on? Wednesday. You know what I think I might do? I might do a midweek show. I'm going to do a midweek show on that episode of Fresh and Fit that oh yeah, hit the button. Yeah, support. Thank you for that. By the way, where did that go? Hold on. Would you guys like to see the new logo for for Red One Studios? Of course you would. Here, let me put this up for you. Red One Studios is live and running, and I'm going to show you the new logo for it right here. That was one of the special things I wanted to show you. Let's share the screen here. There we go. This is the new logo. That's the new logo for Red One Studios. There you go. Soon to be trademarked, so don't steal my stuff. Red One Studio coming up soon, so be aware of that. That's going to be our new moniker there. Should I put an X-Wing in it and risk Star Wars copyrights? Trademark infringement. Anyways, yeah, there you go. You saw it first. It's coming out soon. Most of the stuff that we do, whenever we do Red One Studios, we'll like put that on as the logo. Instead of like my little bug up here that's Rational Male, it'll be Red One. That is, by the way, that is the Southern Command Center. The Northern Command Center is right here. So if you are in Nevada, well, let's say this, Las Vegas is now the West Coast hub of this material, of the manosphere, of the red pill, of these kinds of discussions, of intersexual dynamics. We are gathering together an army. Build me an army. We're doing it here in Las Vegas. It's actually sort of come to fruition, and I want to, I hear that we're at the end. I'm gonna point this out to you guys. I was writing about this, and I put this in it wasn't a tweet, but it was in a threads. You know how like Instagram has Instagram threads now. I wrote this, and it was right after I posted this picture. Let's see if I can find it. I believe I have it here. You guys are gonna love this. There we go. So I posted this picture on Instagram not too long ago. And this was the picture that I caught so much shit for. So let's see if I put this up here. So, this is me. I thought it was pretty good. I didn't take this. This is actually Corey who took this. And this was me at Wet Republic. And this was the judge's booth. And that ass that's right there to my left there. Well, the picture left is that's Kylie. That's Mike's girlfriend. I posted this out and everybody's like, oh my God, I can't believe what an arrogant prick. I'm like, Jesus, I can't fucking win. But anyways, I posted that and I thought about it. And it was at that point that I'm like, we're almost coming up on a year right now because for Access Vegas, we did our first show towards the end of September. And I think it was like either the second show we did was for Mike's, was right after or right before Mike's birthday last year. And so I started thinking about this and I go, man, we've really come a long way. We've really done a lot. We're the number one, and oddly enough, we're the number one podcast in Las Vegas right now, which isn't, I mean, considering our numbers, which isn't saying much, but like we're still very, very popular. People know who I am when I walk around casinos and stuff. And not just because I'm Rollo Tomasi, but also because of Access Vegas. And so I've done a lot and I still have a lot of irons in the fire. And I think as a sort of a body, sometimes you have to kind of go check yourself, like, and look back on what you've done in a year. So every time I get people who throw rocks at me or people who want to have find some sort of beef with me, or they want to go back in time. They were like a year and a half ago. Remember when I owned you in that debate? I don't give two shits about that. I don't even remember you. I don't even know your name. Too busy, man. I'm too busy fucking doing Access Vegas. I'm too busy doing projects. I'm too busy helping like people make independent films. I'm too busy. Lifting weights and getting bigger and better. I'm too busy building things. I got so many irons in the fire right now. I've got a brand of liquor that I'm working on right now with a certain individual. I have done Dr. Phil. I have done Fresh and Fit more times than I can remember. I did whatever podcast this year. I have done. I'm trying to think what else we have going right now. I've done the first of the classes are done, which the post production is just about ready. What else have I done? I mean, I've just done so much. I'm finishing up the hardback of the revised 10th year anniversary version of the first book. I've done, what else have I done? I'm trying to think of all the things I've got. I've done so much. And I think about this, and I'm not even talking about like a year. We're talking like 10 months. And I look back on the time, like this time last year, actually it was August. It was the early August of last year. Miguel and I were, frustrated with the whole scene with Valuetainment. And we said, let's do it in Vegas. And that's what we did. And we're still doing it right now. And we're expanding and we're growing. We got Glenn Lawrence, who's in the chat right now. We got him helping us out as a producer. We are actively searching talent right now. And if I can get Jedediah Bila, you're goddamn right, I'll get her. If she wants to come to Vegas, I will make a sweet fucking deal for her. I deal with porn stars. Yes. I deal with models. Yes. I deal with like guys who I think, Daverick from Black Eyes, fucking fantastic dude. Glenn Lawrence, fantastic dude. Everybody at Sticky Paws, great producers, great people, great ideas, guys. I'm proud to say who I work with. Jedediah is no longer at Valuetainment, which is kind of interesting to me. So the only real show that Valuetainment has is Adam Sosnick at this moment. And then of course, PBD, and it's always been about PBD, but I look back and like I think about all the things that I've done this year, and I look at the people who like want to sort of like give me a hard time. I'm like, well, what have you done? Show me what you've done. Ryan Taraban is definitely on the list, by the way, guys. Oh yeah, hey, why not? Dr. Phil was one, but we did a whole video with Robert Kiyosaki on his fucking private jet, which almost got us into a lot of trouble, huh, Glenn? On the tarmac, but we pulled that off. I've made a lot. I know so many fantastic people as a result of this. I'm happy to say I work with some very great people, and big ups to everybody who I work with. I would trust me on this. If I could get Adam to if I could poach Adam from Valuetainment, I would have done it already. Hey man, the door's open too if he wants to come to Vegas. Daverick, Glenn Lawrence, Tiffany Fox, by the way, porn star Tiffany Fox, but also who would like to get out of the industry. I'm just going to say we're helping her develop a show right now. Adomo, who is also in the industry. She's got her own thing. We're trying to help her out with that. We got people from LA who want to come to Vegas and they want to use our facilities. Great, man. We're all about it. We're building something. We're building a lot of stuff. So you can throw rocks at me all you want. The fact of the matter is I will outwork your ass every step of the way. And so will a lot of the people that I work with too. So anyways, that's not me. Red Pill Lions. What about Red Pill Lions? How about if I tell you what red pill lines are good. Actually, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to let Kevin Savo tell you in about a week, because Kevin is coming to Vegas and he will be our guest on Access Vegas on the 28th. How about I just let him tell you all that stuff? That'd be even better. I want to give him a time in the sun, because I'll tell you what, here's another great thing. I've been waiting for this opportunity with the Savo brothers for a very long time. I wanted to give them the opportunity. I really tried to get them on Fresh and Fit. I really tried to get them sort of into the whole scene down in Miami. It just wasn't working out. It was either the distance or people didn't take them seriously enough. And I'll tell you what, I take them seriously and I always have. They're like, you want to know where's your sons? They're my sons. Sorry, Mr. Savo. I love your boys, but they're my sons, right? I'm their uncle. They call me uncle, right? Okay, fine. They're my nephews. But I want to give them their moment. And now I have the platform and the place in the house for them to do it. So I'm happy to say that that's probably going to be something we're going to follow up on very soon. He's got a new independent film coming out. I'm going to let him make that announcement. I don't want to spoil. I'm not going to steal his thunder, but you just know that that's coming too. And by the way, also funded by, well, not me and personally, but people that I know. And I'm going to let them say so. Jim Sexton, working with him. That's a good finally. Jim Sexton, we're trying to work it out so that we can go to Miami, and we're going to go do Adam Sosnick immediately wants to have Jim. I did that great show with Jim, and now I get calls from Pearl, and no, you can't, fuck off. And then I've got Myron and Fresh want to get him. I'm like, hey, why don't we just do a collaborative show out in Miami? So I'm going to do a collab with Myron and Fresh, Michael Sartain, and Jim Sexton. I'm going to try to get everybody in the Fresh and Fit studios to make that happen. Adam Sosnick, you get second dibs. So since we'll be out there, we'll probably do that as well. That'll be around the time of the CME. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be there when it goes off, but I might be later. So there you go. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. The hardest working guy in the manosphere. Appreciate each and every one of you. And then also another guy I work with.
I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools, please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Get my thoughts now, let it go. Bound to keep me up all night.
Well, sometimes you don't get no hoes, man.
But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Maybe you could have the best in my life. Emotional damage. Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up everywhere. Why don't got your hair? Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and slipping with her hair like she's Claudia Kelly.
Well, I'm a whore.
So baby, run me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting messy, working up and down on your body. Run me up and down like a pony, turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night, but maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different.
rights reserved. Registered trademark 2023. Don't steal my stuff.
Say my name. Would you like to know more?
Tell these bitches to go